Oh, okay. It's allowing me to just select this new stream title. Is it? Is it going to allow me to change that? No, I don't think it will. Anyways, I think we're live now. Let's see if that worked. Maybe we're not. It says we are. Unless we're live on the wrong channel. Better not be the main channel. I don't want to do any live streaming on the main channel. Oh no, it says we are live. Cool. Live streaming on the main channel. Oh no. Okay, we're good. We are live. But yeah, anyways, yeah, of course I remember Andy. Yeah. He was great, but for some reason at the end there, it seemed like he became a hardcore hater of me or something. I don't know why, but it is what it is.
Oh, really? Okay. I didn't know it was that serious.
Did you get a good grasp on the negative versus positive utilitarian thing I sent you?
Yeah, I kind of skimmed through it, but I believe I got the gist. Yeah.
Skim, Niv? You just skimmed it? Come on. Come on, brother. Hmm. Let's go with that. I'm still playing chess.
I'm still trying to. What's the channel? What's the channel that's supposed to be on? Like
Pangburn live.
Pangburn not okay.
I put it in the. I put the link in the announcements tab.
Okay, that's why I was trying to find it. I couldn't find it. Did you? You got a mod over?
I can turn on mod for you. It'll
Hold
be
on,
it'll
yeah,
be a while. It'll be a while till we need one there, just because it's gonna be.
Yeah.
It'll be slow in the new channel. Ugh.
Travis, you know what I think probably the real issue is with Andy, and
What's that?
If he's angry that you're not getting angry,
Maybe.
you could probably say like he probably takes it like you don't care, and one or two that you are, but you're not showing it.
I do. I'm like hiding anger or something.
Yeah, I don't know why he would be upset about that.
Yeah, I mean, like if someone if someone has a lot of anger, let's say, within them, which is as far as I can tell, I don't, but we would want them to have virtues and ways of living that disallows that anger from, dictating how they behave in the world. That would be virtuous in my opinion. So it would be weird for someone to find that to be a lack of virtue. I think some people also like getting a rise out of others, and if they can't get a rise out of them in the way that they, want to get a rise out of them, that also might bother them. Or like the things that make them angry don't make you angry, and that somehow makes them angry or bothers them. I don't know.
Oh, like a rage baiter, huh?
Makes them feel powerless.
Yeah, I mean, if you don't react to the things they think you should be reacting, or the things that cause them to react, and they can't get you to react to particular things, then they're like, well, I know they're mad, but they're just hiding it. I know I got under their skin, or I know this thing gets under their skin, or whatever. Yeah.
I don't know. Andy doesn't really seem like a gaslighter or a rage baiter.
Yeah, I don't know that that's the case. I'm just saying, like, I'm just making conversation. I think that those cases do
Yeah,
exist.
I see. I see. Like you're not paying them no mind. That's yeah.
Okay.
It reminds me of what you call Josh.
Oh yeah, Josh, your best buddy, the theist.
Yeah, well, he gets into a lot of fights for a guy that acts like he's got it together. He, it was just a matter of time. But before he pretty much got along with most people. He came off pretty cool and relaxed and everything, but um, he always says something very nasty.
To
He
you,
does it. He does.
you guys had some
Hmm?
horrible battles over the years.
I don't know. I mean,
Oh, I just blundered. Okay, now you're gonna see me get angry. I just pissed my queen away. I got it pinned. GG.
oh, we should call Andy. Have him
I
see
lost.
it.
Yeah, make sure you let Andy know that I'm just fuming right now live. He can come and poke me. Poke the bear. Yeah. But Niv, what's on your mind? I mean, what are you thinking about today? What's got you thinking?
No, I don't really think much.
You think more than anyone I know.
There's no there.
Are you now swearing on the Pangburnian Bible that you are now going to make positive utilitarian ways of thinking and lensing primary?
Um,
I'm not convinced that Nivik is convinced that that is definite. Certainly a something that brings about the best outcomes. Maybe that's
Right.
Great point, Robin.
Explain again, Robin.
like. Do you like? And it's not intuitive, that's the case. So that do you think in your mind does it benefit the outcome for you to try to apply positive utilitarianism as opposed to negative utilitarianism, or do you think that like harm projection or harm prevention or whatever is probably a better way of going about?
Well, what I'm thinking about is I'm trying to recall a point where somebody said something through a negative utilitarian lens. I'm trying to. I had it in my mind. It just slipped my mind a second ago when that was brought up by Travis. Uh, it'll come to me. Um, that, I can't really recall. Yeah, I see
So
where you're coming
here's
from.
something. Here's something to. Here's something to consider. So a primary positive utilitarian lens is healthier because it recruits psychological systems linked to approach motivation, purpose, optimism, positive effect, social connection, and active coping. These are repeatedly associated with better mental and physical health outcomes, including lower cardiovascular risk and mortality. Meta-analysis have found optimism associated with better physical health and reduced cardiovascular and all-cause mortality risk. A primary negative utilitarian lens can become unhealthy when it trains the mind to scan reality mainly for suffering, harm, threat, injustice, and catastrophe. That overlaps psychologically with rumination, threat attention, chronic stress, depressive cognition, and anxiety maintenance. Rumination is a known risk factor for depression and anxiety, and negativity bias appraisal can intensify stress responses. So the healthiest structure is primary lens, how can I create more well-being, physical, mental, and social health. Secondary lens, where is suffering severe enough that it must be reduced, and sometimes even first. So we're not talking about the problem of naive positivity or naive negativity. We're just talking about what makes more sense when we're trying to maximize health to make primary.
Yeah, and the line where it changes from applying the positive utilitarianism to the addressing the harm first is probably like a really gray area. You know, it would be kind of hard, fuzzy there. That would be a real important thing to be able to discern right there.
I remember when a raccoon was in the street, I picked it up, took care of it. I remember having conversations where I talk about like just asking people how they're doing and just having just regular chit-chat conversations. It doesn't have to be serious, just a regular, hey, how's it going? I tried it with Josh. It's not going to happen. But yeah, Josh is at war, he said, and he's fighting for his God, and that's why he's in that. And I'm gonna shut up because I don't want to talk shit.
Is that what he told you? He's fighting for his God?
Yeah. He's defending him, and if you're saying pretty much anything you say, he's not going to agree with. So what he sees, it's his interpretation. Like what you say it doesn't align with his religious views. So he has to defend. But I don't have nothing against him. I have nothing.
It's weird that this all-powerful God needs to be defended.
Yeah, that's a good point. Maybe we should introduce you to you. I'm sure you hit it off.
Yeah.
Well, if I put my apologist hat on, I would just say, Robin, it's not that he needs to be offended, is that he wants to be defended.
That's a good point.
So like whenever we talk about like, why would a loving God do X, or why would God ever do that? My best apologetics against that is like, we can simply just say that for the pleasure of doing so. Like God, this life we have is like, it's a big deal to us. It's kind of all we have, but to God, it's like, he's creating beings to watch, to create, it's basically his Netflix, right? Some days he feels like watching true crime. Some days he feels like watching a comedy. Some days he feels like watching horrible reality TV. Some days he likes watching, the Nature Channel. You could just argue that, God made us because he wanted to, and he wanted, and what everything that happens is by his will. So he basically willed this Netflix globe where he can zoom in and watch, or watch it all simultaneously, like whatever God wants to do.
Can a perfect God, or an all-powerful God for that matter, have wants and desires? Wouldn't that say incompleteness?
I mean, it would suggest from like the way our biology runs, like we're owned by our desires. So it's like, is God owned by its desires too? I mean, again, we could apologize that away and say, you know, we're trying to understand like the desire, like why or how God wants what he wants. It's like, that's not for human beings to understand because it's God.
I mean, I think he does have desires, though. He desires to be worshipped. Like,
Yeah,
that
he
is
desires
one,
to be worshipped.
he states that. And so I think that, according to the Bible, that is the reason that he created to
Yeah.
begin with.
I'm
Was
just talking
for
about
to
Oh,
fulfill
sorry.
his desire to be worshipped, which is
Yeah.
like such a human trait.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I guess what I'm saying is like, if I was the Christian apologist in the room, I would say I'm talking more about like the mechanisms underlying where those desires are emerging from. If someone's sitting there being like, let's say questioning the validity of it or the soundness of it, or whether God is subservient to its desires. If I'm the Christian apologist, I'd be like, yeah, you're reaching into something that we have no way of knowing because God didn't leave it in Scripture for us, but he did, like Robin just said, tell us what he desires or what he wants by way of his creation and what he says in Scripture.
And I think I think a lot of those pushbacks that the epistemic pushbacks are to jar the theist for when they say things like all powerful. They use terms like that, or all knowing and whatnot. It's a way of pushing back on them that says, well, you really don't understand that word. You don't really understand what you're saying, because like, how could something that's all powerful be this? So it kind of calls people out on the words that they use, the pillowy, the fluff words, words that are made to be like all encompassing and essentially turn off conversation, and it's just a pushback to that, more so than, and they can always come back with something different, but then they, under pain of being illogical, is God logical, and things of that nature. So they do have some pains if they care about those pains, and if not, then why are we, the discussion's probably not going to go very far.
Right. I always thought too, like, just from my perspective, like I've never been a religious person or a God believer in my entire life. So I just think like when we're talking about like, a possible all-powerful God, I think it's at least possible that that gods exist, but that's epistemically irrelevant. But let's just play in the modal sphere for a bit. This possible God, if it is in fact all-powerful, and I'm sitting here as an ape trying to like figure out the mind of God, or like try to like, question like any aspect of God's character, I don't go there typically, because it's like, if I play in that possibility soup with a theist, it's like, I think that if we assume that, okay, let's assume that this God does exist, it's like, I'm not going to be asking those kinds of questions if I actually believe that God exists. Like, I'm not going to, like, there's a reason why I think people are closed off as fuck once they, adopt like a dogmatic belief in the God it seems ridiculous to, question something that's all powerful. Like, it doesn't seem ridiculous from like an ethical, like my own ethical perspective, but I can see why that concept closes people off. Because if you actually do believe it's all powerful, it's like any kind of question you could come up with, like, really, how good is it going to be?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, people, what's up?
What up?
Yo,
How laid back are we in here? Are we fairly chill? I know you're on camera here, but are we fairly laid back or?
yeah, we just
Okay.
started the stream. Yeah, we're just chilling.
Yeah, I'm just coming into the conversation. I don't think. I'm starting to think that all powerful is not even. I don't know that it's coherent. I don't know.
It's
that-
not. Yeah, there's a lot of people that have come to that conclusion, and from what for what I've watched, it's just it's a fluff word. It's a useless term. All powerful.
Yeah. Anytime that you have infinites of anything, then when you start asking a question, then you have problems. You have like these paradoxes of, and it doesn't matter. It doesn't have to be like power. It could be whether it's knowledge or that this thing is a definite, that it cannot fail to be, right? And then you can think of situations that it cannot complete, it cannot attain, right?
Yeah.
And then in those situations, and you can do this. This is the liar paradox. Does this. What is it? The Pinocchio's nose paradox, the unmovable rock, like all of these, they seem to be a byproduct of absolutes. That this cannot fail
Yes.
to be the case,
Exactly.
right? And they seem to be create contradictions.
Yep, exactly. And it's like, here's the what the logical reality of any kind of absolute claim is that even if we can't sit down right now and come up with some kind of contradiction, it doesn't mean that we are reasonably justified, logically justified, to believe that it's impossible that we don't come up with the contradiction tomorrow. So it's like that's a problem for any kind of absolute claim. It's just, it falls apart when we start realizing, well, like, it's like, no, I can't see any way that this can be contradicted, so I'm going to accept it as a dogma. It's like, well, but is it at least possible that tomorrow or 1,000 years from now or 10,000 years from now, it's just possible that someone might come up with a contradiction even though we haven't yet? No, that's not possible because I haven't come up with it yet, or we haven't come up with it yet, so that means I'm justified in it. It's like, it doesn't make any fucking sense. It's like, what is gained by that? This is why it's illusory, and yeah, it is the incredulity fallacy.
Well, you know what happens when the unstoppable object hits the immovable, or the unstoppable force hits the immovable object, right? The universe just rectifies it. One of them proves not to be so immovable or so unstoppable. I mean, it just
right.
Right.
Yeah, those are value.
There's a Greek mythology story about this. There was a man that was given, I have to try to think of it, a man that was given a dog that would always be able to catch its prey.
Right.
And then there was by God, I think it was maybe Athena or Artemis, maybe Artemis was the one that Artemis gave this dog to a woman to give to her husband. And the dog could always catch its prey, okay. And then the prey that it was chasing was a fox, okay. And this was a fox that another god had given to somebody
that cannot be caught.
That could outrun any dog.
Right.
Yes. And so the Greek mythology story is about when they put this dog chasing this fox. And like it was, it's a big story. That's a whole mythological address of that situation right there.
It's a paradox.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, these are absolutes. It's creating the problem is that these are two absolutes that are being stated here as a part of their condition. But my favorite one of all of them is the Pinocchio's nose I mentioned earlier, and I don't know if y'all have ever heard of the Pinocchio's nose one, but it's if Pinocchio's nose only grows when Pinocchio's lies, and it never grows unless he lies, what happens when Pinocchio says, "And now my nose will grow"? It's just it's a funny little thing because if it doesn't grow, he obviously lied.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Anyway,
Yep.
it's one of my favorite kind of paradoxical ones.
It's easy. It's easy to digest for people.
Sure.
It's a good example for people to hear. But they weren't. See, that's another issue too. I listened to a lot of these debates, and it's very easy to get dug in and argue logic when logic wasn't. Logic wasn't used to gain your belief, and so you're not really putting your beliefs in jeopardy at all. I mean, the people didn't arrive at their beliefs based on logic.
Yeah.
And so,
but you can still appeal to the. You can still appeal to logic and sell it to someone, even if they're resistant to it, even if their current beliefs, let's say it's a religious belief, it's not logically sound, for example, or maybe even not even logically valid. But you can still turn people on to the value of logic, and by doing that, they start losing their faith.
yeah,
I've
agreed.
I've witnessed this happen. But because I do hear that trope thrown around, like, why would you argue using logic to someone whose beliefs, whose beliefs weren't derived from logic? But I also, like, there is a logic to basically any kind of argumentation or any kind of justification. It's just that the question is whether the logic is sound or not.
Well, it could be valid and sound. Well, so like if I believe in God because my grandfather believed in God and my grandfather is infallible, that's not like attacking the faith. Is going to be, and I agree that people can be swayed, and it doesn't happen immediately. You give people sound bites to take back with them, and then they have to work it out on their own. But I mean, there's a lot of ingrained belief based on social respect, I guess, maybe, to say, I mean, like, these people that I care about and that I respect very much believe this thing, and in order for me to not believe this, I have to make this person fallible. From not as much people that go up on stage, but more of like the run of the mill theists, I should say.
But you are right, that and that is my, it's my first principle for a reason, that if people aren't starting off on an acknowledged fallibilist foot, even though we all are fallibilists by our very nature, but if someone is not aware of that with regards to some kind of belief they are holding, then this would be kind of like someone who's been convinced to believe that if it comes down to a life or death situation, falling off a building, they will actually just float. That's that's how ridiculous the idea of like thinking that you are you've found something that truly does leave you closed off to update. The fact is, we are all open to update, even if we are trapped in a dogma. Dogmas can be overcome. Go ahead, Robin.
Oh, I was just going to say that story that I was telling you, that's the story behind Canis Minor and Canis Major, the star, formations or whatever.
Constellations?
Yeah, the constellations, Canis Minor and Canis Major. That's the mythological Greek story about how they got in the sky. Because once they started, once the chase was on, Zeus realized that it would last forever because, an inescapable fox and a dog that can always catch its prey, it would never end. So he just turned them into stone and then cast them into the sky. It's Canis Minor and Canis Major. So that's pretty cool stuff. Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, I think the best part of the conversation before you get going with these conversations is there does need to be a recognition of value to accepting that you can be wrong. Like, people should at least value that it's a good thing for both parties to accept that they could be wrong. And I think that's something that you can sell the value of that. I think that's something that appeals, especially if they're trying to convince you of something, because obviously they want you to hold the position that you could be wrong. So right. I think it's good. It's a good sale to sell uncertainty as a value.
Yeah,
and it's
absolutely
it's a chance for you to actually learn that you're wrong and not be wrong anymore.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I find this highly virtuous enough to make fallibilism my first virtue, and even I don't set it as a minimum requirement for a fruitful dialectic. I use good faith and helpfulness for that. Well, one of the big reasons is because I want to talk. I want to have a battlefield that gives a high chance of bearing fruit. To have conversations with dogmatists, whatever kind they are. I mean, I feel like I almost run into as many mathematical dogmatists as I do, religious dogmatists. I'm finding actually more and more these days that religious people I talk to are fallibilistic about their God belief and how true their religion is. But maybe it's the kind that are attracted to coming to Pangburn that are more fallibilist than the dogmatic types. And I should say that I'm also used to talking to the other kinds, the ones that think it's impossible for them to be wrong about this particular belief.
Very resistant believers.
You can stop by my stream anytime you want and meet some of those people. Yes,
that might be fun actually.
It would be fun. I would love it. Yes, it would be like I do have a few. Not I have a lot of atheists too, but there are several people that believers do frequent my streams. So yeah.
Yeah, that would be fun. I don't have a lot of conversations these days with God believers. I just don't find I don't find the conversations. I find great moral value, ethical value in putting my time into it to present what I believe is good sound epistemology and good ethics and showing my communication virtues. Like, I see worth in that, and of course the person I'm interlocked with, I think they're worthy of my moral attention and care. But intellectually, I find the whole God debate world to be hyper low resolution.
Yeah.
Even if we're talking about metaethics, like through that lens of like.
There's a difference between teaching someone to fish and fishing, or fishing with somebody. And if you're not doing much fishing when you're teaching somebody to fish, which is okay. But if you're going out there to fish, if you want intelligent discussion, having to start from scratch is.
I just, the thing that's low resolution about it is that there's like, it's such a narrow field as far as like what's typically debated. Like, there's never any surprise. There's never anything new. There's never anything I haven't heard a billion times over since I started, taking in atheist content.
That's in the philosophical domain, though, Travis. There's biblical conversations and biblical translation conversations that aren't of the philosophical nature that might be new for you.
Yeah,
but you've
like,
got to get into the knowledge of like biblical translations and stuff like that.
yeah. Like I like when it comes to the historicity conversations and the debates, like between what's his name, Bart Ehrman and the other guy who I was,
Carrier or something.
yeah, Richard Carrier, like some of the stuff those guys do and study. Like I've read some of Richard's papers and whatnot, and I've heard him argue, and at some point I'll get him out on the stage. Yeah, some of it's interesting, but I guess it just doesn't pique my interest like talking ethics and talking phenomenology with people, their own life experiences that aren't directly related to like the God thing. Like I just, in my mind, it's been overplayed so much. But
there was I saw today an argument. I'll just say real quick, an argument that I had never heard before for why Jesus did not come back in the lives. And you may know this, Robert, but other people may know this, but apparently there's a concept that some people hold to of the wandering Jew. Mm-hmm. And this person was cursed. They was one of the apostles, and they were cursed. They heard Jesus's message, or maybe not an apostle, but they heard Jesus's message that says, I will be back. And they are cursed to walk the earth until Jesus comes back.
Yeah.
Wow.
I've heard the theory.
Yeah, I had never. That was.
It seems absolutely ridiculous to me, but
I mean, I'm convinced 100%.
Sounds wild.
No, but I had never heard that before, and that's like it came out of left field, and yeah,
I think the twin hypothesis is more viable.
I never heard that.
Well, the twin hypothesis is actually, it's interesting. I don't think it's true, but there's some viability to the twin one, and that's Thomas called Didymus. So Thomas actually means twin, and Didymus means twin also. So this one's Aramaic, I think, from its origin, and one's the Greek. So Thomas called Didymus is literally the twin called twin. And there's one of the later gospels, it's not one of the canonical gospels, mentions a woman talking to Thomas, and she's talking to Thomas. She thinks Thomas is Jesus, and Thomas corrects her and says, no, it's not me, that's Jesus over there. But she mistakes Thomas for Jesus, and subsequently, and there's a little bit of literature on this subject, but some people have suggested that Thomas was Jesus's twin brother. There's a few explanations that it would do. It would explain why people allegedly claimed that they saw Jesus resurrected, but it also explained why the authors needed to put Thomas inside of the same scene with Jesus after the resurrection, because they wanted to see the two together in the storyline, right? And it would be why Thomas rejects the proposition of the resurrection, but he wanted to see it himself. There's a section in, John, that says that a prophet is not accepted by his own, in his own house and his own family, and that Thomas, if he was the twin, he would absolutely be the one that would be like, no, I'm not buying this. I want to see the body myself. I want to touch the holes. So there's a lot of theory that goes behind the twin, but yeah, look into the twin theory of Thomas.
So how does that, when he says that he'll be back, essentially saying that my twin will be here?
No. I'm not conflating the twin proposition with the wandering Jew.
Oh, okay.
Right. No, I'm just saying.
Okay.
It's another storyline that I find I find more compelling that this is possible, even though it seems still far fetched. I find this more compelling, obviously, than any wandering Jew. I don't think there's enough textual there to even support the idea. Maybe inside of some non-canonicals, maybe.
Yeah. No, I think it's I don't know. You would know better than I do, but I mean, I could totally see it as just a fucking grab.
Anything that has explanatory value on why something hasn't come to be.
If you guys know any theists that might be interested in joining this conversation, that would be cool. We could talk could have some God debates, discussions.
No, only one that I would think that Hizzle knows that would even really be worth the conversation. I mean, I know plenty that could be invited, but let me tell you, as you mentioned earlier, it will not be a fruitful conversation.
You talking about Connor?
Yeah, Connor's the one. Connor or who's the gentleman that is Batman that came on and talked?
Odin.
Odin, yeah, Odin's a good talk too. I enjoy
Yes.
talking to Odin, but I've never really pushed on the subject of like belief or anything. We've just kind of had tangential conversations about self and identity and things like this.
He is Connor is kind of in a transition period. He was raised Orthodox, but it was Armenian Orthodox, and which he says is Oriental Orthodox technically, but he's kind of shopping around now with his faith. He's young. He's very young. He's 18, but he's well spoken. And I mean, yeah, I consider him a chum. You know, he's a good guy.
Yep.
Nice.
Yeah, but I mean, other theists that we know that would chomp at the bit to jump in here and have conversations with you, like Jill or whatnot, they're truly don't shoot yourself in the foot with those conversations.
Mm-hmm.
It sounds exciting.
It is. Yeah, you think that now.
Yeah.
I'm sure Robin could rustle us up some Jill, huh, Robin? Y'all are pretty tight knit, huh, Robin?
We should get Luke in here. Let me see if Luke's available.
So yeah, Luke, we know Luke. Luke is exciting. Like he came on Tacos a couple times for some mega bloodbaths, and he's an interesting interlocutor.
Yep. Luke.
60-40 on the facetiousness there, but but he's at least he's a pretty cordial guy.
Sorry, Robert. I was gone to the bathroom. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm not gonna.
Okay.
I'm not gonna throw Jill onto Travis. Not quite yet. No.
And Jill stands for Jesus is Lord, by the way.
Yeah.
That's his name.
Oh,
Calvinist. Calvinist.
Yes, he's a Calvinist. Yes, he is a Calvinist.
I've had great conversations with Calvinists.
I mean,
Yeah,
I think I
there are
like
different
Dr.
calibers.
Bill, but he's very like he's not somebody that Simos has spent years talking to him too. They go way back, but.
I have a gentleman with a double master's coming on this Sunday, Mr. Michael Granado. He's got some kind of history and theology and a history degree, and he is going to be on talking about the history of science and religion with me this Sunday. And I have not spoke to him before, just a very brief conversations and emails, but from what I've seen of him, he is going to be an absolute great conversation.
Cool.
And then Willow, if y'all ever talk to Willow from Inspiring Philosophy, dude is amazing. I like Willow.
Is that him?
Willow from Inspiring Philosophy or from Deviant Robot. He's ran two different channels in the past.
Is this the same guy you're talking about? You're having on Sunday?
No, he's the next Sunday. He's the following.
Oh, next Sunday. Oh, okay.
Yeah. He's talking about uncertainty and living with uncertainty.
Nice.
Yeah, got a really great lineup here as of lately. Very, very happy with it.
Good.
Trying to push Travis on here to get Travis on. See, Robin's in the back chat's already telling me you should get Travis on. You don't know, Robin. I've already tried. I've already been trying to push. But I generally just have a conversation with somebody over 1 hour. We pick a subject that we're interested in. I let the guest, pick a subject that is near and dear that they like to talk about, and they just go on for an hour, and we engage back and forth in that conversation. And then after an hour, we have guests on. We have open panel that comes in and discusses some of the ideas and whatnot. It's fun. I like the format. It's pretty good.
Oh, that's
and
cool.
It's short. It's concise.
Yeah. I was just thinking that would be like the Pangburn virtues or something like that. That maybe people don't understand. like just some of those ideals are pretty cool ideals for people. Like, because I think I've learned a lot. Like, I've learned a lot over here with those ideals and the fallibility thing, and just like epistemology, which we get the Pangburn virtues are sort of a different thing from what we usually discuss a lot, and I think they're well reasoned out there. So, but yeah, I was just thinking of helping Robert get going.
Always, I appreciate you. You're one of my bigger supporters. Between you and what's his name, Phyllis Ober, y'all have driven a fair amount of traffic to my channel. I appreciate it.
Nice.
Hello, Luke.
What's up, Luke?
Hello, how you doing?
Good.
Very
Good,
well.
and you?
We got a bunch of atheists headed to hell in the room here that need to be saved.
Headed to hell. Do you want to go there?
I don't know. It depends what it's like.
Do you know the feeling when your girlfriend's breaking up with you?
Yes.
Similar to that.
Oh, okay. I guess
The
it
absence
depends
of
on
love.
the relationship then, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, yeah. You know, like the breakup where you are not the reason why you break up. You know, like the one where you are left out of the love relationship. Not the one that you. But that's a similar feeling. Do you want that?
I used
you
to
don't-
hear that. I
No.
used to hear that was kind of the definition of why the pain is. You know, that there's an absence or a separation from God, and that's the driver of what brings the pain. It's a void and separation kind of thing. And
That's
it seems like, and it's a fairly common argument. I've heard it, but I, like the way the Bible talks about this, comparing it to like. There's two different things. It's like the worm that dieth not, and then there's the ideal of the fire. And like to me, obviously, the pain of a relationship or a separation or something is very different than a fire separation. And or a fire pain. And I'm just curious how or why you think that kind of symbology was used biblically, and what that's about.
It's easier to remember.
Oh, fire is easier to remember.
Yeah, like he talks more about pain than the suffering of, like if you are to talk to children, they haven't yet experienced what a breakup feels like. You know what I mean? And hopefully they will never have to feel or experience that. So, yeah,
That's a
fire
strange
is
tale that
something.
the fire is for the children. Not as an analogy. Obviously, I
That's
don't want to
correct.
misrepresent
It's
you.
easier for them. It's easier for them to understand the feeling of pain and suffering
Certainly.
from fire than it is from a breakup.
Okay. All right. Interesting.
Yeah. What you have to understand is the Bible is not historically accurate book. It doesn't pretend to be historically accurate. And the purpose of it is understanding and teaching God to children and others, like adults too. But mostly the main purpose of it is for adults to have words to convey ideas to children.
That position, to me, in my experience with many Christian conversations, is almost a novel position, that it's not historically or not meant to be historically accurate. I mean, I don't know the statistical numbers on that, but I know obviously many fundamentalists and more Protestant kind of religions would. There's millions that would argue that it is very historical and very
Yes.
precise, and that it that it's not allegorical, that it's
And they be wrong.
meant what it
Yeah.
meant. Right. I understand. And I've heard
they
the
will
other
be the
positions.
minority. That's a big thing about
I
it.
don't think it's a minority. I'm not sure that would be the minority.
It goes back to the Jews. Before Jesus, they already were aware that it wasn't historically accurate. That's the crazy part about this. It's not just young idea. It goes back to the Jews before Jesus.
Oh,
They
yeah,
were
yeah.
already
No, I
aware
agree.
that Genesis was a fictional story, and the earth wasn't created in 7 days and whatnot, and all of those, and they are aware of that before
Right.
Jesus
Well,
came.
I completely agree with you, Luke. Like speaking of Luke, the problem is Luke. Well, I'll give you an example. Is Luke in the lineage story traces the lineage literally back to Adam. In the lineage line that he gives. So what we have is we have people like Josephus and whatnot that are, they're already questioning the 6-day account. They think that it's more metaphorical and whatnot. Even at the time of Jesus and right before Jesus, that I completely agree. There's plenty of textual documentation that Jews are questioning this, that they don't think that it was literal. They think that it was figurative and whatnot. But the problem is when you get like the book of Luke, or you get the writer of the Paulinian letters, some of them are referring to Adam as if Adam is an actual person that they're tracking the lineage back to, and that seems problematic. Like the book of Luke does this. Are you familiar with this?
Have you already seen my picture of Spider-Man and Stan Lee?
I can't say that I have.
Let me share it with you on the chat. Do you see it?
I do. I see it. Stan Lee as Spider-Man. Right.
So there are two Stanleys. The Stanley 1 that I call, let's say the real one is Stanley 1, and Stanley 2, the one that you see in the picture. Because in this character, Spider-Man, the name of the character is also Stanley. Like Peter Parker, instead of Peter Parker, his name is Stanley. You understand?
I do.
Okay. So you have two Stanleys. Similarly, you have two Adam and Eve. You have two Abraham. You have two Moses. You have two in analogically or similarly. Do you understand where I'm going at?
I do. I'm curious how you're going to do the transition, or why they would do transitions to allegorical characters if they're running through actual lineage in some. So they're calling out some characters that we're to think that they mean the actual person when they do the son of, and they're doing the lineage. When does the deviation happen that there's a transition from an actual physical person into a more of a characteristic person? And I think to demonstrate that that's happening, you got a lot of work cut out ahead of you.
No. All of them are actual. It's just that the story that you ascribe to them is a fictional story. When I say Robert, when you think of Adam, you're thinking of Adam 2, not Adam 1. When Luke is writing about Adam, he's writing about Adam 1, not Adam 2.
Okay.
So Adam 1
and when
is
Paul's
in the
referring
list
to
of,
Adam in the first sin. When Paul's referring to Adam, he's talking about the more allegorical kind of Adam. I don't know. I didn't follow the numbers, but he's talking about the Adam 2.
Adam 1 is the real one. So,
all right.
So Paul is, when he talks about the first sin, he's talking about Adam 1. When he talks about eating the forbidden fruit, he's talking about Adam 2. So it depends on where he's talking about. The thing is, you have to understand that people knew at the time who was Adam. I mean, who was the difference between Adam 1 and Adam 2. They didn't have the story that we have of evolution and all of that we have today, because Adam 1 is the result of evolution. But they had, nevertheless, this understanding of there is a fictional part of the Adam story and the real part of Adam's story. There has been a first human who has sinned.
I mean, this seems just like a proclamation. When you say people at that time knew a distinction between an Adam 1 and Adam 2, is there any literature that you would reference that they had knowledge of the allegorical kind and the literal kind?
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the Jews before Jesus, they already knew about the fictional part of Adam and Eve. They talked about it. Unfortunately, you find it in the Torah. No, what's the name of the thing that is orally transmitted and written later?
The Torah.
No, the other one.
Talmud.
Talmud. Thank you. Yeah, Talmud.
Okay.
And all of those talks, like the Jews were talking with each other, and they were repeating to each other those whatever talks they had. Anyway, this kind of thing has been written way later than when it started. But in all of those texts, we do find this kind of differentiation between fictional character and real character. That's where you know that we're aware of that.
I'll
Does that
have to
answer
do
your
some
question?
digging on that subject. I didn't. This is the first that I've heard a distinction between that and they would have had a distinction. And it seems even if the Jews like did have a distinction, obviously there's a separation from like Josephus's ideals and early Christian movement, and they may very well have been very contrast to one another. So the people who are writing Luke, for example, are obviously not lockstep ideology with Jews of the time, like not Josephus, what's his name? Josephus that writes War of the Jews, the book 20, or book 2. Do you know what I'm talking about?
No, I don't. I'm sorry.
Okay. But I think that there's kind of a Jewish thing that in intelligentsia, especially in Greece, that there's plenty of Jews that are now seeing this as like an allegorical story of creation. But that does not mean that the early Christians are seeing it as that. Like they can be very different.
It could be, but it is unlikely. You have to keep in mind that the first Christians were Jews. Like. They still had the Jewish upbringing, if you want. They were taught the Bible the way Jews were taught the Bible, and they learned this difference at a young age. And it is unlikely for them to not understand the difference between the fictional character and the historical ones. And keep in mind that the first Christians also had the teachings of Jesus.
What do you think?
He corrected them whatever mistake they had.
What was the doctoral?
Oh.
What was the doctoral significance then of Adam? If Adam is just a character, like if you're going back in the lineage, if Adam doesn't have like a doctoral contribution or something like Abraham or somebody like David as a king kind of position, then he seems like an arbitrary stopping point. If you're going back, like why stop at Adam? What does Adam mean doctorially, or why is he the stopping point in the lineage?
So Adam 1, the real one, is the first human who used his free will to go against God's will. So it's not the first one who has free will, but he was the first one who used it to go against the will of God. So that's the foundation or the doctoral thing about Adam 1.
In what sense? Do we know?
No, we don't know what he chose to do. Like I like to think of it as slapping someone on the face for giggles. And not for really specific, not because you're angry, just because you wanted to see how suffering operate on another person, or just for fun. This kind of behavior that contradicts God's morality. I like to think of it like that, but we don't know. I don't think there is a way to know what was the first sin. We don't even know when it happened. I talked with a paleontologist, people who look at the bones. Is that the correct word?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
A paleontologist, yeah.
Yeah, and I asked him if we were to find out the first human, or the first trace of civilization, or whatever, the first sin, what kind of evidence we would say. And he says the earliest evidence of civilization or knowledge of bad is pictures, like drawings, like Lascaux, on walls, the drawings on walls, and before that you had how do you call that, when you bury someone when they're dead? Rituals, death rituals.
Yeah,
funeral.
Mm-hmm. You had funerals that could be considered as a sin because this person was buried in a different way than that person, because this person was a murderer for some kind of murderer. This kind of thing that might be the case, but basically the foundation, the bottom of our conversation was it would be really hard to know what the first sin would have been.
It seems more likely to me, and it just seems to be the case that, like, if we're just creating, our Adam is just a character that is a holder of, he's the one that first moved against God or spoke against God or acted against God. That seems like that's just like a placeholder ideal. There's no characteristics there. There's nothing. There's no historicity there. It's only like he's embodying one that moved or spoke against God, right? And to me,
Adam 1 or Adam 2?
I mean Adam. Period. I don't buy the Adam 1, 2, or 2 thing. I think,
but I don't know who you are referring to. Sorry, Robert.
So I think that the people have an ideal of a person that was the first, and that all of those people thought that he was the first man. And I think they did so in the absence of knowing anything about evolution or the origin of humankind, that they thought there was an actual man named Adam that was the very first of everything.
Yes, I still think it is the case. Adam 1 does exist. I still think that Adam 1 exists. It's like a Stanley 1 exists. There is a Stanley 1 and Stanley 2, remember? There is an Adam 1 that does exist. The difference with Adam 1 and Adam 2 is what happened to Adam 1. We don't know what is the first sin. And for Adam 2, we know that he ate the forbidden apple.
Yeah.
Or apple, tree, or fruit, whatever. It wasn't an apple.
if we imagine, if we imagine like the world getting started and like there's no literature, there's no way to write for many generations before they want to develop in literature and stuff. It seems unlikely that we could possibly know the name or any really thing about. I mean, we don't know the first man that made the first wheel, right? We don't know who made the first wheel. Now we're so far from that ideal. We don't know the person who made the first bow as we go back, much less to know the first person. It seems like that this is just an ideal later that is, there is this first person, and now let's imbue some ideal and some characteristics upon this first person, right? In the same way that me and you could be talking about the first person that made a wheel, and we could say his name was Chuck, right?
That's correct. That's correct. We could name the first wheel inventor of the wheel Chuck, and people would agree together, let's name this guy Chuck, even if we don't know this guy. The purpose of a name is for us to be able to point towards someone.
Yeah, it's more of an ideal. He's a conceptual person.
Yeah, Adam 2 is. Adam 1 is a real one. He's referring to a physical body with hands and heads and mouth and feet, you know?
Why do you think do you think there's a univocality or something to the Bible, or that there's some kind of inerrancy there is why you're holding that there was an actual Adam?
I'm sorry. Inerrancy and the other word I don't understand.
Univocality. Univocality is a terminology used by scholars. It means that you think that the Bible speaks as if it is one singular unified voice that is inspiring all of it, rather than individual voices that speak on their own accord. Univocality is the concept of a singular, inspiring, univocal voice that is non-contradictory across all volumes.
Oh, yes, I do agree that I believe that God is the one who inspired the Bible. So one voice inspiring the Bible, yes.
Interesting. So do you think there are any contradictions?
Yes, of course, there are. Like in two Spider-Mans, you can find contradictions. Some Spider-Mans does have fluids coming from their hands, other from an artifact that they built and invented, you know? But... even if it's the same author, Stanley is still the author of those two Spider-Man. You know what I mean? Even it could seem contradicting. Either Spider-Man does shoot webs from his hands or not. It could seem contradicting, but it is not when it comes to fictional characters, because the author are allowed to make the characters the way they want it to be. Yeah.
Okay, well, I was just trying to understand your drive behind thinking that Adam's a real person, and I'm just going to throw something out here. It's not accusatory, but I want to ask it, or I want to suggest it in a way, and you tell me your thoughts on it. I feel like you think that because Luke mentioned him as if he was a real person or traced the lineage back, that maybe you have some vested interest in saying that he was a real person. Is What do you think about this? Or why do you think he was a real person specifically?
Because there must be a first. So before I learned about the genealogy of Luke and the other author, I don't remember his name, but before I learned about those genealogy, I already had the position that there was a first human. I learned about Adam and Eve, the story of Adam and Eve, and I concluded or learned, I don't know which way. Anyway, it's that those in the story are fictional, and there must be a first human. So right now we have humans as a vague definition, but if we use a more specific definition of what a human is, the first human is born of somebody that is not, or something that is not human, or some animals that is not human. Or
do you think we evolved?
Yeah.
You do think we evolved? So do you think?
Yes, I believe in evolution.
The reason that I ask is because if we move along an evolutionary chain, there's no big jump. Like there's only subtle changes. It's like where's the exact spot that we say now
it's
this
arbitrary.
is a human,
Yeah.
right? It's an arbitrary line is what I don't understand. I'm trying to understand, like there was a first human. What does that mean along the arbitrary line?
It means that we need to make a arbitrary line of what a first human is. What makes the first human is the question that is open right now. It is not answered by the scientific community. It is possible to answer it. You need to define the word human more than it is defined right now. Right now, it is too vague to be able to point towards the first human. But let's say you say the first human has this specific set of genes. Okay, so you say this specific gene in the genealogy, the first human has this mutation, and he was the first to have this mutation. Now you have a specific definition of a human, a definition of human that is specific enough to find who the first human was. He was born out of two people who didn't have this mutation and had this mutation and therefore became the first human. But right now, there is no words out to convey idea. The idea are voted by the majority, and there is no majority for what a human is.
Yeah, this feels. I'm sorry. I just wanted to mention one thing, and I'm going to totally let off because I've been hogging all of this conversation. But this human distinction to me feels like a hill with a certain amount of grains of sand, and it sounds as if you're saying that there's this last grain of sand that there's some consensus on, that when this grain of sand gets added, now it's the hill. Right. And that seems there's no such thing as a consensus on that being the hill. And I wouldn't think that there's any such thing as a consensus on, okay, now this is the first human. That seems like there would never be a consensus on that.
Well, there could be. There is nothing preventing us to say that a small pile of sand has this amount of grain of sand. Nothing preventing us to do that and define a pile of sand as this amount of sand. For it to be small, this amount of sand for it to be not small anymore, and medium, and then there is nothing preventing us to do that. I agree with you. There is no such thing. I agree with you. There is no such need of a thing right now. We don't need to tell how many grains of sand needed for the small pile of sand. I agree. We don't need to know the characteristics of first humans to know that who is the first human. But nevertheless, if you want to argue there has been a first human and the first human didn't sin, this is where we disagree. And the first human did sin. And we disagree what a human is. All right. I hope that answered your question. Or
So I just want to make a passing remark. I don't want to, you don't have to tag me into the ring, but when it comes to science identifying identity, when it comes to science identifying the first human, isn't this the Chuck dilemma, where we can know from whatever standards and empirical data or paleontology, etc., that there was someone who created the wheel? Same thing, how it seems like you're representing Adam. We don't, the story, he's probably more of a character than like a biography of Adam. But we know from science and evolution that there was some first human, however we end up defining human. Is it really a problem that science can't meticulously, to the most pedantic detail, get down to like the Planck human of like the first genesis of the human species? Isn't it more of a conceptual thing, like the Chuck and the wheel or Adam?
if you ask me the question, I would answer it is a conceptual thing. Every words are conceptual, and names are things that allows to bundle a bunch of concepts. Like if I were to say Megaway Ptolemy, I am using your name to and with your name comes a bunch of concepts. And for me, you were just a voice on the internet.
Hopefully good concepts.
Yeah.
Well, my point is, though, it seems like you were requiring some sort of evidence that science can't figure out the first person. Is that supposed to be like a falsifier, do you think? Does that do damage to the scientific or naturalistic worldview, in your opinion?
Not at all. Not at all.
Gotcha. Fair enough.
It's only do damage for someone who claims that Adam doesn't exist.
Okay. So, okay. So are you, and I joined in a little, maybe you said this earlier, but are you pro or anti-evolution in the way that it's kind of like described in modern day scientific consensus?
I'm pro. I believe
gotcha.
There is
okay.
evolution. Yeah.
So what we're calling like the first human, that's who you're calling like Adam 1, is what you were saying earlier.
Correct. Adam 1 is the first human. Like I think we called the inventor of the wheel, Chuck. That's Chuck 1.
So what exactly is the point of contention that Robert was pointing out or trying to point out?
I don't think there was. Was there, Robert?
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, you have the proposition of the Bible using an Adam 1 and an Adam 2, and I don't think that the Bible writers have a distinction. I think that when the Bible was written, when we got into the intertestamental period, many Jews were already coming to the conclusion that the Genesis story was more allegorical, or parts of it. I don't think they fully pushed against it, but they were already starting to question the 6-day thing and starting to say that it was allegorical during the intertestamental period. But the writers of the New Testament, like, we have no particular reason, in my opinion, to think that they had a concept of an Adam 1 or an Adam 2. They may just have thought that Adam was a literalistic story, and when we see Luke do the lineage of Jesus, he tracks it all the way back to Adam.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a seem. It could seem that way, but the trouble is coming from the fact that we are aware that Jews before Jesus knew about this fictional character, fictional story part, and because they knew that, and the writers of the Bible, of the Gospels, are Jews, the logical conclusion that we should arrive to is that they are already aware of the lineage of fictional character and make the difference between the fictional ones and the real ones.
Let me give you a little more pushback on the subject then. I'll give you a primary example of why I think they had contrasting views. You take the book of Enoch alone, and the majority of Jews, like the outside of the Essenes, the majority of the Jewish groups did not accept Enoch as canonical. Whereas it seems like the writers, like the writer of Jude and all, she talks about Enoch. She quotes Enoch. She seems to think of Enoch as something that was from God. Whereas the Jews at the time, they never accepted, like Enoch was not a part of the canonical writing. They did not accept it. So this alone to me shows that there is a diversity among the early Christians, and whether they were accepting some of the intertestamental literature as canonical, whereas many of the Jews of the time did not accept those, and they were not in the canon.
You mean they were different from the Jews? Is that what you're saying? I'm not sure.
Yes, I think the Christians were very divergent from the Jews in that not that they followed the Essenes doctrine specifically, but that they were more susceptible to groups or following groups that were more apocalyptic in nature. And the Jewish groups and the Jewish cultures of the time was not on board with this, and they had a different kind of philosophical view on what was going on. So I think that there's a big divergence in the demeanor, in the apocalyptic perspective of Christians and the Jews. They're just, I think they were very different culturally and doctrinally. And I don't think that some high-end philosophical Jews saying, that maybe the 6 day event was just allegorical translates all the way into the to early Christians saying, "Oh, we didn't think Adam and Eve was an actual people." I don't get A from B.
If I can, Luke.
What would you consider evidence? Okay, yeah?
And yeah, maybe like a 1.1 to add on to what Robert's saying with the genealogy of Luke. Because Adam is fictional, but is the next guy also fictional? Like, when does it stop being fictional? Like, is Heli and Joseph...
In the genealogy, all of them are number ones. So Adam 1 and I don't know what the name of the second one is, but those are all ones in the genealogy.
But these are like
we established that earlier.
Okay, and these are the conceptual ones, not like the actual person.
No, actual
person. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Sorry, I'll have to unweave that in my head because I must have heard something different.
Yeah, many people do listen to it's hard. Like, I had this conversation with Catholic theologians, right? And I had to explain to them my position because they did have this understanding of those being exactly the ones that is spoken in the Bible. So I'm like, okay, cool. Let's see if it does stand to critics and what not, like arguments and evidence and those kind of thing. And I had debates with those Catholic theologians, and they have to concede in the sense that it could be fictional, it could be not fictional. Both can be applicable.
Would you say that Matthew, then, his genealogy would be fictional, and then Luke's is the nonfiction?
Both of them are nonfiction. In my understanding, both genealogy are nonfiction, so Adam 1 kind of thing, and but one is using the mother side kind of genealogy process, and the other one is the father side genealogy kind of process.
Okay, because Joseph's father, there's what me as an atheist and a literalist text reader would read as a contradiction for Joseph's father. So in my worldview, both of those things can't be nonfiction unless, Joseph had two dads and they were just like pro LGBTQ or whatever. But,
or there is another guy named Joseph. He's not referring to...
Well,
yeah,
sure, but they both lead to Jesus. So again, are there two different Josephs that both lead, like an uncle,
yes,
like two brothers or something? I mean... or adoption, maybe, right? Like, I don't know how that worked back then, but
Or do you leave it open that one could be wrong on this?
One of those two lists could be wrong.
Yeah.
I'm not aware of some. I don't have the knowledge, right, to be able to judge those. But I have yet to hear a reliable source giving me this information that one of those two is a wrong genealogy.
Well, I mean, it's more of a literary analysis critique more than first or second person evidences to the. I mean, it's just Matthew and Luke. That's as far as I am willing to reduce like my, seeking out.
Let me correct something for some of the people that were watching this, because earlier you said both are talking about Adam 1, and I just, for y'all that are tuning in here, Matthew doesn't just take the lineage back to Adam. Matthew only takes the lineage back to Abraham, if I'm not mistaken. So only Luke does.
Thank you.
Only Luke does it back to Adam, and it's why I brought Luke up. As far as how they cash this out at the end when they get down, it looks like when you go back to the generations, let's say they both track it back to David. I think one has like 16 generations back to David, and one has like 27 or something, like a significant larger amount of generations back to David. And even if this was coming down somehow to Mary, the generations count difference between those two, like, this is a lot. It's almost double. It's almost double the generational count back to David. So it seems problematic, even if it was going back to Mary and to Joseph. Maybe Joseph was Mary's father or some name for it, and maybe there's a mistranslation. But I think when you read the translations there, I think both of them are cashing this out as Joseph, which was espoused to Mary. I can't remember how Luke words it, but I think both of these are referring to Luke that was espoused to Mary. And I think if you look at the text of them, and I'll be happy to pull them up and see exactly how it says it, but I think both are cashing it out to Luke, to Joseph, the espoused to Mary, to be the father of Jesus. Test. Everybody there?
I'm still here. We heard you.
I'm looking it up. I'll try to get the exact text and see how it says with the best translation I can find. But
I think someone. Go ahead.
In reality, we were just kind of cutting our teeth on that subject. That's like the mashed potatoes before we get to the meat of what I guess we would probably want you to put forward the proposition of what you think your best argument or evidence or proposition for, like, why should we think that this story is true or that there is this God? Like, do you think that there is a good, like, solid argument for the subject? And if so, what is it?
Yeah, well, there is the argument from the prime mover argument that is a solid one. But the best argument that I found, and Travis can back me on that, is that people don't know what they're referring to, who they are referring to when they are talking about God, or the real one.
I don't understand the statement. That statement is...
Does that include you in that clade of people?
No, when they say that God doesn't exist, I'm referring to atheist or agnostic. When they say there is not enough evidence for God.
Are you referring to the Jordan Peterson argument?
Not really. I'm referring to... So there are two arguments. One is the positive, there is a God, and that's the one I posted in the chat right now. It's a bit long, but it comes from it's a prime mover argument. But there is a second one that I prefer using, which is acknowledging that there is no common basis on which we can build from so that we can differentiate between a world where there is a God and a world where there is no God.
So
yeah, go ahead.
I'm reading your statements over here in your P4 and P5, and you're using these terminologies. And if y'all don't know in the side chat, I wish, Travis, are you still here? That maybe any of the side chat could be covered in the YouTube video. Otherwise, it's going to be completely lost on anyone watching.
Oh yeah, sure.
But
I can try to click on the link he gave for the live.
Yeah, and maybe it'll be put. Well, I don't know. Travis, are you here, or are you tapped out for a minute?
Who's got a chalkboard? Turn on your camera.
Well, the
go to
only reason
whiteboard.
because this is a lot to address and not.
I've never seen a syllogism with 10 premises. With 17 premises.
People can see it, so they'll be able to look at it. Yeah.
So the problem that I have with a lot of this terminology is that when we're talking about actual and potential, there's this problem of if there is a God that starts an action, there's some sense of temporal, or whether you want to think of it as a temporal, there is a state. Let's not even talk about it in terms of temporalist. There is a state that God was not thinking of, let me create, right? Let me create humans. Do you think that there is a state that is not yet the case? Or do you know what I'm referring to?
Not really.
Right, so at some point God creates, right?
At some point.
I know. It's so weird to talk about this and not try to talk temporal.
Yes, it is.
But that's why to me it's almost
that you are aware that it is weird. So
yes,
since we have this common basis that we understand that when we use time to talk about creation of time, it is weird. Yeah, good. God created and could have created, not created.
Well, you got to think about it in terms of sequences. Even if you don't think about it temporal, you have to think about like there's sequences of. So there's state preceding, right? There's a state that this is not. There is a state that this is, right?
Okay.
So obviously the universe is now, and if you're suggesting that the universe wasn't, then there has to be state where universe equals 0, right?
Yeah.
So in this state where universe equals 0. Is there a state where the universe was non-perceived? Is there a state that's weird again. Is there a state without the perception of the universe from God?
No. Well, the thing is, when somebody told me God is creating the universe right now, he gave me that phrase. I'm like, well, it's been for I don't know how many billions years. I'm like, no, he's not creating right now. And he's saying yes, because God is interpol. He's still creating the world as it is today. I'm like, oh. And then he goes to the conversation. He's sustaining the word. I'm like, sustaining, meaning that he's action, doing stuff to the word right now and every moment. I'm like, yeah, I have tried to understand this kind of talk, and I understood that I am not how do you call that, equipped to talk about atemporal things that are outside of time.
Yeah, it may be the case, and the problem that we're having with it is, and it may be the case, and I suggest that it is, the ideal of action or acting or cause a non-temporal. I think it's non-coherent. I don't.
Correct.
Right. It's something that if we're talking about doing an action, or whether you're talking about thinking of or thought, like non-temporal thought to me is like, this is non-coherent. Like we don't.
I agree with you.
Yeah. So this is why, like, I try to think of, there's this state at which God says, before there is a universe, to think that there is a state where there is a consciousness, but there is not a universe. To me, this seems incoherent. Like to say that now action starts and now an action causes. How does action happen without time?
Yeah, how does an unchanging thing change and like create? Doesn't creation require a prerequisite of time? And wouldn't that mean that eternally things would have to be in flux. Otherwise, how does unchanging go to changing in creation?
Mm-hmm. So the way I like to address this idea of change and in things that don't change, I use numbers, mathematics. So when you go from 1 to 2, you have a change. One is higher than the other one. You started with 1, now you come to 2. Which one came first? Is it 2 or 1? No one, because those are interpol numbers are atemporal ideas or concepts. So I'm like, okay, cool. What would be the equivalent of your question with numbers?
I guess the equivalent, more or less, would be how can it go from 0 to 1 if we aren't allowed to go to 0 to 1? Maybe I'm just assuming that because I'm thinking of, unchanging, static. I was taught, Platonism. And so the idea of perfection and like an unchanging ideal, I have a very like specific concept of that. How can something be perfect and changing? And if it changes into something perfect, how does it get there? That's a tangent, but unchanging into change, I guess the equivalent using your number thing would be 0 to 1. How does it go from 0 to 1 if you're not allowed to change? Something like that, I guess.
Because 0 and 1 never changed, right? 1 is still 1, 0 is still 0. Even after we do observe no 1, let's say you have no apple and then there is 1 apple. So you're like, okay, it changed from 0 to 1. But nevertheless, 0 and 1 still coexist, 0 didn't disappear, 1 didn't disappear. We do observe 1 apple, but we don't. There is no change in numbers. I don't know how to say that.
But going from 1 to 2 is a change, wouldn't you agree?
Yes, in English we do say we are going from one is higher than the other one, and yeah, we do have those kind of talk and use language to convey ideas to those who we are speaking with. But when you ask a question, how does it change from 0 to 1? I'm like,
if it's unchanging.
If it's unchanging, well, I answer it is arbitrary. This is what we use the word. We're saying 1 is different than 0, but there is no real change. 0 was always there, 1 was always there. We just use a word to convey the idea of 1. We use 1 as a word to convey a different idea than the idea of 0.
Was the universe always here as well?
As much as 1 is. Does it answer your question?
Sorry, say that again. The universe is 1. Is that what it's the equivalent to the analogy
of numbers? Yeah, numbers has always been there.
But the universe, like the matter, the rocks, the volcanoes, stuff like that, was that ever not here?
Or the quantum field?
Yeah, when you mean here is where we
existence, right? Like, did that ever not exist? Because you're saying that 1 and 2 have always been here, they've always existed, and I'm trying to, take.
Great.
Yeah.
Universe has, we could say that it was always on God's mind, for if you want, the universe, because it is on His mind right now, will be on His mind, has been no change in God's mind, kind of thing. So one could argue that it is true that it was always the case or existed, but
I can ask about ex nihilo, but I won't.
Usually when we talk about existing, we are conveying the idea of time and matter. So usually,
not necessarily.
Yes,
I think change. I think, again, like I'm a Platonist, so I have been bombarded with the idea that things can be like unchanging, atemporal, perfect, not in this world of flux and imperfect circles and stuff like that. But I'll because I my mind wants to go to like, okay, how did he create ex nihilo? do you believe in ex nihilo? What do you, but I'd rather digest to someone else if anyone else has some thoughts.
Well, I'll give a brief one, and I hope so, Exile. Yeah, there you go. There.
Yeah,
there you go.
I've been
You go
looking to
ahead,
jump
Exile.
in for a bit.
Yep, absolutely.
Yeah,
Yeah,
for
yeah.
sure.
I think the simple takeaway is that if we are to take the idea that the universe has always existed, then there is no creation of the universe.
That's where
Is that
I
not
was
clear?
getting. That's where I was getting kind of with the change in creation or unchanging. Then it would always have to be here. But
Yeah,
yeah.
which would mean that the idea of God is not adding or removing anything from the idea of the universe. We could just go with the universe idea.
Yeah, and he cashed it out earlier by saying that the universe always was in the mind of God. Well, why not just remove the extra step and say the universe or whatever was it always in flux? That there was always an influx quantum field or whatnot. It seems like we don't have to go the other step of saying it was always mind or it was always in a mind, which we can't demonstrate to start with. We can't demonstrate mind without some kind of physical substrate.
Is there any response to that or objection to that?
I don't think there was a question right now. Like I said earlier to I don't remember Robert. These type of talk of absence of time are really hard for me. The concept I did try my best with a reliable source who tried to explain to me this absence of time and how God works and those kind of thing. And my conclusion was, I am not equipped to understand it. I don't have the mental capacity to fully understand it, to engage it fully on it. So what you say might be right, might be wrong. I don't know how to differentiate between right and wrong. What do we need to observe so that you are proven wrong is the question I keep asking Exile and all of those I interact with. And right now, I don't think there is such a thing.
Well, you're putting forth an argument and suggesting that we can know something purely by arguing. Yes, so this is not related to observation necessarily. Perhaps we could observe things that constitute these premises, but we can derive from certain things that we know an argument that can tell us something about the world. That's the assertion of putting forth a proof like this. And if the proof like this leads us to the conclusion that, as we discussed before, the universe always exists, why then do the premises continue on to God?
Because they're in this argument. You're talking about the primary argument I posted?
Yeah, I think we haven't moved off of that.
Oh, sorry. I was talking about something else than this argument. This argument is an argument that I wrote with that person I was talking about. You know, like that person I talked about atemporal things. But for him, from what I understood, there is a moment where the universe wasn't. So the claim the universe began to exist has a meaning. It means something. Beginning means that there is a point zero, and before zero there is nothing. You know, like there is not a universe. So if you were to ask me in this argument, was there a moment without universe? I would say yes, basically.
Okay.
That's a short
So
answer.
if there is a moment without a universe, then in that view, there is a moment where God is not beholding a universe. Would you agree with that?
No, I don't understand what beholding means in this context.
Is there a moment when there is both God and a universe? And is there also a moment where there is a God with no universe?
State
No.
might be better than moment.
Yeah.
Oh, he was.
Yeah, I tried to get to that earlier.
I'm echoing his language.
Yeah,
no, I agree. I tried to establish that earlier. This is exactly what I was trying to establish earlier, but I didn't word it right, and I kept trying to say time, and I tried to change it to state, but it was trying to establish the exact same thing.
Yeah. Well, the statement that I'm building off of is the statement that you said a moment ago, that there is a moment where there is no universe. Would you like to stick with that statement or rephrase?
Yeah, rephrase. When I use moment, I use how do you call that?
A figure of speech? That's fine.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
So, like I said, these ideas are foreign to me, and the core thing, the only way that I can speak of it is by the number thing that I talked about. So,
I have a rephrasing that I would like to suggest.
Okay, does it apply to numbers?
I think it's easier to visualize. Is it possible for God to exist without the universe existing?
So the equivalent would be: is it possible for 0 to exist without 1 existed? No.
I'm not using the numbers thing. Okay. So it is not possible then for God to exist without the universe. So that brings us back to the one I responded to earlier, that the universe has always existed. It does not seem sensible to follow premises from there to God.
Okay. Again, like I said, in this argument, there was a beginning for the universe.
Oh, now there's a beginning again. Okay.
But then the number analogy doesn't work then. If there was ever a point where 1 didn't exist, then the number analogy just doesn't work.
Okay, yeah. So this apple started to exist for some reason. I put the apple here, and 1 apple started to exist. There wasn't 1 apple, and then there was 1 apple. The existence in this specific space, occupying this specific place on this. So we started with 0 apple, and then 1 apple. So Great. There is a starting of existence. Numbers do exist forever, but this specific event apple that we call apple 1, the thing that we not address, but we coller, c'est quoi? C'est stick 1, 2. We stick 1 to the apple, the number 1 to the apple. So yeah, so that's where.
So do you understand that when you go that direction, you imply that God has potentials?
No.
Yeah, because there's a God that is interacting with an apple, or a God that has an apple, and there's a God that doesn't have an apple. And if both of those always exist, because the apple always exists, then instead you run into the problem where the apple always exists and God never creates it. So I think there's a tendency here to switch between arguments when a confrontation happens, but both propositions fail.
The proposition of the universe beginning to exist, right?
Yeah,
fails because existence entails time.
It entails a potential in God. It entails that there is one possibility where God exists with the universe, and one possibility where God exists without the universe. So I don't have to use the word time. We can just use the word potential.
Yes, potential does use time.
Okay. If all potentials
there is no words. Okay, in English, exactly. There is no word in English that you could use that doesn't use time. There's no such thing. Interpol is using time to say the absence of time. So even the words referring to the absence of time use time because of the definition. So
admitting
to my knowledge,
that
no
admitting that atemporal is an incoherent property is not an exit. That's not
okay.
That doesn't help you.
Okay.
Because if you just say God has incoherent properties, or if you say God has an atemporal property, and you agree that we cannot describe what that is, or we cannot communicate that with one another, you're not helping the case for there being a God. You're hurting the case for there being a God, because you're trying to give God an incoherent property.
Incoherent or incomprehensible, those are two different things.
How so?
Yeah, could you elucidate on how you find those to be different concepts?
So think of dark matter. or dark energy. Right now, it is incomprehensible. It is not incoherent.
It is neither incomprehensible nor incoherent. It's just unknown.
Yeah, well, if you want to call it unknown. Yeah.
No, that's unknown's a different word. That's a different thing.
That's the general idea that I want to convey with incoherent and comprehensible. I use dark matter. You say, okay, no, those words do not convey the idea. I'm trying to convey an idea to you. I'm using English the best way I can to convey the idea. You're saying, no, this thing doesn't convey the idea of difference between incoherence and incomprehensible. I'm like, I'm having trouble conveying the idea.
I want to help you along for it. So let me elaborate on that. So something that is incomprehensible or incoherent are things that are incompatible, things that cannot be described, things that we could never possibly discover. We could never possibly discover a square circle because a square circle is contradictory, it's incoherent. Dark matter is something that we know exists because we have evidence of it, but we don't know what causes the phenomenon of dark matter. But we could presumably discover what causes that phenomenon by like exploring enough space or figuring out enough stuff or getting the math right. Yeah, Marshmallow's also kind of covering that well in the chat, that dark matter is something that we actually know exists. We are able to talk about dark matter and, construct that description of it in a useful way. We cannot describe a square circle in a useful way.
Okay.
So it's possible for atemporal to be something that we could describe in a useful way, but if we abandon the idea of describing it, or if we just throw up our hands and say, there's no way of talking about this, then giving that as a trait to God becomes problematic.
Yeah, but there is a way to talk about it. It is just not analogy, but approximative way, like a not complete one. Like we do with dark matter. We talk about dark matter, but it is incomplete. We do use it with our calculation. We do use atemporal thinking or atemporal beings like God in our conversation. We do have a use of this, and we do assign things that we don't know is indeed the case. So, for example, we say that angels came before humans. And when saying that out loud for an atemporal being doesn't make sense. If you it's a way to convey an idea approximatively. Like it's for us to be able to move forward and understand what an angel is and how to explain what we did experience.
So I think I can construct. I'm going to try to construct a steel man, but I know that there's a problem with this, and I'm going to point it out. So the steel man of this, I think, would be to say that God is simultaneously actually involved with the universe and not involved with the universe. He is simultaneously actually creating the universe and actually not creating the universe. And thus, he does not have two potentials with relation to that because they are both actual. But
I disagree.
This is a contradiction. That cannot be the case. But that's the best way for me to steelman your point, because otherwise I come back to the situation where if we presume that the existence of the universe is 1 and the non-existence of the universe is 0, and we have the idea that God can stand astride both of these circumstances without either one of them being potential to God, then God becomes contradictory.
In your definition, I agree, but that's the thing with words. Like if you want to use my definitions worldview the way I use words, yeah, of course I won't have this contradiction because I don't use this kind of idea. I'm telling you that in my worldview, in my definition, and the way I convey ideas, I gave you this definition of dark matter. I used dark matter, sorry, not the definition. I used dark matter as an example to differentiate between two words, and that's where you corrected me. You're saying, no, I want to impose my worldview to you. I'm saying, be careful, Exile. You won't be able to talk with me if you try to impose your worldview to me. we will be talking past each other if you do that. That's what happened in our writing when we were exchanging with each other. That's why I needed to block you.
Mhm.
When you have this kind of behavior where you say, okay, I know better English than you, and this is how you should use English. I'm saying it doesn't matter the way I use English. It is the idea that is conveyed by my words that are important, not the words themselves.
So the idea can't get to the rest of us without the words. So some level of impasse might need to happen. I apologize if my effort to communicate to you that the idea of dark matter is not the same as the idea of something being incoherent has
I do agree
been taken as something being very aggressive, but I do need to, when things are actually different, I need to explain that.
I agree that dark matter is not incoherent. Okay?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay, we agree on that. Mm-hmm. So what I use is why I use dark matter is because it is not incoherent, but it is a known. When we talk about dark matter, we don't know what we're talking about. When we talk about atemporality, it is also a known. It is not incoherent.
Action without time, it very well could be incoherent. I mean,
yeah, maybe, yeah.
I think the problem
we just don't know. We don't have a common. That's the thing with the common ground. You need to be able to say what will prove you wrong. The question I keep asking people in our conversation, to have a common basis, we need to know the difference between what is right and what is wrong, and how our position would be proven wrong. And if we don't have that, then we are words missing to convey ideas.
Okay. Do you think so? I think we agree that things need to be coherent in order to be existent. Are we on the same page with that?
Incoherent in existence. Oh yeah, like the squares. Okay, so
yeah, square circles can't exist because they're incoherent, right? I think we would both agree with that one.
Yeah, but we can use existence in that sense. But I am the part of people where as soon as it is spoken, it does have some kind of existence. Not the physical one, not the temporal one, but at least as an idea or an example.
Conceptually.
Of course.
Yeah.
Things can be fictions. We can agree that, fictional things can be whatever we describe. Yeah. And we might be able to describe a little bit about something that is kind of incoherent, but we still have to give it some traits.
Yeah, like a square and a circle. We give those two traits to the thing that is incoherent, but we do understand square, we do understand circle, we do understand it is an example used in a conversation to talk about something nonsensical. So we have this kind of existence, and then it comes from the physical kind of material senses related thing that doesn't exist. Yes, I agree that in that sense, the square circle doesn't exist, and atemporal thing doesn't exist either.
Okay. And I think we've agreed that it is problematic if we try to describe God in a way that God can interact with two contradictory possibilities. So if we tried to say that from the perspective of God, the universe does exist and does not exist, that we think wouldn't work. Do we agree with that?
Yeah, I mean it's just a flat out contradiction, right? X is and X is not. I don't think. I mean, logic we have to use through our language and our concepts, but if we agree about the square circle thing and contradictions, this is that in spades. I mean, you're not going to get more of a contradiction than that. X is and X is not.
Great.
So I think it would follow from that the universe must always be.
Because God observed the universe?
Because if there were to be a God, God could not have two potentials with respect to the universe. So he would have to
potentially was and potentially was not.
Yeah, he would have to be always. It would have to always be there. because otherwise you could have God alone and God with the universe, and those would be two different iterations of God, which we can't have.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm sorry. You ask if you are telling me that, I'm saying maybe, and if you're asking me that, I would answer I don't know.
Okay,
I'm lost with this concept of God potentials. What I know about potentiality is what I wrote about God not having potential. The prime mover argument says that he doesn't have potential. He is pure action, I think. Pure actual.
Pure
So you can
actualization.
see what the problem would be if there were to be a concept of God that had two potentials. That would be incompatible with the argument as it's been laid out.
Yeah, of course I understand it.
Yeah. I can analogize a little bit, and then I'll kind of wrap it up. So, like the idea, if we can refer to the universe as an apple, if you could look at a table and not see an apple, and then you could look at a table and see an apple, you could have two different relationships with that apple, and something you are seeing, your sight, would have two different possibilities. We cannot think that of God, because that would be two different potentials for God. And so, if there is a God with no potentials, and there is a universe, then the universe must always be. But if the universe always is, then it is never created. There's no need to actualize the universe in terms of the argument. And that causes the argument to fail.
Agreed.
There was a beginning. That's the thing. Everything points out towards the beginning. So,
that's changing the argument.
What?
That's changing the argument. If there is a beginning, then there are two potentials for God, and so the argument fails because God becomes incoherent.
Two potentials? I'm not sure you can say there are two potentials.
Because if there's a beginning of the universe, then yeah. So if there is, do you think that the beginning of the universe, the idea of a beginning of the universe, implies that there is a possibility that the universe is not existent?
Oh shit! We are going to this possible talk.
Yeah, I'm trying to use the same line of words as I talk to not like create confusion.
Yeah, but the possibility thing is
it creates a problem.
Yeah, it does create a problem because when I have this conversation, a philosophical conversation, when someone asks, "Is it possible?" and I don't know, I don't have a way to test it, so I say I don't know.
Well, we're trying to agree on the definition of God and the nature of whether or not God exists, and we're determining that by following back this line of potentialities. So when we suggest the universe has a beginning, we are suggesting that the universe existing is a potential that has to be actualized. Is that correct?
A potential that needs to be actualized. Okay.
So the idea of a potential that needs to be actualized indicates there is a time when the potential is just potential and is not actual. It indicates a state where there is no universe.
I don't know.
Okay. And we've determined that a state where there is no universe, if we were to decide, I understand you've not agreed to this, if we were to determine that there was a state where the universe was not, for whatever reason, that would then result in God having two potentials, and then that would create a problem. So we cannot say that. And so we must instead say that the universe is always actual, which means that the universe does not have necessarily an actualizer, because it's always actual. And so the argument fails.
I understand where you could say you're putting an if situation without demonstrating this is indeed the case.
I'm following from the premises of the argument.
You are?
Yeah, so the premises of the argument indicates that actuals have that actuals are sourced from the actualization of potentials, and that potentials must be actualized by something actual. And I'm just tracing that back and working through the logic as it's presented in the argument to demonstrate problems with the argument.
Oh, you instill that God cannot change.
I am agreeing that God cannot change. It's part of the
It's not
argument.
in the argument, is it?
Yeah, because it's P10. If F had any unactualized potential, then F would require an actualizer to account for that potential becoming actual. This is describing the unactualized actualizer, the unchanging being that is God. I know from P8 onward, it's describing the traits of God, because I recognize this from the Summa. Yeah, purely actual. P13, whatever's purely actual is unchanging because change requires potentiality. Unchanging, cannot fail to exist, etc., etc.
The thing that changed is not God. It is the universe.
Yeah, but if there is ever, so if the universe must be actualized, then there is the universe being actualized and the universe not being actualized. And so there is a situation where God, let's say, like approaches or beholds or looks at, this is like rough terminology, but I'm trying to get an idea across. There's a situation where there is God and an unactualized universe, and then there's a situation with God and an actualized universe. And because those would be two different situations for God, that cannot be the case. And so it must be the case instead that the universe is always actual. Which means that if the universe is always actual, it is never potential and does not require an actualizer outside of itself.
There is change in the universe.
Yes, but it doesn't have to come from outside the universe, because the universe is already actual at all times, in all situations.
Something purely actual cannot change, and there is change in the universe.
I'm not saying the universe is purely actual, but it is actual at all times.
Okay, so there must be something that is actual at all times and not purely actual, right?
Yep, that is currently where we're at for the universe.
Sorry, I have a phone call. I need to pick that up.
Marshmallow Yacht's way of saying it is a way of saying it. That's a very strong way of phrasing it. Yeah, I'm trying to take it slow. I want to make sure that we're operating from consensus as we go. But yeah, I come from the naturalist position, so I would argue that there is some state of the universe that is it just is. I don't know the reference. How's everybody doing tonight? You all have a good one?
Yes. Whenever I get adequate sleep, like I feel like a proper Ubermensch.
Hell yeah.
So I prescribe good sleep to everyone. How about you?
Well, I had a great day on site with a new client. I do IT, and they move me around from time to time. But I was very happy coming into this place because they actually gave me a lot of information beforehand, so I knew exactly where to be and exactly what I'm doing, and that's not what tomorrow is going to be like.
Usually, there's always something. Even if you get all the details, the rundown of what's going to happen, I think I've just accrued so much bad karma as a kid and done so much bad shit that like there's always a hiccup that messes, even if everything is very neatly planned out. But yeah, I hope it goes smooth.
Yep, I'm hoping to. Well, I got pretty good coworkers with me, so as long as I have them backing me up, it'll be all right.
Apes are a social species. We can't just ubermensch our way and pull ourselves up by our bootstraps. We need a good team.
Damn straight.
I love this argument thus far. Like I eat so much McDonald's when it comes to listening to like theological debates. The TikTok, devolves into ad homs at a certain point. So
Right.
It's a nice change of pace.
I think I've been able to lay out a very good case, so I'm feeling satisfied.
Yeah, no, it's been straight as an arrow as far as I can. My advice to Luke, I think is he still deafened?
Yeah,
he
I think
is.
he's on call.
Listen, man, like, this is my simple-minded bias, but a 17 premise argument is probably too long, I think. There's not to say that there's not wisdom and specificity and detail, but I feel like there is some cleaning up that can be done. But yeah, I think we've nailed it. You've nailed it with the potential versus actual scenarios, running all of the possibilities. And yeah, if the universe is eternal, then there's no need for a creator. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I've seen the argument before. He's broken it out into more steps for that extra specificity. I believe that the usually this argument P1 through P7 is what's stated initially, and then the stuff from P8 on becomes like a corollary on it that comes in after you get the other party to agree in the first cause. I had written out some other objections in the chat earlier, but they get into like more of the weeds of it. The method of objection I've used is the one I prefer because it operates within the language of the argument.
Dan is giving me the business in the side chat right now. What's up, Dale Sarbom, my intellectual antipode? Oh, don't tell me you can't talk right now. Yeah, convenient. Say something, I dare you. Yeah, that's what I thought. Just say it.
May I ask, because obviously I got here late, is Luke a deist or?
Catholic.
He's a deist.
Theist. Catholic.
A theist. Catholic.
Theist, yep.
Okay.
Yep.
I'll share something with you that I find it kind of interesting. 5 years ago or so, this lady came to visit us here on the farm, and very nice lady. And she came with her friend who became a nun. And I think it's common knowledge that most land countries are heavily Catholic. So I had a nun here at the farm visiting, which is a great opportunity to ask difficult questions. and we began talking about some peripheral stuff, I guess, and then all of a sudden Alan Watts, and then she's like, "Oh, you know about that stuff?" It's like, "Oh yeah, I think it's kind of cool." And then I asked her about in the Catholic doctrine, it's believed that the soul enters the baby in at conception, right? So like I don't know if this is the case for other Christian denominations, but in the Catholic Church, the moment the woman is pregnant, the soul enters the baby. So
Sure.
I asked this nun. I said, then how does it work out when you have monozygotic twins? Who gets to keep the soul, or can we split it and it grows back like the liver?
Are you talking about
And
Siamese twins?
no, just twins. If you're talking
Just twins.
if you're talking
Okay.
about identical twins, it's the actual egg splits, and that's why they look exactly alike.
Well, wouldn't it just be, oh, I see what you're saying. So the splitting doesn't happen until sometime after conception. I see what you're saying. Okay.
Yeah, actually, the baby begins to develop, and sometimes, I can double check this, but it can take weeks before the.
No. That just conceptually makes sense. Yeah.
So who gets to keep the soul?
It splits, and they become half valuable as a person because they have half a soul. Triplets even worse. They're only a third of a human.
Yeah. She told me that that I need to stop thinking about stupid stuff like that. And that's where the conversation ended.
Well, the Greeks had this idea where what is it that we were born omniscient, and we lose knowledge over time as we get older, and we have these eternal souls predestined already. So the Greeks would just be like, oh yeah, they were two individual souls before their parents even had sex. So, but no, that's because that is a common. I think that's a common doubt that Christians give, is that the soul happens at conception, hence the whole like abortion, anti-abortion thing.
Yeah, that's exactly why the Catholics are against pro-choice, because they believe at that moment that you basically killing a full-blown human because a soul entered. That's exactly the doctrine. I just double-checked to make sure I wasn't saying something incorrect, but according to the GPTs of the world, it can happen even after 12 days. So,
Sure.
but if it happens after 12 days, the likelihood of conjoined twins increases.
I mean, it probably has something to do with the DNA sequencing ultimately, but I wonder if we can like manipulate a zygote at some point as to split it and make identical twins. Is that a thing in embryology or in vitro fertilization?
That's a really good question. I would assume that you could. I wonder if they've done this with sheep or mice.
Yeah, we'll start proving the existence of God when we start doing that, creating life. Like we'll be the gods creating the shit. Sorry, that was a very like edgy Reddit atheist thing to say. I apologize. I immediately regret it. I regret nothing.
I have a, not to say that I don't enjoy these type of conversations, because I do, more so because I learn the new apologetics. But at the same time, for a while now, I've been thinking about the fact that such a field even exists as a clear indication of it not being real. Because it's like, do we have, I don't know, do we have sadness apologetics? Do we have gravity apologetics? Do we have any other field of study like that to defend something that is objectively true. So
Yeah, right. No, there's no like hot debates about grass existing or gravity or whatever.
I don't know. I have seen some of the flat earthers who are trying to say
right.
that like things fall because of differences in density or something.
Buoyancy, you mean? Please use the correct terminology.
I have no idea how to deal with that kind of stuff. I have a relative who's a flat earther, and and this is gonna sound really bad, and if I offend somebody, I'm sorry, but I kind of see it almost a like mental disability. Like if you and I see those videos, and I'm not trying to make fun of them, but of those people, because I know they're being sincere, but they'll grab like a plate of water and a plate, put water in it, and be like, look, it's flat.
Right.
See? And if I put a ball and I pour water on it, it slides off. And I'm thinking, yeah, I mean that to them makes sense, but it's like maybe if I make fun of them, maybe if I insult them and all this stuff, it's the same thing as me yelling at my 5-year-old niece. That's it. That's the engine going at full capacity.
It's funny because when you do pour water on a ball, there is water tension. And so oftentimes the water will actually stick to the ball. Yeah, it eventually falls off. But for different physics and phenomena reason, the water does often stick to the ball. That's water tension, though, not gravity. But I think I was thinking about this just today about flat earthers. I think we stigmatize things like flat earth a lot. And I don't think stigmatization is like a good thing necessarily, but I think it's become more stigmatized. COVID seemed to be like a hot era for conspiracies, and I think it's kind of cooled off since then. But you'll find your kooks anywhere. But yeah, you do need to treat them. How do you go about convincing someone like that, right? Like, how do you appeal to their sentiments in a way to get them to realize common sense? It's a very surgical and touchy thing to do.
Ultimately, and I think this applies to a lot of different cases, it takes substantially more expertise and effort to disabuse somebody of a notion or to debunk something or to prove otherwise than it does for somebody to generate a new claim.
So true. Yep. Of course. No, I mean, we all know the person who claim vomits and just, says whatever bullshit.
Well, a lot of times for flat earthers, and certainly the case with my relative, it's very much connected to a fundamentalist belief system. So
Sure.
they might see it. I guess if I want to be charitable, they might see it like a threat to their belief system. So therefore, they just even if it starts to make sense in their head, they're like, I cannot betray my community, my spouse, or whatever. So I'm sure there's a percentage, not negligible, of those.
No, I mean, right, like Robin always likes to bring up her atheist friend, flat earther. Like, you don't see that very often. Usually they're like fundamentalist in some religious way, going back to the Torah in the firmament. But people have moved away from that, I suppose, and are trying to take like the quote unquote scientific route, using like things like the plate analogy or the ball, like you were bringing up, or an appeal to like common sense, like just look outside, man, like it's a flat line, the horizon. So you get in a variegated flock of flat earthers with sometimes their own unique positions. It's the conspiratorial thinking, there's something like it's cool. It's like, ooh, what if this is true? I don't know.
Yeah, like a hit of dopamine, right? Like
Right. Sure.
if you could really imagine you thinking that you belong to a exclusive club of elites who have figured out the truth, and you can look down upon the rest of the world basically, who are ignorant and sheep, and what do they call scientism when they try to insult people that we tell them, all science says this and that. It's like, well, that's scientism. Uh, so there's got to be a dopamine hit they get, obviously.
Yeah, I'm trying to think, like, what did I ever do? Like, I don't know, man. I never really got into, like, a cool conspiracy, I don't think. Aliens was, probably, still probably is my, like, top conspiratorial-esque type of thinking. Like, my belief that there's some plausibility, we can get down to the details and standards, but, aliens probably exist, given how fucking big the universe is and how small my mind is to try and conceptualize it, but or we're alone, right? Both are crazy possibilities.
Yeah, unlikely that we're alone, but yeah, it's possible.
I agree. Yeah.
I'll tell you another fun story. I used to be like very much into these alien theories, and I'm sure like a lot of people here probably were into the X-Files. That show was pretty awesome growing up. And when I was about 17 or 18, I met this guy who was a developer like myself, and we were working on some Linux stuff together back in those days, early days of internet.
Back in my day.
Back in my day, it must have been 1998, 1997. But anyways, he tells me that that he was abducted, and he tells me, I'm pretty sure the guy was just a bit of a schizo, and tells me all that stuff, and then he showed me a website that he had made talking about all the alien species, reptilians, and there's like I can't remember, but there's like a bunch of them. And what do you know? The X-Files releases a new book, a new and therefore an episode. And one of the things that they quoted as the source material was his website. And I'm like, yeah, this is all bullshit. This is just a kid who probably has schizophrenia, and then they grab it, and then these become, now I have this word that I like to use, but back then I did not. So they become memes, and they propagate because they have that virality to them. And yeah. So like I think that aliens are very, very likely. I don't think we ever been visited.
Me, Hazel, Robin, and Marshmallow were talking briefly about it, among other things. We were talking about abiogenesis, and if the conditions are right, I was trying to think of a rhyme, but if the conditions are right, then you have life. And what is it? Carbon, hydrogen, oxygen, nitrogen. These are all not ubiquitous, but very abundant in the universe. And if the conditions are right, somewhere else, X amount of miles away from some star in their solar system, then yeah, right? Like, given enough time, time dilation, how gravity affects time, things are operating at different rates than they are here. So that's something to consider, like the existence of other potential life who's being affected by gravity different in time differently than us, but something to consider in terms of likelihood. But don't know where I was going with that. But yeah, I mean, if the conditions are right, then it's not left. That's my rhyme.
Have you ever thought about the possibility that if we were to find life, we probably wouldn't recognize it?
Yeah,
We
of
have
course.
a narrow idea what a alien would be like, or intelligence would be like. Like I'll give you something, and this is just within our planet that blows my mind every time I think about it.
The UV light spectrum.
Cephalopods.
Oh, okay.
No, cephalopods. Cephalopods they're like such a weird creature, right? And by the way, and I think they're awesome. I like them, so I'm not talking smack here. But what a bizarre freaking creature! And they're called cephalopods because their tentacles are also how they have these centralized neural systems, so they think with their legs, which is weird. So like if we were obviously we know this now, we have the ability to more or less understand how they even change colors when they do and all this stuff, more or less. I mean, there's still some stuff that's an enigma because it's the skin is thinking. It's not centralized. It's awesome, but this concept is it's here and is so alien to us. I can easily attempt to imagine something that I cannot imagine of a life that would be so different from all the patterns that we've learned to discover that we could walk right by it.
So my knee jerk reaction to that is I think it's a step away from plausibility, which is kind of a part of the spirit of the conversation that we're bringing up with aliens and plausibility versus possibility. I think it's like you've heard me espouse my gapology. I think this is a gapologist type of argument where they could be hiding in the cracks. Of course, that is a possibility, but it's a step away, I think, from plausibility, and allow me to offer an alternative, like that maybe could be more plausible in the spirit of what you're trying to say. Like the UV spectrum, we only see a very narrow scale of it, right? Bats and some other animals see it differently than we do, and they can pick up things that we can't. That's something to consider. Like we're very limited and constrained apes, right? Like, oh, I see mango, me eat mango. You know, like there's probably so many other ways that we could empiricize the universe, but we're just so limited. That's maybe to your, like the spirit of where you're going with, but let me know what you think.
But yeah, I mean that more or less because I'm talking. I think the human beings are amazing. Obviously, I'm one of them. I'm biased, but I also I'm also aware that that the possibility that we have a lot of shortcomings to understand very different life ecosystems is there, and so. This is a joke, but it isn't. You know, imagine something you can't even imagine. I think the first time I heard it and I laughed was when they were talking about the mantis shrimp being able to see like 11 more colors than us or something like that. And their eyes have brains built into them. So they can, and it's an amazing little creature that we can't even, it's almost like me telling you, Perry, I want you to imagine how the world would look like if you could see out of your elbow. Like that's a stupid thing to say.
I would respond saying like it would probably be like a proprioception type of empiricism, like how we feel things, and I'd be able to feel the vibrations in the air that protrude. That's like kind of how you would quote unquote see through your elbow. Maybe it was a rhetorical thing that you're bringing up, but that's how I would see it. Like it'd be a completely different experience though, right? Like you're seeing through feeling the waves that are constantly bombarding us that we may not otherwise feel or perceive.
Well, I just noticed that Luke is, I think he's back.
So yeah, I noticed that too. Don't matter to me. the eye is really cool. I just wanted to like yes and to what you were saying, like the evolution of the eye. I forget who described it and said it one time, but like I think it was actually some theologian trying to use it for like a fine tuning argument for God. Anyway, they described it like it made them sick when they looked at like the complexity of the eye, and I kind of like feel that same sentiment. Just how crazy. Anyway, yeah. If you guys, let's see, Exile's still here or no? He said he got to go.
Exile left. Look, can I ask you something? And this is gonna. It's not necessarily about your argument. I think you did a good job presenting it. In Exile, being on the opposition, I guess. But can I ask you, is this something that you find very important to the person that you are? Like meaning the having this. I don't know how else to call it, but having this like system that backs up your theism. And I only
So
say that because for a lot of people that are believers, they are content with not exploring. They're like, yeah, it's faith, and that's it, and that's the end of it.
the prime mover argument is the reason why I chose to be Catholic. So yes, the argument, the way it is formulated now, no. The prime mover argument that I encountered at first was really simpler than this specific one. This specific one was created after having philosophical discussions with people to make a better, more complete argument from the simple one. A natural infinite cannot be traversed sequentially. Everything that begins to exist as a cause, the universe began to exist. The universe as a cause. We call this cause God. So this is the simpler one, and yes, it is necessary for me to choose Catholicism, at least to justify God's existence, and then from there, I build to Catholicism.
And theoretically speaking, of course, because I'm not saying I don't even really believe there's anything anybody can say to deter you from what you currently believe in, because it's I don't know if it's unfalsifiable. Maybe that's not the right word, but God certainly is. But what is your motivation to come into a chat? And I'm glad that this place exists. By the way, I'm trying to put it down in any way, shape, or form. I'm grateful this place exists. But what would be your motivation to come into a group like this and present it when you know you're going to get pushback? And
So,
is it because you want to test how durable it is? Like what is the?
No. I gave the arguments because somebody asked me about what would be my strongest argument. That's why I posted it. But the purpose of me being here is for me to understand how someone come to the conclusion that there is no God, or is there someone who has a list of evidences that would prove them that God exists.
Okay, I appreciate that. And
yeah,
I appreciate your honesty.
it is for me. It is interesting for me to learn about those minds that do not work the same way mine did. Mine does. I'm like, how do you arrive to a conclusion that doesn't mean logical for me? When you are an atheist, you are arriving to a conclusion that doesn't seem reasonable for me, and I'm wondering how does someone justify this position?
So I think there's a small little point to make on this. Deconverted Man, he's a very, very small channel, but he kind of did a little bit of a poll amongst different atheists to see what they think the term means. And I think he come up with like 95% think that the term just means that you don't hold the position in the affirmative. Like that's all you consider to be an atheist. So when you use the terminology that you just used a moment ago, how does someone come to the conclusion that a God does not exist? I don't think that's how we generally think of it. We think of it as we did not come to the conclusion that a God does exist. It would be generally the same way as, like, you didn't come to a conclusion that Tinkerbell does not exist, or a fairy, for any whatever proposition. An invisible dragon. You didn't come to the proposition that these things do not exist. Rather, you have not been compelled to the proposition that they do, and that's all that's lacking. Like, you just do not hold those things in the affirmative.
Yeah.
Of course, when I say atheist, that's that some do have your position, which is, well, I don't have a position on God's existence. I don't know if God exists or not. I'm like, cool, but what prevents you to know? Basically, that's a similar question. I'm like, how do you come to the conclusion that there's
not really the same
enough?
as what I said, though, Luke. That's not really the same as what I said. Like, let me ask you a proposition question right now that maybe you've never been asked before. Do you believe that fairies exist?
No.
Okay, why didn't you tell me that you don't know, or something that you took as a position earlier? Rather, when I asked you a direct question, do you believe whether fairies exist, you without much thought, and maybe you've never been asked that question before, you without much thought said no. Just because you don't hold that proposition in the affirmative. It doesn't mean that you're in this space where, like, no, I can't know that, or no one can know that fairies exist. You're just answering the question because you do not hold an affirmative position that fairies are.
Are you asking me or telling me?
Right. Well, by all means, comment on it. But I mean, I think it to be the case that's why you said no. You didn't say what you were trying to do, pose onto Christian or onto atheists earlier, that they're in this space where they say, "Oh, I don't know," or "I'm uncertain." But rather, you, with the subject of fairies, you immediately answered no, that you don't believe that there are fairies.
Yeah, but my position is not I don't know. If you were to ask me what would a fairy look like, I would be able to answer it.
You would be able to what it now?
To answer the question, what would a fairy look like? Or
Okay.
what do you need to observe so that you claim that there are fairies?
Okay, I mean, we can answer that too.
Oh, so what do you need to observe so that you claim that there is a God?
For me, and it's going to be different, I can't answer for everyone, but any event that happened inside of the Bible where God visibly appeared, whether it's splitting the sea, whether it's sending the fire down and a pillar that slurped up everything on the altar, whether it's physically landing on the top of the mountain and his foot touching down, like in the Bible, God physically appears constantly. But for now, in the age of cameras, God doesn't appear anymore. So any of that. Okay.
So
where's the last time God showed up?
Every day. He does.
No, Luke, you misunderstand me. I used physical examples of God physically appearing or doing an act that was undeniable, such as the biblical acts of the pillar of fire coming down, or things that are not ambiguous. I used the examples that I used that are cited inside of the Bible. They're very clear, and if anyone's seen that, they would know that they're seeing something that is a suspension of the physical order.
Okay, so because I was going to refer to the Eucharist, and I think you thought about that, and you said, oh, it needs to be extraordinary, basically. Like, no doubt this is God doing what is the thing that I am observing.
I can pick 30 things from the Bible that happened,
yes,
that the Bible describes as happened, and literally any one of those events would suffice. Right?
Yeah.
So, I mean, to act as if that this is unreasonable when supposedly these events have already actually happened.
No, Robert, that's a main thing we talked about with Adam 1 and Adam 2. Those events did not happen.
Okay.
So that's why I am in this room, because most people like you have this that have this understanding of the Old Testament, and mostly the Old Testament, as historical events when they are fictional. events. You know, and that's why I'm like, okay, now that if if we agree, you and me, that those are fictional events, do you still know what would God look like, or what do you need to observe today so that you claim that God is? And usually I do
I'll actually
tend.
let you pick it. Actually, I'll let you make the answer for me. Is there an instance in which God can be falsifiable? And can you come up with any instance in which anything could be tested and could demonstrate that if God did not exist, we would expect X?
We would expect the laws of nature to not be stable.
We would expect the laws of nature to not be stable.
Yeah, we would expect them to be random.
I'm not following the expectation of that.
So, well, because
if the laws are necessary, but if the laws are necessary for this universe to be, for us to exist here, then obviously they have to be.
I'm sorry, you're asking me.
So because you're giving me a proposition to say that it cashes out with we exist, therefore we cannot not God. That's not a falsifiable claim. That's an assertion of what is causing the thing. Like X is, and it cashes out as an assertion of X is because my proposition. That's not falsifiable. I could do the same thing with light. Light exists because there are invisible fairies that carry it to the. You can't disprove that. There's not an expectation of.
Can I say something, Robert?
Sure.
I think there's even a simpler way to do this. If God, at least the God that most people say they believe in, the Christian God, did exist and had his attributes, omnisciency and all powerful and all this stuff, then it wouldn't really matter if I knew what it would take for me to believe, because he would.
Yeah, I've heard that many times. It just
don't even have to have the
seems
answer.
old for me. But yeah, it's not wrong. It's just like it's just not moving towards, like, if the God is not willing to move past a certain falsifiability to demonstrate himself, then that's just, you could say that's just the stability, the methodology of the God, right? However you cash that out as God doesn't want to interfere with free will, or God doesn't, insert reason while God will not interact with.
I hear you, but I mean, the free will is a whole nother can of worms we can get into. But what I want to tell or ask Luke, or tell, and then maybe I'll ask a question is, I am with you, Luke. If somebody tells me, and I'm an agnostic atheist, somebody tells me that they know God doesn't exist, I will ask them also, how do you know that? Because I can say that the Christian God doesn't seem to exist, but to say God in general, like the big word, how could somebody say that? Like, and I don't. So I'm with you on that one. I think if an atheist is making that assertion, it might be somebody who hasn't really thought about it deeply.
As an agnostic, you have the assertion there is not enough evidence for God.
Yeah. I am not convinced that God exists, but I
because
can be.
there is missing some evidence.
Yeah, I mean, I don't. Of course,
they are not convinced is because they are missing evidences.
Yeah, I can't speak for everybody, but in my case, I was raised Catholic and stuff, so I maybe experience wise, like I'm the closest one to you, maybe. And I want to say as well, most people that I know that have deconverted, it wasn't like a choice per se. It's not like one day I wake up and I say, you know what I want? I want to erase everything that I believe about the world, the natural order, as you were calling it, all these things that are foundational to my understanding of life, and throw them in the garbage and rebuild it in another way. That's not a choice. It kind of happens like a boiling frog. It happens slowly, and it happens through exactly the process that you are partaking of right now, which is what happened to me. I started asking questions. I started asking questions about the Bible, a lot of passages that I found extremely problematic and still do. And I asked people who were uh, very important in the church, that had studied this, and none of the answers they gave me were in any way satisfying. So it happened slowly.
Was it a Protestant church or a Catholic one?
Catholic. No, I told you
Okay,
I was Catholic. Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry, I missed that part. So yeah, that's not satisfying. Is why I joined those room. What would be satisfying is what I am asking those agnostic people.
So here's the problem, Luke, and I kind of did this bit already with the dragon in the garage thing, but it's the reason that I come back to the dragon in the garage argument is like everything that I mentioned that I would accept as evidence. It's like you said, okay, well, those things don't exist. Now what? And then I say, this other thing that I would accept it. Well, God doesn't do that. Now what? The reason that I bring the dragon up. So the dragon thing in the garage is I bring you into the garage, and I hate to rehash this. I just did this the other day. I bring you to the garage, and I say that I have a dragon in the garage here. And you say, well, where's it at? And I say, oh, I forgot to tell you, it's invisible. And you say, well, we'll put some powder on the floor, and we'll see its footsteps. And I say, oh, well, it hovers above the floor. You wouldn't be able to see it. And you say, oh, well, I have these infrared sensors that can detect heat, and I'll run and get them. And I say, well, it doesn't put off heat in the way that we would traditionally think that heat is put off. And then we go all the way to the paint scenario. Well, what if I spray it with some paint? And I say, well, it's non-physical. The paint will go through it. And at what point do you say that I've simply created the dragon in a way that I can't demonstrate it to you. I can't falsify it, in any way. And it seems like I could ask you the same question, like, what evidence do you require to believe that the dragon is there? And no matter what you say that you would require as evidence, I just say, oh, well, you don't understand. The dragon doesn't work that way. So if you're going to move the dragon in a way that there's no way that it can demonstrate any evidence, and then say, well, what kind of evidence would you want? I guess none. There's no evidence that I would accept if you're going to put the definition of the character in a manner of which it can't be falsified.
Okay, so before I can answer the question, what would prove me wrong in the existence, or at least make a claim that there is not enough evidence that the dragon exists, I would need to learn more about the dragon. Before I give the example of the paint or the thing on the floor, all of those examples, I would ask you about the dragon. What is he invisible? Is he weightless? Is he touchable? Those kind of questions about the dragon. And then once I have a deep enough understanding of the dragon, then I would be able to make the falsification criteria. What would prove me wrong that the dragon doesn't exist, or there is not good evidence that the dragon exists. So the difficulty or the difference between the dragon and God is the amount of time that you have to learn about the real God, which is the Catholic one, and the amount of time I have to learn about the dragon.
All right, so even if we went as far as saying, well, other people have come by and they experience the dragon, and I feel the dragon, and I feel that the dragon's there. And I could even go as far as saying things like, you don't understand, there's all this documentation where other people talk about dragons, right? And all of this other documentation where people talk about dragons, even if they don't refer to it in the way of this invisible dragon, they talk about the dragon in this literature as if it's a real dragon, but that's not real. They're just meaning that metaphorically, right?
So
right.
What's the difference
you understand the
between
scenario?
that dragon? What's the difference between that dragon and God, the Catholic one?
Oh, they seem to be the way that I'm creating it is they're indistinguishable. Like,
oh, great.
Like
so
both
you
of them
just name God another name. That's it. I do believe you.
Oh, so you do believe that the dragon is there? Okay, well, I don't know what to tell you. Then we have just different levels of
God another
gullibility.
name. It's just calling something else. You just gave another name to God. You called it dragon, but it has the same qualities as God's. Therefore, it is a synonym of God. And
So
yeah,
how
I
did
do
we
believe that
solve
God
the
exists.
problem, though, Luke? How did we solve the problem of the falsifiability? All I did was is you subconsciously associated it to now this thing is God and therefore it exists. How did we get across the gap of falsifiability, though?
Right now, I have a falsifiability criteria for God.
Okay.
Right. And I am asking others, do you have a better one? Your mind is not good enough. The laws of nature are not good enough. I'm saying good. Do you have a better one than this one? Usually the answer is no. I'm hoping to find someone who says yes, I have a better one from my understanding of who God is.
Well, I have a perfect one. I mean, I think is a perfectly falsifiable one. If God can hear our prayers, God wants us to believe that he is. If these two things are the case, that he can hear us, that he has the ability to, he wants us to believe, and he can, whether you think he will or he won't, if he can physically appear and show himself, then these are three criteria. He can do it, he wants us to believe, and he can hear us. Then we should simply be able to pray, Lord, show yourself to me, and that should be a falsifiable. That should absolutely work.
What about free will?
What about it? I've already said that I want you to show yourself, so why is that a violation of free will?
Yeah, the choice of a God is not forced onto you. So if
it's not, if I ask God to show himself, how is that forced onto me? That's like entering into any agreement of any sexual nature, of any contact nature, of any fight. If I say I am willing to
Robert,
this, then what's the problem?
Do you understand what I'm trying to say, or did you interrupt me for?
I'm trying to, but it seems like that you're adding stipulations that if I've already agreed to the suspension of whatever else and say that I'm willing for any of the consequences thereof, just go ahead and show yourself, then it seems like I have consented to. So there's no infringement on free will.
Mm-hmm. So there is, in what you say, there are things that could be true or false. I don't have a way to know if it's really what you think is the case, or if it's just for the sake of the example that you say that you are freely choosing to see God. And God has the ability to appear to everyone who is willing for him to appear. This kind of claim that suppose your test. I don't think that God has this ability. I do think that God appears to people. I know.
What do you mean he doesn't have this ability?
Correct, to appear.
You think
at
he doesn't
will?
have a physical, or he can't show as a physical form, or how do you cash angels out and things like this in the Bible? Do you think anything happened that, like, there's some spiritual transformation or energy,
Robert?
or yes, sir,
at will, to show himself at will whenever you want.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not show yourself himself at all, but at will, like whenever you feel like it. You know, it's not one of those cases. I believe that there is a certain amount of miracles that is possible, but because miracles are forcing evidence, like going against the will of people, like it is too much.
But it's not, Luke. It's
It
not
is.
if someone says to show yourself. It's not against their will. Like, I don't know
I'm
why
telling you it
people
is.
make this argument.
Can I interject on the just well, we might go down the free will path here because it seems to me, and correct me if I'm wrong. So it seems to me that one of the things that you believe about God is that he will never ever break his promise to give us free will. Is that a correct assertion? Like, that's a very
There's no
important.
promise in the Bible of free will.
It is something that he can't break. It is his
I hear
will
you,
for
Robert,
us to
but
have free will, but you have to understand that free will is limited. For example, you cannot fly in the sky.
No, that's not
by
what I'm
yourself.
saying. What
Yeah.
I guess what I'm and the Catholic dogma is, and I'm saying as a ex-Catholic, that a lot of things get waved away. A lot of these difficult conversations because of the free will. So I'm trying to pin down really quick before I make my point is that free will is so important to God. And as a matter of fact, in Catholic dogma, they say that's the difference between us and the angels. That's part of the dogma. So they tell us like angels have to obey, we don't. And that's why there's sin, all this stuff. Now, unless you are willing to wave away stories of the Bible, do you feel comfortable if we talk a little bit about a story in the Bible? Is that okay, or is it something to you not here or there for the conversation we're having?
I'm sorry. It's a fiction. You keep in mind that it might be a fictional story, and then yes,
it might be a fictional story. Well, that's interesting because, and I don't mean this in an insulting way, Luke. But I mean, it's kind of a little bit easier to be a Catholic that picks from the menu, and I don't mean that as an insult. And because in Catholic dogma, the Bible is supposed to be true, so we're supposed to believe what's in there.
But not literally.
And it does make the Catholic dogma says the Bible is not true.
No, it's not that it says. Yes, the Catholics do think, though this is very established doctrine. I can tell you now, you might take the proposition that something is metaphorical, and it might be inside of the Catholic doctrine that it's not metaphorical. So we can do it like that and just Google it. But yeah, they do have the Catholic holds many of these stories are metaphorical. Or allegorical, as they like to say.
Yeah, no, but the one specifically that I want to talk about is the story of Moses. That in Catholic dogma, that is not considered metaphorical. It's supposed to be a real story of him leaving Egypt and all this stuff. I remember this from
pieces of Moses' story that is historical, and there are some other pieces that are not historical. If you're talking about Exode, I had the chance to talk with somebody who's doing his doctorate in the Exode story. He's a historian, so doctorate in history, and he does point out he does have evidence of Exode happening, but he told me that it was a smaller group than what is described in the Bible.
Yeah. What I really want to hone into is a particular part of that story that is interesting to me, more so because of the free will aspect of it.
The Pharaoh.
If we go into the story, there's the what?
The Pharaoh. The God endures his soul heart. So that his heart. Thank you. So that he would say, I understand. I know this, but I don't believe that you have the current interpretation of what happened there.
Okay, I'm willing to hear you explain it, because I mean, if I am told God does not intervene on the free will of people, and there's a scene here where he basically intervened,
forced,
then that's P and not P. That's very contradictory. So, like, how do you square that?
So the hardening of the heart of Pharaoh is allegorical. That's how I explain that. Hardening of a heart looks like in reality when you break up with a girl and you have evidence that she cheated on you. Okay. So the more evidence that you have, the harder your heart is against her. Like, it is harder for you to love her because you have more and more evidence that she cheated on you. This is hardening of the heart, but it is based on things that do seem evidence to your eyes. Like, let's say. I'm using the analogy, but do you understand what I mean by hardening your heart with your girlfriend and evidence that you have? Okay. Yeah.
I have a follow-up question then. Are you saying that the Pharaoh and God had a relationship? Obviously not a romantic one, but I mean, like, are you saying they had a relationship?
No.
I didn't understand that.
when it says God hardened, I believe it means, first of all, I don't think this really happened the way it is described. Secondly, if it were to happen the way it is described, then the hardening of the heart would be by the not the prophet, the people around Pharaoh, councils. What do you call those who give him
I understand. Yeah, his
suggestion?
advisors,
Advisors? Thank you. The advisors, God letting them speak to the Pharaoh. Oh, you should kill Moses, or you shouldn't free the slaves. So, in that sense,
are we moving
he would have
the
been
free
able
will?
to prevent them to go by telling Moses, "Go trip this guy," and he won't be able to talk to Pharaoh. But he doesn't tell Moses to trip this guy. He lets the guy speak to Moses, to the Pharaoh, and then the Pharaoh has, as a consequence, his heart hardened. That way.
Yeah, well, but we kicked the can a little bit down the road, because if the advisors were then inspired by God to go do this, then God affected the heart the minds of the advisors, and therefore free will was broken there. So, but
there are places where
this
free
is
will is
interesting.
broken. It's something that, like, the first question you ask, ever broken? I'm like, every time a miracle happens, there is a part of your free will that is broken.
Okay. Then I don't understand the problem. If we're asking for it to happen, what would be the problem of doing it? But we also have the problem of Ananias and Sapphira also. And I don't think the Catholic Church, to my knowledge, sees them as anything but factual characters. So when according to the Bible in Acts, that they lied to the Holy Ghost when they were talking to Peter and about money raised for the church, they made a conscious effort to conceal information, which people do all the time to many church leaders, to pastors, to popes, to anything else. Yet none of them fall dead for this action. So this is like a precondition, a pre-conviction before one's death, that someone lied. And it's something that happened in a singular instance, but it's not a regular thing. And this, to me, is in some sense like a condemnation of someone's free will to do something that they got condemned right there on the spot. With Ananias and Sapphira, do you know what I'm talking about? Where they fell dead? I think Peter said, "You have lied to the Holy Ghost."
You have lied, then therefore they died?
That's correct.
I haven't heard of that story before. Or maybe I had, but I have forgotten. Okay, great. So you're saying, why? How did they die? Oh, or magically, like a snap of finger kind of thing?
Well, that seems to be what was implied. I think Peter said in the text that the feet that carried your husband out, once Ananias fell dead, he lied and then he fell dead. And then Sapphira came in and said that the feet outside the door that carried your husband away are, prepared to carry you away. And I don't know what the question he asked her again, but she lied to the Holy Ghost also is what it is, the terminology that it uses. And then she fell dead.
Yeah.
And they carried her out.
Yeah. It seems magical the way I hear it, and that's where I'm like, yeah, God does do miracles, but I don't think death is one of those. So what I mean is that the story talks about her getting out of the room dead, but
they were only in there one at a time, never two at a time. In the story, first the man was in there. I think it's Peter, if I'm not mistaken.
It wouldn't matter if she wasn't actually dead when she came out, if she was just dead inside instead of physically dead. The purpose?
She fell dead is the terminology that was used.
Yeah. So what I'm pointing out here is that the purpose of these acts is not to convey a historical story of event that happened exactly as described. It is to teach something to the readers, or to Acts is a letter
that is
to someone.
That is interesting. You say that, Luke. Can I ask then? Can I ask, what system is there. And I guess it's something that I would say a bulletproof system is there. For me to be able to effectively know when I'm supposed to take something as a metaphor, or something literal, or something, because I don't want to commit the fallacy of authority, which would be, oh no, my preacher, and if you're a Protestant, or if you're Catholic, would be the el padre, the priest here. He knows. So whatever he says, if he says take this one literal, okay, take this one as a metaphor, take this one. How do we know if we've come up? I saw you wrote hermeneutics, that we come up with a system. How can we test that system? And also, why is it that different not Catholic, but different Christian denominations don't agree on what should be literal and what should be metaphor? Why do we have that broken communication bridge there?
Hermeneutics is the tool that we should use. Why do they disagree? Is because they don't use it.
Yeah, but okay. So, but I don't want to fall into the no true Scotsman fallacy here, which I think we're inclining in that direction. I guess my point, the point I'm trying to make is, a lot of people will declare themselves to be believers, will declare themselves to be Christians, and would pray to the same God, and have a completely different way of interpreting the Bible. And so the best thing I've come up with, and I'm interested in your take on this one, is that we are either very poor listeners, which is not, it's possible, I guess, or that a perfect being is a really poor communicator. Like, have you given thought to this?
Yeah, I have. There's the third option.
What is?
Hermeneutics, the science allowing us to interpret text correctly. So in the chat, there is a text that I posted. When you read that text in 2025, 2026, you have a certain understanding of what it means. If you are to read it 1,000 years from now, you might have trouble understanding what it says if you don't use hermeneutics.
Can I ask something? Where in the Bible does it explain hermeneutics? So that, like, if I came across this Bible, I didn't have anybody else to like tell me anything about it, that I would know how to interpret it.
Hermeneutics is not taught in the Bible. Was that your question?
Yes, that was my question. Yeah, because
it is not taught in the Bible.
You're coming up with an explanation, though, that man created, that did not come with the book. So really, we have no idea if that's the correct way to do it, because we do. Do you understand what I'm saying?
I'm sorry. I think the end of your phrase was cut off.
I said it doesn't tell you to do it in the book. So, like, we don't know for sure if that should be the correct way to do it. Like, because, I mean, because it doesn't tell us, it doesn't give us those instructions in the book. So I'm wondering why God would have gave us this book, this manual, but then he gave us no way to interpret it, with like no instructions on interpreting it.
So God created us in a certain way, using he gave us a mind, a logic. He gave us the ability to think and process information from our senses. And hermeneutics is something that is the result of us using this thing that he created.
You keep saying hermeneutics like it's the tool. Hermeneutics is the clade of like different tools. There are different hermeneutics, and God gave us 8 billion, well, 100 billion total. humans, the logic, the logos, right? The logic and reasoning. But using our critical thinking and logic and reasoning, we've come to different hermeneutics, different studies of interpretation. And so maybe what Robin is asking, since it doesn't tell us in the Bible, how do we know which of us apes are the correct, have the correct logos in divining the true meaning and interpretive like framework? Just to say it's hermeneutics, you know, that's true, but what is the hermeneutic that you're referencing? What is the interpretive framework that tells us when something is metaphor or literal?
Yeah, there are. It's a science field of study. So there are a lot of rules in hermeneutics that you had to agree first turn on. The example I gave in the chat, our team is a vengeful one. This example is an example that allows you to better understand how to use hermeneutics to understand the meaning of a text. So right now, there are many ways to interpret this text. There are the right way and there are the wrong ways. If someone were to come and argue that they are really dead because we killed them last week, the other team, I would say, okay, well, there is a way for us to know if it's indeed the case that the other team was dead, or if it's just a word that was used as a metaphor to say that we won. You know, and there are all of those things, and he will argue, no, killed means this, and then he will go to the dictionary and see removing of the life, and he will present his argument that why kill in that sentence means removing the life of the other one. And I would say yes, but also, and then I will give the counter argument of killing means winning in other sense, and then I will use the context in which this was written in a Discord server in 2025 and all of those things. And then we arrive to the conclusion that the other team is not dead.
So, but how do you know for sure that what you're doing is correct? Because who has talked to God and been told that this is the correct way to do what you're doing? Like, it's still just a man-made system that you're applying to our logic and stuff. And I understand that. I think that's probably exactly what it is. But like, how, if God is real, how do we know that that is the correct way that he meant for it to be done?
I suppose to which way? What is the other way that would be better?
Can I issue a challenge?
But just reading the text as it is, like, and not saying this is metaphor. Like, to me, the metaphor thing seems like it's a post hoc kind of rationalization that has been applied to things that have been shown to be so false in there that there's just no way that they can still defend the Bible on it. Like, you know.
Do you read the text on the chat, in the chat? Our team is the virtual one. This one. Did you read it?
No, this makes sense, Luke. And I think, I mean, so this is
I appreciated everything, gentlemen and ladies.
If you read it like it is, so the other option that you suggested that we use, that you say is better. If you read it like it is, then you will have the wrong interpretation.
How do you know what's the right and wrong interpretation, though? That's what I'm saying. I'm sorry, Minu. You know, like that. I don't understand how we know which is the right one and then which is the wrong one.
I think this is going to answer your question too, Robin. I mean, I hope. Can I issue a small challenge? And I'm not trying to get you a gotcha or anything. I'm just curious how you do this. Using your skill of hermeneutics, this thing that it seems like is something you feel really strongly about. Could you please explain to me what would be the correct interpretation for the condoning of slavery in the Bible, for example?
So I don't know about the historical context in which this text was revealed. What I know is that morality is context based, and drinking water can be a bad thing. So out of two things, maybe using the lesser is better than using the worst.
So you think there's a
Condoning
context?
yeah.
Yeah. So
Condoning
you
is a
think there's
strong
a
word.
context that we can come up with, a context where it's morally okay to own another human being? Like if I tell you,
No.
give me a good context to where that is okay, you can give me one?
No. I can give you where it is not okay, but nevertheless it is better than the other choices.
It is better than the other choices.
Yes,
Okay.
that's the lesser evil kind of thing. You understand?
I guess, I mean, it is worse to die.
Correct.
But can you, you know, can you understand maybe where we come from when, or me? I can't talk about Robin. You know, when I start having issues with what the Bible says and how we know right from wrong, because like one of the things that I was told is that God is all good, and he's all knowing, right? And somehow, some way, he didn't know that one day we would not be okay with slavery, and we would look at these passages in the Bible and be like, "Hey, this is kind of messed up." Um, I think it's the fact that we have to twist ourselves into finding a justification system for things that we shouldn't really have to. Like I'm issuing you that challenge with the hopes that you weren't going to tell me a context to where, yeah, you know, this is when I'm okay with you owning another human being. Because if you would, then you would be a very deeply immoral person, which I honestly believe that you're not. But in the stories of the Bible, even using the apologists' best arguments, I haven't been able to find something that makes me go, okay, in this context, it was okay to kill children. In this context, it was okay to rape women. All that is in the book. In this context, it was okay to own another human being. And when I hear from my priest, oh, you have to think how things were back in the day and all that stuff. I say, okay, but you were the one that told me God is all powerful, all knowing, all loving, and all that stuff. So I hear you. But all of a sudden you brought him down to the level of a flawed human and told me, oh, flawed humanity, therefore flawed commands from God, because he ordered it. He ordered the genocides. He even ordered the raping of women. And I can find you the passages. So
Wrong
the only thing we
interpretation.
can say, wrong interpretation of the raping of women?
Yes.
Maybe I
But
can
we are
ask
going in
Anka to help me
circle.
with
You
this.
understand? Hermeneutics
Yeah.
is the basis that I wanted to address here. If did you have the chance to read the text, Robin Webster?
Yeah, no, that makes perfect sense. I think that's a very easy to digest
Yeah.
idea, given that example.
I just think
So,
that, like, it doesn't, like, you said going in a circle, and that's exactly what every bit of this seems to me. Like, it's all this hermeneutics stuff was not anything that anybody who would have read the text back then would have had to know to understand what the Bible was saying, because
Good point.
they knew the context of the Bible. The thing about it
if we
is well, I mean, like, it's what you're doing. What you're doing now, the system of hermeneutics that you've created is a post hoc like system of already knowing the problematic issues in the Bible and what are going to be the problem, and you're making like your apologetics for them, and for things that I don't think that the hermeneutics resolves this problem for anybody except for the people who already believe this.
right now, if you were to apply your better tool to interpret the text that is in the chat, what is the result? Robin?
I'm reading it. Okay.
Oh, okay. Sorry. I thought I first asked you, did you get the chance to read it? And you said yes. And I'm okay. You're rereading it so that we can use your better tool to interpret it correctly.
Yeah. So you think? So are you? I mean, I understand what the sports, like today's sports thing, you kill people. So are you trying to say that in the Bible, when
I'm asking
God
you what,
orders people,
using your
when
tool,
God
what is the
orders?
consequence? Are they dead or not?
No, they're not dead, but like that's not
How
like that's a
how are they
totally,
not dead using your tool?
because I'm aware, like I live in the context of the time, date and time, that I know that we don't kill each other in sports games. Like
I'm
sports
sorry.
law is not a death
Mhm.
penalty.
Could you restate the tool that you think is better than hermeneutics, please?
Context, I guess, is what I would say. You know, that you
Hermeneutics is
have.
not the tool. Again, hermeneutics is a clade of different tools that we can use. You need you need to specify what the hermeneutic is. It's not just hermeneutics. It's a specific type of interpretive scheme that isn't the same. People have different hermeneutics, right?
Yeah, I think like the
So,
fact that I know
so
that
when Luke says, what is your interpretive scheme that's better than hermeneutics, doesn't make any sense. We're all using hermeneutics, but we need to be able to specify exactly, is it through empiricism? Is it through some scientific method, rationalism, logic? We can't just call it hermeneutics and say, do better than, or that's what we're all doing when we're interpreting something. So, sorry
yeah,
for the
yeah.
interruption.
Like if
No,
I
that's
was
good.
born, if somebody 2,000 years from now, or 3,000 years from now, or 3,000 years before now, found that and didn't recognize that we were talking about sports, would they know that these people were not dead? Like if they didn't have if they didn't have any knowledge of sports, like sports games, then they would not. They would assume, if they speak the same language, they would assume that that's what that means. And so, like, either God set this system up to where we would never be able to understand it, or He made sure we couldn't understand it. To me, it seems like the only two options, other than men wrote this book,
Yeah,
and they were talking about
that's what I
actually
was.
killing people.
That's exactly what I was saying, Robin. Like, there's like a bad communicator. Then, I have something in there for you. I tagged you, Luke, so you see it. This is actually straight from the Bible. I didn't modify it. You can look it against your book. This is what the Lord says: Out of your own household, I'm going to bring calamity to you. Before your very eyes, I will take your wives and give them to one who is close to you, and he will sleep with your wives in broad daylight. That's 2 Samuel 12:11. This prophecy later is fulfilled when David's son Absalom rebels against him and publicly takes David's concubines in Samuel 2:16, 21, 22. I can try right now to bend like a pretzel, and I hope that you don't do this, and say, well, this is the calamity. Actually, could be just like he was just gonna be struggling, and it doesn't necessarily mean like the decay. And then sleep, it could be that actual sleeping didn't have to be sex. Why would we interpret it that it had to be sex? And then taking the wives and the concubines, that just means they take them over to his house. So like I think if we do that, again, I don't think you're going to do that. I'm being a little facetious right now. I think we are just like Robin was saying. It's like a post hoc thing. It's like it has to work. It has to work because this book is sacred to me. So I need to find a way that I can read this and hold on to with white knuckles, hold on to the idea that God is loving, the God of the Bible, by the way, to be specific. God is loving, God is fair, that God is all knowing, all powerful, that I have to hold on to all those ideas while I read this. I mean, maybe he had to punish David. I'm not, maybe, and maybe he had to teach him a lesson so he doesn't rebel against his God again. But somebody all powerful didn't really have to do this. And what about the free will of the wives? Don't they have a free
It was
will?
a punishment to David, but the issue is David didn't get punished; his wives did. That's kind of like the whole thing of like justice, right?
Well, women were possession back then, so it kind of makes
Yeah, they were
sense.
property. Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Yes.
Oh, how dare they have
But these
sex
are
with
the
my
sort of things.
wives? Oh, that'll
Yeah.
really get me.
These are the sort of things that led me towards my deconversion. Because when the people were reading the Bible for me, they skipped these passages. They skipped the part where the preacher calls the bears to eat all the children because they were making fun of them for being bold. They don't talk about that, and I know why.
So, was there a question or just something that you wanted to say out loud and prove your worldview?
I apologize, Luke. But now
Yeah.
that you said what you said in here in chat, the kid is putting his hand on the stove, punished by having his hand burned. Can you apply that to what I shared regarding the wives? How is it that is the same thing?
Oh no, sorry. The housewife story, the Samuel one, those are fictional characters. Like there wasn't really a wife. There wasn't really somebody who was talked by somebody else. This kind of a thing. I thought we agreed that those were fictional stories, right? But you still wanted to read them as if it was historically accurate.
So
King
why do you
David
think
is
they're fictional?
News to me. Never heard that in Catholic doctrine. Never
That's
heard
the
it.
one. That's
Is that
one
really
of the only people that we actually can show that probably existed. David.
I hate to say this, Luke, but I think your Catholic doctrine is very different from mine. I don't know from the one I was raised with. I don't know if there's like a revision of it. Is there like a different branch of Catholicism that I'm not aware of?
Were you there when I tried to explain the difference between Stanley 1 and Stanley 2?
Maybe not.
Let me see if I can copy and paste this picture. Shit. Oh, it's been a while.
We have
Here it is.
we have historical and archaeological evidence to suggest
So right now,
that yes, to suggest that David, King David, was an actual person who existed, and it may over exaggerate the size of his realm in the Bible, but we actually do kind of like this one of the few Bible people that we actually can find archaeological and historical evidence for outside of the Bible. So like I don't know that you want to go get rid of him because he might be one of the best real people that you have. Like there's a stone, the Mesha stone artifact, and something about, let's see, there's a stone slab that boasts about defeating the king of Israel, house of David. And there's a few other things that we found archaeologically that kind of proved it, that show that gives some, doesn't prove he existed, but they give some outside justification to believe in his existence. Let's put it that way.
I am really curious why you shared a picture of. I'm a comic book fan, so I know exactly who that is.
Nice. So there are two Stanleys. Stanley 1 is the one that you know, the author, and Stanley 2 is the one that you see in the picture. So I'm making the difference between Stanley 1 and Stanley 2. Do you understand the difference that I'm making?
So you're saying the other one is a archetype of the real thing, like an exaggerated version, the broken phone
Yeah.
game.
Stanley 2 is a fictional character. Stanley 1 is a real one.
This makes it to where you have to reconcile the fact, my friend, that the very book that you have used and the people have used for millennia at this point to understand the existence of God is also it's not only inspiration of God, but it's also something very much exaggerated with a lot of fictional characters and uh, a lot of stories that are just there to teach us a lesson, but didn't really happen. I don't. Those are very difficult things to put into the same box. Sacredness of a perfect book, the Word of God, and all these ideas like no, this one's fictional. This one obviously it's an archetype. This one's a metaphor. No, this one's real. Um, I'm not, and again, I'm not saying this to judge you and say like, oh my God, no, I was you, uh, 15, 16 years ago. Um, and if you were to ask, I don't know if other people feel like this, maybe I'm the only one, but if you were to ask me, uh, was it something that I wanted it to happen? Like when I was beginning to question all these things, is it something that I felt comfortable? No, it felt like shit. I cried too a few times, but I'm grateful that it happened because I think having good epistemology of your whatever it is that you believe in is really good for your system of self-worth and for making good decisions in life, you know. But I don't know. I don't know what you want me to tell you here. Like I guess I'm gonna ask you a question because I don't want a monologue. Like how can you hold those two ideas? The idea that the Bible is the perfect word of God and it's also not.
It is the perfect word of God, and it is also not what?
Yeah. How do we hold these two ideas together? That the Bible is the perfect word of God, and also it's not the perfect word of God because there's David 1 and David 2.
Why is the fact that there is David 1 and David 2 makes it not the perfect word of God?
Because if I want an exact representation of who Stanley was, I certainly don't want to see a picture of him dressed like Spider-Man. So if I really want to
Why
know who
would
God
you want?
is,
Okay, why
Can I try
would
and
you
steal
want?
menu, Luke?
Why would you want a perfect description of who Stanley is? I think the main thing is the purpose of the Bible. Why do you think the Bible
Yes.
exists?
For
I think
for some prescriptive moral purpose.
that's a very easy way to put it, and I think I agree. I think as social creatures, we had to evolve systems of governance, and one of the prerequisites for a system of governance is some sort of north of morality. What is the north of our morality? Religions, not a religion. And then the Bible is basically a collection of moral memes and archetypes that help people understand their own sense of morality, which explains why people, depending on who they are, interpret the Bible in different ways. So it becomes a potentializer. Somebody who is kind and loving will grab the Bible, read a beautiful passage, and that day be inspired to do something beautiful for someone they don't know. And somebody who's a piece of shit will read the same book, find something in the Old Testament usually, and then talk down to gay people and make them feel like shit for being who they are.
So,
Luke, can I try and steal menu?
just
No, you can
I'm trying
respond.
I
to
love
That's
that
fine.
quote, by the way.
what,
Let's go to
yeah.
that.
Then the Simon. Right now, the purpose of the Bible is for God to have a relationship with us. If you think that the Bible is a book that allows us to steer society in a certain direction by giving moral clues or moral values or common moral values, this is also true. I do agree with your thing, but the way you read the Bible and the way you interact with it and the way you argue or present your case, sorry, it's not an argument, it's to present how you felt and how you interpret it, is way too literal. It is not a historical book. It is not something that does account for what really happened in the past. The
How
purpose
do
of
you
it
know
is
that?
to
How
teach
do you know
you,
that?
is to teach you stuff about good and right and wrong, and to
Right.
teach you that God wants to have a relationship with you.
So
I'm
allow
sorry,
me.
but how?
Hey,
Find out
I'll ask. I think the spirit of your question, Robin, that you want to bring up. I mean, something like the Exodus story. You know, I'm open to it being like fictional, right? I think I don't know. I can do a quick Goog though, but most historians see something like the Exodus story or King David and what he was doing as history. But let's just grant that it is fiction. What is the purpose, Luke, of God inspiring people to write a fictional story? You said it was to like have a relationship with us and tell us what's right and wrong, right? That's
Yes,
part of
that's the
like the
purpose.
Bible's.
Yeah.
Yeah. What about punishing King David by having his fictional wives raped? What about that lends itself and conduces towards having a relationship with God and teaching us about right and wrong?
So, since nobody were really raped, the purpose of this story, I don't know the context of the story that you quoted, but I guess the whole story is about David, and David's story is even if you sin, you can be forgiven, and you can be the grandfather of Jesus. So that's the purpose of it is you are able to be forgiven even if you do something that is horrible. That's the purpose of this passage, or these passages, or the whole story, the story as a whole.
Well, I forgive God for giving such a bad prescription. Actually, I don't forgive him because I think there's like a cult of forgiveness and forgiving for its own sake. And I rescind that. Actually, I don't forgive God for doing that. I don't think he was righteous in prescribing such a story. Man, again, David wrote all those psalms. Was that not actually? Was that David 1 or was that David 2? You know, I don't know. But maybe Robin wants to ask a question on the fiction and historicity. I think that there's historicity in the Bible. I mean, you know, but I'm just a lowly atheist. So I think that was a good answer, though, Luke. You know, like it shows how you can sin and still have a relationship with God. Like, I think that's consistent with, even though I don't agree from my own subjective standards of the story. I suppose that is like, and the Bible is a huge book, right? That's not like the only thing that could lend itself to a relationship with God. Yeah.
Do you can can I ask you, Luke? And this is this is not a got you question. I'm just curious. Can you think of a better way to teach that lesson that doesn't involve such a horrible story?
To me in 2026, or to those who heard it the first time around?
I guess to you, because I mean we're still using the same book to teach children lessons, right? Like my nieces just got their baptism, and the one that's 7 very soon is going to start going to classes so she can have her first communion, as we do in the Catholic Church. And they're not gonna use a new book. They're still gonna use the same one. So, like, can you? I can think of better ways to teach a lesson of forgiveness to my children. I think you can too.
Yeah.
And I'm just a human, you know.
Yeah, I can do better, and that's what happened in catechism usually.
Yeah, in catechism, they don't bring up this story. I think it would be somewhat alarming if they were to bring up the story in catechism. But I guess my point is that this book seems to me to not be a very precise, almost like I am trying to eat a delicate plate with a brick instead of using cutlery. I mean, I guess I can pull it off, but it's not very precise in its lessons. And I'm not saying the whole book. Obviously, I rescue a lot of things about the Bible, more so in the New Testament. And one of the reasons why I think most Christian denominations focus on the New Testament is because it's nowhere near as problematic. As a matter of fact, it's very much aligned with modern ideas of morality. But I still think that the fact that if I were to concede the existence of a all loving, moral, all powerful, all knowing God, and I were to, let's say I believe it, and then I grab this book and I don't suspend, I don't do special pleading, none of that stuff. I don't suspend my critical thinking. I go and I can think of 1,000 ways I can teach these lessons to the newer generations. I guess my question again becomes like, is God a really bad communicator? Is that
No.
really? No, that's it. Then why do we write
if you
down
ask
all
him
this
the question,
story?
is he a bad communicator? I would say no. If you don't understand why, it's because you're having trouble projecting yourself in 3,000 years ago or 4,000 years ago. The text that you're reading has been revealed to people that were living 3,000 to 4,000 years ago. Not you. It
so
is
the
not
Bible,
meant for you.
Bible's not for us anymore.
Do you understand?
Yeah, I guess it sounds like that's what you're saying. It's not for us anymore then.
Yeah.
There are better ways to teach them. Those are the ways that are taught in catechism. You agree with me? We don't teach it that way in catechism. We agreed on that. We use better way to teach kids today. We don't use the same way that we used 3,000 to 4,000 years ago.
Yeah, catechism focuses really on the that this is the Old Testament is too problematic. Maybe we should drop the Old Testament. What do you think of that idea? Maybe we should get rid of that book. Just stick with a new one. Seems to be
How would
outdated.
you know how was created the universe?
How do we know what created the universe?
Physics.
Yeah, how it was created, or who created it.
Physics.
But I mean, as far as I think you would agree, though, Luke, that the Genesis is a poem, right? It's not literal, right?
Nevertheless, it says us who.
I think I can write a prettier poem about the creation of the world by a loving God, or maybe just use that one, just take out the problematic parts, like the little trap that he sent and
You want to
set up in the
rewrite
middle.
the Bible in your own words and then use that to teach your kids. Am I correct?
Obviously, I'm not personally. I'm not equipped to write something like a Bible, but I do think that there are lessons of morality that most parents can give their children that are way better than some of the ones that are in the Bible, especially the Old Testament.
Be sure.
I find a lot of
According to
those things
whose
very immoral.
interpretation?
When you rewrite it, Minnow,
Um,
please make sure that you put the this sun being made before the plants this time.
yeah.
And this also been done before, because the Greek pantheon is full of gods that we no longer believe in. You would agree, Luke, right, that they are fictional?
The Greek pantheon, yeah, I believe they aren't fictional characters.
At
Yeah,
some point in the past, people believed that they were the one that made the universe. They had a
I
whole
don't know.
system. Yeah, they believed in
I
that.
don't know about those people
And then
in
at
the
some
past. I
point,
know about today.
yeah, and then at some point, they started to question that, because they started to understand more things about nature and how things work, and these gods became obsolete. But they were fictional. They are fictional to us now, but they were real to those people at some point. They had the creation story of their own, and now, after so many years, we consider that complete fiction. Complete fiction. So, and can you grant that humans are uniquely capable of creating stories and coming up with fantastical characters?
Yeah, Spider-Man.
Right. And would you agree that these humans can also have a deep emotional connection with those characters that they create? Completely fictional?
Yeah, with Spider-Man. Yes.
Right. So could you imagine people like us in the future looking at God and basically saying the same thing, that, look, these people used to believe in this fictional character. They even had a creation story, and, it's definitely fantastical. It couldn't have been true, because we know so much more about the universe now, and we know that that's definitely not how the universe was created.
I
The
could
story
imagine
repeats
that.
itself.
I could also imagine me being married to the perfect woman, making it happen.
Okay. Well,
Yeah, you know what I mean?
for
My
example,
imagination is
I
not.
can imagine a more perfect God.
Uh,
I can actually come up with a more perfect God. We all have capabilities of creating a fantastical and better than reality characters, and we can keep perfecting them. So, like,
yes,
that's why Zeus and the Greek pantheon is no longer perfect, because
I don't.
we have
I don't think
outgrown
so.
that.
I don't think that this claim that people weren't aware they were fictional is strong. Like right now, you claim that those people really believe that they were real characters, and
Right?
from my understanding, that is that since the beginning they were known by those worshipping them as fictional characters.
No, they actually believed in them. They built temples to them. They killed
Correct.
for them.
Yes.
Yes.
You can
They
do that for
prayed to
Spider-Man, and
them.
yeah,
They prayed to them for fertility and for
you can do that to a
success.
fictional character. It doesn't matter.
No, they believed that they were real, and now
Right
we know
now,
that they were
thing that you
fictional.
lifted can be said can be said for a fictional character. It is not needed for the character to be non-fictional for them to do whatever the thing you listed. Do we agree on that?
That's correct. Yeah, you could be completely wrong. You could have a complete misapprehension of something, create a whole religion around it, build temples, have a great community, have even a system of beautiful morals that are conducive to a good life, and the character be completely fictional. I agree. I agree with you. That's possible.
Do we agree, Anka, that the list of things that you quoted can be said, even if the character was fictional?
Absolutely. That's why I'm saying that God is also a fictional character.
In the mind of those conducting those events, it was fictional.
In the mind of people who believed in the Greek pantheon, the Greek
Yeah.
pantheon was real. They fought wars over it.
Is it possible? Do we agree that even if they believed they were fictional, they would still be able to build temples, worship them, and then kill for them?
Sometimes, honestly, yes, because some people, for example, like would get into a fight with me over, for example, Star Wars characters and what I
There
think
you go.
about them.
Now
Right?
you
So
understand. Yes.
that can
Jar Jar Binks
happen.
is the best character ever.
No, but
There you go.
that actually speaks to our flawed ability to fall emotionally for fictional characters. This is our human flaw. We tend to fall in love with characters that we create, and we have history to show for it. So God is just another character that a bunch of people fell in love with. It is completely fictional, and they've made wars over it. And I can come up with a better God character if you like. We can brainstorm a better one right now.
We have I think this is a really, really cool twist of events because Brody just came in. Brody is a good guy I consider him a friend. And Brody is a youth pastor. So he can also speak on some of these topics that we're having, and because one of the concerns that I think I've been voicing over and over, Luke, is this inability that we have to have consensus of the things that are written in the Bible, and you've said a few times over and over that you believe using you know today's lens, I guess, updated lens, that these stories, for example, about David and all these things didn't really happen, that they're just lessons. But you will have a fellow believer here who is a good faith interlocutor who would disagree with you completely, and he does believe David was a real character. Uh, so I again, I go into this thing, and I'm sorry to harp on it. I was like, why can't we have consensus? You know, I say, and this is not my saying, but I've adopted it. If we were to throw, there's like an EMP falls in the world, and we lose all the computers and all the valuable information we have. And for some reason, we go back into cave like times. And then even the books. Let's say that there's some crazy thing, we burn them for fuel because we're super cold. Thousands of years will pass, and we will have again books of science, books of physics that would say, maybe in a different language, but the exact same thing. The math will be the same. But we will have religious books that would be vastly different. And I guess my question is why. I, of course, I am. This is a mental experiment, but do you disagree that this would happen? And why would that be the case?
Are you asking me, or are you asking someone else?
By all means, Brody, go for it.
Oh, sorry, I
Okay.
was not. If you were talking to someone else, I just know I was mentioned, and then.
No, you know, but you're actually a really good person to talk about this. 'Cause
Yeah,
I find your.
Yeah, I mean, by that logic, let's throw out history books too, right? Because
Yeah.
history books would be different.
Everything.
Yeah.
Hey.
Historical knowledge is valid and it can be trustworthy. So, but if we were to burn all history books and have to rewrite them, they would be a lot different. So I think if we look through everything with the scientific lens of, is this repeatable? Is this testable? Is this universally applicable and all that? Sure, that's a great standard for science, but I don't think that's a great standard for all fields of study.
A situation with our puppy, so I had to walk away.
your question was, would we have a vastly different religion or vastly different texts? The answer would be, I don't know. I don't think I have enough information about the past or similar event of the past that will allow me to hold a claim about the future. That's different from what we know.
The difficult thing in this is like the Christian religion, the Jewish religion is very much connected to history. It's very much connected to the events that they believe, that we believe that God did in history. And this is why, like, so much of the Old Testament is God reminding people, remember, I'm the God that brought you out of Egypt. Remember, I'm the God that parted the Red Sea. So it's a really difficult question to say, well, if you were to wipe away all that history, would you still have the same religion? Probably not. That's not because it was made up on a whim. I think it's because it's tied to specific events that are believed and specific stories that are told about this God, that reveals this God's character and reveals like what the God cares about. So if you were to take all that away, I guess like God would have to reveal himself in a new way, and the stories would be different. If God is real, hopefully we would still get to a similar understanding or a better understanding of who he is. But I think like the history is a very important aspect of it. At least the story. I'm not someone who's going to argue that all of the Old Testament is meant to be read through a literal historical lens. But I do think the story it tells is very important.
Yeah, but like some of it is literal, I imagine you would say.
Yeah, absolutely. I do think that it's necessary to say that certain, like David, for example, I know it was brought up. I think it is important that David is a historical character because one of the fulfilled prophecies that we believe Jesus came and fulfilled was that the Messiah would come through the line of David. This is why Matthew spends so much time connecting him through genealogy. So
the seed of David.
Yeah, exactly. So if you were to say like, David is fictional, I think I would argue against that a lot more than if you were to say that like Noah was fictional or some of the, like Adam and Eve were just like a, mytho history or something like that.
Do you recognize the person or the picture that I posted in the chat?
Stanley?
Yeah, great. You have two Stanleys. Stanley 1 is the real one, the one that is the creator of the character. And there is Stanley 2, the one in the picture. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Kind of. Are you saying that like Stanley exists as a real person, but then there's also like the
fictional one? The
fictional story of Stanley.
Yeah, and there is a fictional Stanley that does have spider powers. So you have those two Stanleys, and there are two Davids.
Okay, so you're saying that there's like this fictional story of David, and then there's like the historical David. People do the same thing with Jesus, right? They'll say, we need to study the historical Jesus, not the Christian Jesus. And what they mean by that is, if we strip away all the religious language and just look through a purely historical lens, who is the Jesus that we're left with? Is that kind of the idea you're getting at?
Kind of. I do agree with you that David 1, the real David, is necessary for the genealogy that we find in the Gospels. Mm-hmm. But I don't believe that David 2 is necessary for that.
And what is David 2? Is this like which parts of the story do you think were fabricated?
Those that are not verifiable by historical artifact. So, for example, the number of wives he had, or the number of times he had sex with that specific wife.
And so, okay, so you're not saying that this is for sure fictional. You're just saying we don't have evidence of it?
Correct. And everything that is not verifiable by historical artifact will become part of David too.
Yeah. Okay. So I think that could be true. I just don't think it's important, and I think I would probably run up against a lot of Christian apologists by saying this. I just think that we run into trouble when we view scripture, or we test scripture by this lens. I feel like it's kind of taking the bait of the Enlightenment, where we say, like, my faith stands or falls on whether the Old
Reason.
Testament can be that's good. No, not reason. But like the standard of historical reliability that we have. I don't think that the people who were passing down these stories were asking these questions. I think this is kind of a modern approach in saying, well, did it actually happen this way? Are these facts like actually right? Like, these are stories that explained, in my estimation, explain the world that I experience every single day better than the story that atheists tell. And that it's not necessary that I have to demonstrate how many wives David had to show that the message that's being communicated is a great explanation of our experience.
Well, we
How
were talking about like the potential rapes of David's wives as punishment to David, and it's like, what's the moral story that, some naturalist can't give you a better explanation on how to go about justice?
Okay, yeah. So you're saying in that specific case, it would matter a great deal if it's actually history.
Even if it
or are you
is
saying it doesn't
fiction,
matter?
even if it is
That's
fiction,
correct.
like, what is the moral purpose? Is it to, Luke was saying, to build a relationship with God and have God inspire us to show us what's right and wrong? What is the moral prescription in that story, even if it is fiction and not a real historical event that happened where Absalom stormed the castle? What are we learning from that?
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the things that we learn is that David, along with all the other kings, fall drastically short of God's standard, and the Old Testament isn't shy about exposing kings' failures, even a king after God's own heart. So like the ancient propaganda of the god king archetype is that the king can do no wrong, the king is glorious, and a great rejection of that is the biblical accounts of these kings, which is Samuel basically says, the king's sins like poison the people, it poisons everyone. So I think that there's actually great wisdom in the fallout of the king's sin and how it poisons the land. And when you
Yep,
have a leader, yeah, go ahead.
that was Luke's response as well. David sinned, yet you can still have a relationship with God, even though you fall short of God's standards. Makes sense, and yeah, I accepted that.
Well, it's not just that. It's not just like, we're all gonna fall short, but God still has grace. It's like, um, I think it points a little bit deeper to the fact that there is this aching and yearning in the Old Testament for a true king to come who will not fall short. And the people of Israel are constantly waiting, and they think, oh, it must be David, or it must be Elijah, or it must be Moses, but each one of them fall in their own way. And the only one who actually fully comes and lives the perfect life is Jesus, which solidifies that he is the true king because he lives a sinless life. So I do think what you're saying is part of it, but I think it goes a little bit deeper than that.
Sure, yeah, I mean, you're getting into
I
like prophetic language and stuff. I think foretelling like the true king. Of course, Jesus never took the throne, which is a standard. I believe you have to be the actual king in Jerusalem. But yeah, he's the spiritual king that rules over all, like the king of all kings. And I get that answer.
yeah. Before we move further on this one, I want to just put a flag in the center of the room real quick. I don't have an issue with that idea, just like Perry. What I have an issue with is the fact that the wives of David, even if they are fictional, got raped. Because I am I believe that women are just as valuable as men, and I understand in the context of the time, women were a possession. They didn't have the same rights as men. So I'm not trying to say, oh, with today's lens, then I can look back and judge and all stuff. My point is a perfect, all-knowing, all-loving God uh, would know that this book will last for millennia and could possibly come up with a better way, I think, to
Correct.
teach that lesson.
This is why I don't think. This is why I don't think the story is righteous, because there are better ways
Yeah,
to
yeah.
talk about kings falling short of God and being forgiven, and atoning for your sins. Whatever moral
Yeah.
story we can come up with, there are better ways to tell the fiction.
All right.
In my opinion.
I challenge you to write a better way that will be understood by those who heard it at the time. You have to keep in mind that this text that you read in 2025 has been revealed to people 4,000 years ago. You claim there are better ways. I don't think that you have the capability of holding this claim to be true or demonstrating that this is indeed a better way to talk about it to those people.
And whether I do or
I
don't,
can make a small change.
whether and I don't know like the entire zeitgeist of what it was like 4,000 years ago that would appeal to those people, but I don't believe I need to be able to conceive of a better story off the top of my head while I'm walking around in my jammies in my apartment to claim that an all-knowing being like God would be able to make a better story, given the zeitgeist.
Let me just. This is only like a small piece of the puzzle, but this is just food for thought. Okay, if I were telling Americans a parable about a president, and this is like, let's say that this parable is supposed to kind of like take shots at our current president, okay, and I were to say that this American president named Donald Dump, he commits some grave sin, or he does some very immoral act, and the resolution of this is that millions of people are hurt and affected by this. I think that is a very powerful picture of the responsibility and the consequences of poor leadership than if I were to tell a story that says the president did this grave sin and only him personally was affected and he had he lost a lot of money or whatever it might be. I think like it actually paints a more true story to say that the judgment placed upon the king and the consequences of his actions directly affects the people that he's over.
Maybe. I mean, it was also. Yeah. No. Go ahead. Go ahead, Manna.
No, I mean, I'm just gonna say, at the risk of sounding like an idiot, I can think of a way to change that story very slightly, and it would still be possibly even worse, like more of a deterrent to misbehave. Instead of being the wives, let it be him that gets molested. There you go.
Yeah, I've thought of that as well. Yeah, but I think maybe to Brody's point, like that's not as big of a calamity to like come back from and convalesce from. So it's not as like, it doesn't invoke as much pathos as like the killing million people or raping 12, 13 wives.
It's not just that the effect is greater, so it evokes a greater emotion. It's that it actually paints a more clear picture of the effects of an evil king or a morally misguided king, the effect that he has on his constituents, right? The failures of Donald Dump hurt other people. The failures of a
By the way, that's
hurt other people.
I'm gonna start quoting you on that one, Brody, because that's great. Donald Dump is awesome.
What did?
Can I ask something?
Yeah, go ahead.
In this story, this story is also brought up very often to demonstrate another time where God violates free will, because God says to David, I will raise evil against you and against your house, or something like that.
Mhm.
I don't remember exactly verbatim, but it goes something along those lines.
Correct.
And so, and so then Absalom, who is his son, rebels against him. I don't exactly remember in what way, but he ends up raping the wives of
Yeah, he
David
takes the wives
in
to the
public.
roof and he like has sex with all of
Right.
them in the public. Yeah, to
Yes.
show everyone.
But that, because God told to David that he was going to do this to him, isn't that a violation of free will of all the people that God used to punish David? Because he set these events in motion specifically to punish David. So by that logic, he took away the free will of everyone involved.
So this would assume that when God says something will happen, that he's like
No,
causally.
he didn't say it will happen. He says he will do it. He said, "I
Yeah.
will
I
raise."
put the code in
The
the
verse is
chat.
in the
You can
chat
say
here.
that.
So the part, like the very last stanza of that, and he will sleep with your wives. This is assuming that when he says he will, that you're taking that to mean I will make him.
No, it says right in the beginning, I will. I
Well,
think is what Monk is
I'm
so
referring
going
to.
if we're being okay, real quick before I go into this, there are way clearer examples in the Bible of God taking people's free will away.
Yeah, hardening Pharaoh's heart.
Yeah, the Pharaoh is a great example of that. So
Yeah.
I'm not trying to say God never takes people's free will away. I'm just saying this might be a weaker example. If we look at
Actually,
go ahead.
sorry, the reason I was bringing this up is because in our earlier conversation, Luke said that God never violated people's free will, including the one in with Pharaoh.
I'm sorry.
So
You are
I
misrepresenting me. I never said never. I pointed out miracles
okay.
as
So
a.
that specific time was not a violation of free will.
Again, when you say that, I said that God never violated free will. I'm saying that it is not the case. When there are miracles, he does violate free will.
Does he violate free will? Does God
Well, let me
violate
type
free
it down
will?
for you so that you won't misrepresent me again. Continue.
Sorry, what?
I think it was an unintentional misrepresentation. There's, no reason to get too combative about it. But I think I did hear Luke say earlier that free will is, to some degree, like limited and constrained. I think I remember him saying when he was speaking with Exile. But I don't want
Oh, I
to
see.
straw
Okay.
man him.
I thought that he was saying that there was no free will violation.
Maybe. Yeah, I may have misheard. But
Okay, so
yeah.
Brody, you do agree that that's with Pharaoh, it's a clear violation of free will.
I think at the end, yes. I mean, we see Pharaoh hardening his own heart multiple times, and rejecting. God gave him 10 chances to let the people go, and his final judgment against him was God basically pulling out and disconnecting the brakes and saying, "Okay, I will harden your heart and make this a final deal." So I think there are times when God hardens people's heart as a form of judgment against them.
Or a way to maybe make events happen a certain way.
Sure, and I think that in the case of Pharaoh, it was judgment. It was also to make his name known among the Egyptians and among the Israelites who were fleeing. I mean, you can make an argument that anytime God takes life, he's taking away free will, right? Like, did God take away the free will of all the people he wiped away in the flood?
All the babies.
You can't exactly have free will if you're drowning to death.
So,
I'm not afraid to say God can take people's free will away. I don't even think free will is the best defense against the problem of evil.
no, you're not afraid of anything, are you?
I'm afraid of
That's
tornadoes.
why I like talking to Brody.
But
That's why I like
Oh,
talking to you.
before we get too immersed in the free will thing, if it's okay, Anka, I wanted to ask about Donald Dump real quick. Just real quick. I think that's where he belongs, by the way, is in the dump. So what was it
Yeah,
that
it's strange.
King David did again? Like he slept with someone?
So he so while he should have been out at war, he stayed home when all the other kings were at war, and he took the wife of one of his soldiers, and slept with her, impregnated her, and then sent her husband to the front lines to have him killed.
Okay. Do you think that that is a proper punishment? Because you were bringing up Donald Dump with like, oh, this guy's like policies are affecting millions of people and like leading to literal death. Do you think that the punishment befits the crime in either King David's example or Donald Dump?
I think it actually mirrors his crime pretty well. David secretly takes another man's wife. His own household becomes publicly violated and humiliated, and then this chaos that he introduced to another family is returned upon his own. So I actually think it fits the crime pretty well.
Do you think that this is like an easy, like, or like probably a common thing that was happening back then? Like, because we're talking about God potentially making more righteous stories that don't involve rape and stuff like that. I believe, huh?
Are you saying that that's what you guys are talking about? Or when you say you're talking about that? Because I never said that.
No, just like, yeah.
Go ahead.
Just we as like a collective. But yeah, correct me if I'm wrong. I kind of we were talking about like what is the before you joined we were like, okay, this is fictional, like what is the point of writing a fiction to like show us towards moral purpose? You don't take the omni-fictional stance that Luke does, right? We've already gone through that. So you're
that it's all fiction, is that what you mean?
Well, that's again, I don't want to misrepresent Luke, but I think that that's kind of the conclusion that we've come to, that there's like David Prime and then there's David 2. And David 2 is the fiction, like the Stan Lee and the Spider-Man costume here. So it's not like actual history, but
nevertheless, there is the David one.
I mean, I'm under.
But exists David Prime still? Yes.
Yeah. And yes. He's supported by artifacts, historical artifacts.
Yeah,
I would
right.
say, I'm not sold that this is a fictional story. I think, like, I personally believe that the stories of David and the way he lived is history. But like that's a much less interesting point to me than like the takeaways of this story.
The morals, I agree. The morals are the.
So like if we were to assume, which it sounds like we are for this conversation, that this was a fictional, a created myth.
Are there better ways to espouse justice than this fictional story? Is kind of like where my point of contention would be.
I think that that's like a weird framing. Like.
But okay. Yeah.
Like when you say, "Is there a better way to espouse justice?"
Right.
What if the goal is to display an injustice? What if that's like, I know that sounds weird, but like what if the moral is look at this great injustice that happened and look at the terrible consequences of it. And then you have people like 2,000, 3,000 years later that say, actually we should be telling a different story about justice and good things happening. It's like, okay, then just find a different story.
True. And I said that earlier, right? Like the Bible is a huge book that we can take from different stories as well. This particular story, from my perspective, seems to be one about, serving justice on a silver platter and David getting what, I believe the Jews who created the story thought was the just thing to do. Getting back at David, however they view justice. Which I'm just, I think that even though I can't conceive of one, that an all-knowing, omnibenevolent, all-just God would be able to. And this isn't the only abhorrent story that many atheists believe are abhorrent. There's many of them, but there's a lot of good ones too in the New Testament that you would probably say. So
I would say that the early Jewish audience that was reading this would not be. It wouldn't even cross their mind to question God's justice or God's stance towards David in this story. That's kind of off the table for them. Their takeaway from this story is to look at the sin of David and be horrified by the destruction that comes with that sin. So
yeah,
that's
I
kind
agree
of
with
the
that.
main point of that is look at how terrible this sin is and look at how many innocent people are harmed by it. I better not live that way. I better not make kids don't do what David did. They're not really touching the idea of well, could God have did it a different way? You know what I mean?
Yep, I agree with that. I think that nowadays, to use an external critique, whatever modern day consensus neuroscience and psychology say about rehabilitation being kind of the standard that we should try to prescribe rather than retributive or look what's going to happen if you don't do this, you're going to burn in fire for eternity type of thing. Like fear, the fear based, I think, is unrighteous. I think an all-knowing God would know today's science, I imagine, assuming that we're anywhere close to the truth, and he would espouse such a thing like, oh, David rehabilitated in this way that was physically, mentally, and socially healthy, and then everyone convalesced in the city and learned David's.
You think
something like that.
you think if this story had a happy ending, this would have been more beneficial to the people reading it.
A healthy ending, not just happy. Happy can lend itself to unhealth, but a healthy ending, yeah, one that promotes health. I don't think fear. And kids, look what's going to happen. You're gonna kill. Grandma's gonna die probably, or grandma's gonna get raped, right? Imagine being told that as an 8-year-old. By your parents who you're very impressionable from.
If this is something super serious though, if this is a poison to people that ought to be avoided at all cost, I think that there's room for fear. Personally, I think that we should be afraid of sin and its consequences. I understand the whole psychology of positive reinforcement being used to teach. But I don't know. It's an interesting thought.
No, and if you actually believe in hell, then the healthy thing to do would be to do your best to if, for example, we want to teach kids fear when it comes to jumping in a shark tank, right? There's health to that. But I'll have to sit down in my jammies and think of a better way that would promote more health. I'm not abolishing fear. I don't want to do that. I agree that there's some teachings of fear-based prescriptions that would be healthy. But I'm not convinced, even though I can't think of an alternative, that the story of David's wives getting raped because he did this, that, and the third is righteous. But I'm willing to be wrong about that, of course. I'm just I'm playing with the idea now.
Yeah, me too, man. Me too.
But I've taken up enough mic time for the time being. If someone else wants to,
I thought the free will conversation is interesting.
Yeah.
Something we want to dive into for a little bit.
I just it's very hard for me to reconcile two ideas of God being just, but then also God creating punishments that are kind of like out of proportion just to remind people to follow his will. It's almost like he can't be both. If he's just, like, people are afraid of just punishments. Like, if you commit a crime, you go to jail. People are typically afraid of having that happen. So a just punishment is also enough to prevent people from doing causing injustice. I guess I'm having hard time squaring the just God with almost like a whim God.
Mm. Yeah, I mean, if I wouldn't feel comfortable saying that God uses injustice to get his point across, right? As a Christian, as a believer in God, I actually think it's impossible for God to act unjustly. So rather than like try to convince you that, like, yes, this was really out of proportion and God kind of overreacted, but it's a good thing that he did because it prevented a lot of harm. I wouldn't even make that point. I would say no, this was justice, and I think if the Bible's idea of justice misaligns with our idea of justice, we need to do more internal examination and evaluate where we get our standard of justice and that we hold God up to. I know this is like,
How
by
can
the
we
way,
use anything but our own reference of justice? Like,
well, I think that,
we have an idea of justice, right?
yeah, and I think our idea of justice is very, like if somebody cuts me off in traffic, I want to, rip their head off. That doesn't mean that I'm like that's a good standard for me to have.
I use
That,
the same exact example to say the same exact thing always. Like, I do bad things all the time, like on the road.
yeah, it's just I think
You
like
were the one cutting him off.
when Jesus talks about turning the other
Maybe you
cheek.
guys ran into each other. Sorry.
No, it's okay. When
Dude, how funny would that be? Me and Luke, like, are like in like a road rage battle, like trying to get to the stoplight first.
Thinking
That'd
of
be so
ripping each
funny.
other's heads off.
so like we can go back to, like, I think like the earliest standard of justice that we see, one of them is the idea of like an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, right? This was actually a restriction because typically it was you take my eye, I kill you. You take my tooth, I kill you. And it's like, whoa, whoa, whoa. We need to pump the brakes a little bit. The most you can do is an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, because the idea is human beings are generally pretty bad at evaluating recompense or like balancing recompense. I want to hurt you more than you hurt me in response. So when you say like what other standard do we have, like I hope that we can have a higher standard than our own feelings when it comes to justice.
I understand what you're saying. I think that given the fact that we do evolve and our sense of justice becomes more complex and more institutionalized, at some point I think we can look at the Bible and say we've surpassed the justice that was once considered right. We can now look at it and say this isn't right anymore. But the Bible continues to perpetuate its teaching unchanged. So I agree
Wait,
with you.
Well, I would push back
there was
against that.
bacon. There is the bacon thing.
So,
you,
so
you,
we
the
go
pork was wrong at one point to eat, and now it is okay to eat. So there is change,
well,
even if you use the Bible as a tool.
yeah, I would just say, like, looking at the example I just gave, right? So if you read the Sermon on the Mount, we do see progression. We see, you've heard it said, eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth. But I tell you, if someone, hits you in the face, turn the other cheek. I actually do think there is progressive revelation, and something like this is kind of hard to explain without drawing it out. But basically, if you were standing in 1000 BC, and you were looking around you at the world and the way that justice was carried out, the the commands of God, even when it comes to things like owning slaves, which I don't want to open that whole can of worms, but when you look at these commands, they might look very progressive to you. But when you look from a modern lens and look backwards at them, they look very regressive. I think that it's a misstep to say that we need to have a wooden view of the letter of the law being applied to all time, and rather look at the heart of the movement that God is trying to take his people through. And in like, what steps is he taking? Which direction is he trying to pull his people one step at a time toward?
Yeah.
So,
Go ahead.
can I? I just want to say something real quick because I definitely agree that I mean, I'm happy to admit, super happy to admit, there's been progress because otherwise we would be, I don't know, I don't know where we would be. So I'm happy to admit it. And obviously, the church, the beliefs have been updated. I like to make, I like to use this as an example because it's such a, to me, such a blatant example of this updating of religions recently. I think it happened a month ago, maybe a little longer. Jehovah Witnesses now accept blood, which I think most people know. For them, that was like a big no-no, and people died because of that belief because they couldn't get a transfusion. So now they accept it. So they
I did
did an
not know
update
that.
on, yeah. Uh, so there's of course there's a little bit of protocol for it. It has to be, I think, your own, so you have to put it away in the bank. But then when it
Oh wow.
comes, you can receive it. So, uh, but it's obviously bending in the right direction because before people would die. So that was a belief that led to undesired outcomes, the unnecessary death of people.
So
So I want to be
Um,
so this just happened recently, the 24th of March, whatever. So Jehovah's Witnesses have updated its policy, I guess, on blood transfusions to allow members to have their own blood removed, stored, and given back in medical procedures. While the change will enable members to have transfusions of their own blood in planned surgeries, for example, they continue to be prohibited from receiving the blood of others.
yeah,
okay,
but I mean,
So
it's a step in the right direction. But I
I
guess
have to say that. Go ahead, and then I'll say my point after.
but this is the point for you, the question for you to elaborate on. I I I see that progress not happening because of God's guiding hand, but more so because of the reality of the poor choice leading to bad outcomes and making us realize, just using our brains, going like, hey, listen, we is there a chance we misinterpreted the book? Read it again. We've read it a million times, but read it again. Maybe there's a way, so I guess the my point is the revision happening because of God's guiding hand? Do we know that, or is that wishful thinking, or is it us humans realizing, hey, you know what? Given all the new information we have, all the things that we learned, the obvious progress of morality because it's happening, maybe this law needs to be reinterpreted. What is
Okay.
making that change?
Yeah. So the Christian apologetics in me is just screaming at me to point this out, and I know this is like a whole nother rabbit hole, but like when I hear you keep saying the phrase we're going in the right direction, or when I hear Anka or anyone else here talk about moral progress, it seems to me like you guys are invoking some like objective standard that we can judge these different moral codes by and say like, okay, we're moving in the right direction now. I just wanted to point that out. When it comes to like these improvements or these adaptations that we've made or these amendments we've made, it really depends on what, like, a case by case basis. If I point to something where it seems like people are saying, like you said, I think we've been interpreting this wrong. I think if we actually look closer into the text and we be more honest and more true to the heart of the text, this would be the way that we lived. That doesn't negate the text. Like, that's actually being more true to it, which I believe is what Jesus does in the Sermon on the Mount. He's like, you guys are so focused on the letter of the law that you're completely missing the heart of the law. But if it's something else where it's like, oh, like God was really off base about this, this actually makes no sense, there's no clear benefit to this, like the blood thing, and we've just learned more that we shouldn't be living this way. I think that's a harder hit to the religious establishment and the religious belief, because you're actually saying that like God made a mistake. So that's like the difference I would make in that. And I don't actually know where the blood transfusion things comes from. I'm just gonna be honest. I haven't talked with enough Jehovah's Witness or like seen where that draws from. I don't practice that.
So there is something that we are forgetting when it comes to good and bad. They are context related. The good action and the bad action is related to the context. Drinking water can be something that is bad. So the commandments of God, for example, drink water whenever you're thirsty, doesn't apply to every context. There are some contexts where it is not the time to drink water, even if you are thirsty. So that's why when someone says, "Oh, God says that," and you're doing that, I'm like, what was the context in which he said that? I do point out that from different contexts, you have different rules. Context matter.
Yeah, I mean, I think, yeah, but there are cases where this, irrespective of context, I still can't square that. Like if somebody can tell me, and I'm sorry to put this out there, and I'm not trying to fight, but if somebody can give me a good context, like give me a particular situation where it's completely okay, acceptable, moral, even by those standards, I guess back in the day, to kill an infant. Like I don't know if I doubt anybody would try. Well, let me think of a way that it's a good.
Christians don't say it is okay to do that. You're aware. They don't claim it is okay to kill an infant. They say it's a bad thing.
Unless you're a monster, nobody would say that. Of course.
Okay.
Luke, I'm sorry. Maybe I didn't explain myself well. What I meant to say, what I should have said, there are passages in the Bible where God commands it.
And,
so, like
if God is good and everything God does is good, and He commands the death of babies, then the death of babies is good, right?
Only if it's really happened.
Yeah, like that. What about the was it the Amalekites and stuff like that? They got completely fucking decimated.
Oh, Jack,
only if it's a non-fictional story.
Yeah, Lucas has a position to where he thinks a lot of these stories are not historically accurate. They're more.
I don't think that escapes the problem, Luke. Like I don't think.
Really?
Well, if you just say this is fictional, it sounds like the conclusion you take from that is therefore we should ignore it.
No, not ignore that. The purpose of the story is to convey an idea. The idea that is conveyed by the story is not about murdering baby. It is about listening to God's commands.
Okay, but listening to God's commands to what end? If God is commanding,
be a better person.
What's that?
To be a better person. That's the purpose of.
Yeah, but so like if being a better person is so far detached or like I guess like misaligned with what my intuitions are of like being a good person, how is that not like a valid takeaway or like a valid question? Like I don't think just saying, oh, it didn't actually happen escapes that. Like the critique would still apply. Do you know what I mean?
They claim that God really asked people to kill babies. I'm pointing out that he didn't.
Yeah, but like, okay, so are you saying that the point of the story is to say you should listen to God even if he asks you to kill babies?
No, you should listen to God.
This is why I brought up the king. This is why I think unrighteous.
It sounds like that's what you're saying the fictional story is accomplishing. It's like
no.
If my
just listen to God, not forget about the baby.
Well, how can I forget about it? Why is that in the so I was right to say you're just saying ignore it. That's what forgetting means, right? You're just saying ignore that part of the story, forget about it, just focus on God gives a command and you answer it and ignore all the details.
Correct. What I mean is that if you take this into account, you are wasting time the purpose of it is not to be taken literally. It is to teach you a lesson. The lesson is to to listen to God's will, and this is what you should do. If you are pointing out that he asked to kill babies, I'm pointing out that he didn't, and then you're saying yes, he did, and then you go into interpretation, and then we go back to hermeneutics, and that's where
you could. So if this is the moral that the Bible wanted to give us, the Bible could have stopped in Genesis 3. That would have been the end of it. Because look, you have the exact moral there. Like, God gives a command: don't eat the fruit. People ate the fruit. People get kicked out of the garden. That sounds like your whole Bible there. Why? What's the point of going into all of this fake history of
repetition? Yeah.
It's so okay. Like, when you say repetition, you think like this is, it's just like, here's other examples of like, I don't know. I don't want to.
You should listen to God. Yeah. Other examples of why you should listen to God, or how other lessons on how you should listen to God, and yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, I think I understand where you're coming from. I disagree, but
Brody, you're making the argument that I was making against you about King David.
Yeah, so that's why, like, when you ask me questions about King David, I'm trying to extract like a clear lesson that like actually deals with the details of the story. I'm not telling you to ignore any part of it. It sounds like what Luke is saying is you should ignore all of the hard to digest parts and just take away like the one little piece of it. I'm like, even if this is fictitious, I think the details matter. I think the context matters. I think why God like decreed these things shows us a deeper picture of his character and his will. And to just strip away all the uncomfortable details, I think is a really irresponsible way of handling the text, especially given that the people who we were handed this text from spent their lives memorizing every single word of it and passing it down and raising their children to memorize every single word of it. Clearly they cared about the details. They'd be rolling in their grave to hear Luke say, just ignore that stuff.
Be careful. Ignoring is not completely forgetting about it. I'm still saying it is a good way. It is still a good way to understand certain ideas. Like, for some people, this specific passage, we talk to them more than the Adam and Eve one. So they will be struck by this passage, and they say, okay, now I need to listen to God. When the Adam and Eve one, when they read it, they were like, oh yeah, I don't care to listen to God.
So check this out. If this story doesn't tickle your psychology, bro, don't worry. We got 50 more with the same message, and one of them will do it. You'll get in here, bro. I promise. Fucking Jesus! Wow, like awful spread. Look. We don't have a convincing argument. We're just gonna say the same thing 92 different ways, and hopefully one of them resonates. All right.
It does seem inefficient. I agree, Jack. Like, again, maybe I can't conceive of it as a lowly ape, but I feel like an all-knowing God would be able to be a bit more efficient and less ambiguous.
Like, now,
I don't know.
Is your thinking that is not backed by evidence?
So here's an idea, right?
But we're talking about the fiction, though. I'm not talking about the nonfiction.
I think what we're hitting at here is like it's actually one of the evidences people like Christian apologists use to say that like we can probably trust that this is a historical text is the embarrassment text. So like the fact that embarrassing details are included in these stories show that they weren't fabricated, most likely not fabricated, to just give a moral. Like if you wanted to tell like a good old parable of something, you would probably clean it up a lot more than these like ugly, awkward, embarrassing details that make us scratch our heads.
I mean,
but
is there a chance that people were skilled enough at telling stories back then to understand that adding those details would make the story stronger?
Yeah, I mean, there's a chance for it, right? Like it could just be that they wanted to tell a really good story about how all their kings sucked, all of their patriarchs sucked, how everyone that's ever led them in the past has fallen short. But I don't really see like the utility in that personally.
Well, the utility is to look at the fact that all these people in the past fell short, just like you're all going to fall short of God's grace most of the time, likely, and we continue to keep on. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean you know what? That's perfectly valid. And if that's the case, cool, man. That doesn't really shake my faith much. I think that's a fine point though.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I'm not. I want you to know that my goal is not to try. I'm not trying to like shake you out of your faith.
Oh no, I'm not saying that like as like a defensive thing. I just like like I'm trying to be very clear about which things are kind of non-negotiable and which things are like, yeah, that could be fine. That's what I mean by shake my faith. Like there are certain things, if you were to point to me that like Jesus was fictitious, that would shake my faith. I don't think I would have a faith if Jesus was just a cool story. But with like other things in the Old Testament, like sure, that's
I'm not a mythicist. I can't really prove they're not. I don't think the magical version of Jesus existed. I think that a guy named Jesus existed, and he was probably like somehow related to the story. I don't think that like the Jesus existed. I definitely believe that the historical person there was a historical person with his name though. I'm with that.
This is talking about the subject here is talking about like whether you said Christianity is like relevant today, or what was the main argument?
We're talking about if, well, originally this was a conversation of if when we see things like stories in the Old Testament that are unjust, of God doing things that like we view as unjust, have we progressed past that? Is this like a leftover from the past that we've gotten beyond? My answer to that is no. I think that God was just in these moments. Luke's answer is we shouldn't be taking these stories so literally like they actually happened.
Yeah, I don't think I would agree, I think, with that part. I think we're gonna find out in the future that it wasn't so healthy to invent a myth like sin and to tell people that it's real. People have enough psychological challenges with interpersonal relationships, family history, living in poverty, living in other things of life suffering. They don't need to be told that they're born sick and that there's a story that is seen as real and not just metaphor or spiritual. They don't need another thing to like weigh them down.
What do you think when you say sin? Like, what are you talking about? What do you think?
When people treat the Garden of Eden of anything more than mythology, when people look at it,
right, like I think that if I were to say the Garden of Eden is mythology, but sin is very real, and it's like telling us a story of something that's really real, where would that leave me? Like, what's the harm in believing that sin is real?
that it's a false notion of why humanity is the way it is. We are primates of and of African origin. We have these biological structures that are kind of temperamental and we're difficult. Looking at hoarding for looking for resources and such, like seeing if there's predators for fight and flight, and so we struggle with that because like people don't know where they go when they die. They sometimes you come to realize that jobs and stuff are only so stable. So like we're just trying to exist in the system we are. Now, admittedly, you need rules, right? Like murder is very much illegal in a majority of societies around the world. But I don't think it helps to tell people like, hey, like we believe this thing of where you are innately sick as you are. Don't worry, we have the answer to it. You just have to follow the one sect that we believe is correct. All the other sects are wrong. It's just, to me, it's just like people just do that more and more, and it's like the ethic is just treating people good, and it's not sectarian.
Sure. So, just to give you a picture of where I'm coming from, like I kind of resonate with what you're saying. I think that like if we're using Adam and Eve as a scapegoat and saying like, well, here's the story of what why everything is wrong in the world is because Adam and Eve existed, and every time I do something wrong, well, I mean, look what Eve did. I mean, she took the fruit. That's why I'm doing this. I think that's a pretty lazy and
I
kind of stupid. But here's my position. I think sin is real. I believe it's real because of my daily experience, because of my internal experience, my traversing throughout the world, my decision making. And if I'm looking for a story that best explains that, I'm not finding it in atheism. I'm not finding it in materialism or naturalism. I think that the biblical account of sin much better explains the reality I experience every day.
I guess we just have two different interpretations of the phenomena we're intaking. But
That's what I had. That's why I wanted to ask, like, what you mean by sin. Like, what is the
yeah,
sin
I
you're
think.
talking about?
Well, I think the majority of people, when they think of sin, and maybe this is an overgeneralization fallacy, that they believe something like that story is real and that they have to follow it. For my argument, goodness is in humanity beyond religion, beyond the sectarian. Because if not, it's constant warfare. People
Right.
claiming you have to be part of Islam, you have to be part of our church in order to like go to paradise or whatever. No evidence of an afterlife, but also just telling kids that like you're a human being, but there's a lot of unknowns in this world. But what we do know is that we broke away from the deity, and that you have to in order to keep our socialization with us, you have to agree to quote unquote repent for that. But repent for what? The story is mythology. The breakaway from a deity is mythology. The goodness for the person is within. It's just, can the person, see that goodness within themselves?
Okay.
Does
So,
that
like,
make
what if I were to strip away all of the what you call mythology, and I were to say, this is just a made up story, all of that stuff, okay? And you don't even have to become Christian, but it seems to me that there's this universal experience we have of knowing what is the right thing to do and failing to do it, uh, and it not being an accident, like purposely doing things that we know are wrong, and also knowing the right thing to do and neglecting it, like on purpose, like intentionally. I should be doing something and I'm choosing not to. That is what I call sin, and I think that's something that like everybody could resonate with, and we have an explanation of why that
that?
happens.
Sure. I would submit that is beyond the tribe. It is beyond the one country. It is beyond the group of people. It is a thing that humans as a whole go through, of various stages of life. Yes, you're in different cultures in different parts of the world and whatnot, but that people go through a life experience all the way around the world. But if it's conditional on who is allowed to be good based off of sectarian political beliefs or denominations, like whatnot, if it's not just focused on love, if it's focused on no, my group, my path up there is better than others, it just leads to more division. It's just not.
Well, yeah, I'm saying like we can strip that away because I agree that it's a universal experience, right? I agree that like everybody knows what I just described.
I think you're
Of
talking about like existential like dread or
or
like
guilt.
not finding yourself
Guild.
in your existence,
No,
and
I not
it's a very
necessarily.
human thing.
I
Mhm.
just like it seems like we have this moral law, or like what old philosophers would call natural law, which is not how we use the term nowadays, but um and we just like don't follow it. But we have these consciences that like we feel guilt and we feel moral pain when we go against this moral ought that we feel inside. We don't do things we know we should do, and we do things we know we shouldn't do. And and if I'm like a thinking person, I'm trying to figure out what explains that. It seems like the answer that the naturalists give falls really short when they just say, "Oh, well, I mean, however you want to classify it, it's a social construct, or it's just, it's a personal opinion, or it's a biological
Evolution.
evolution." Yeah, people
Yeah.
say evolution. I think all of these explanations fall way shorter than to say, there's a divine standard and a purpose we were created for, and we miss the mark on that daily.
And that
I just
divine purpose is to believe that there is a God?
Well, you can start by saying, I believe that there are actually objective goods and evils. There's actually objective virtues and vices. I think that's like a really logical first step. And then you can say what best explains those objective morals and objective values would be God, yeah.
Can I interject for a second? I don't know if you heard this, Brody. This is not mine. I think the first time I heard it was from Christopher Hitchens, but maybe it wasn't his. He has this thing. It's almost like a joke he tells, but I think it invites a good way to look at it. He says, it goes something like this. He says, like, we know we've been Homo sapiens for at least 100,000 years. There's actually some evidence out there for like 300,000, but he said, but it goes. I guess he says, yeah, just give me 100,000, and then what you mean to tell me would be that there was God watching humanity struggle all throughout the 90 something percent of that time, right? And people dying in the most horrible ways out of ignorance, out of just the world just not being very, very conducive to a good life. You know, most people died from problems with their teeth because hygiene wasn't even a thing. People didn't even know germs existed. Women dying when they were giving birth. All, I mean, just we almost went extinct a few times. It's also historical. You can look it up, and God is watching the whole time, and he's like, yeah, no, I'm not gonna intervene. And then 6,000 years ago, he finally says, okay, now it's time, and now I'm gonna give them rules, and now they're gonna learn how to be good to one another. I mean, that's a very difficult thing for me to accept. Not because I don't like the fact that we have rules and we have these intuitions that I think most of us share. Being kind to one another. No, I think we all. Nobody. I'm not arguing against that. I think that's obvious. What is hard for me to accept is that none of that was known to us in any way, shape, or form up until 6,000 years ago. How did we make it through all that if we didn't come up with empathy? If we didn't come up with, starting from just your family and then panning out, starting with caring for a friend, for a relative, and that evolving into a moral system. I know it's hard to imagine it, but it's even harder for me to imagine the opposite, like no guidance for almost 100,000 years. But now you can
sorry.
have.
What makes you say that there was no guidance for those 1,000 years?
Well, real quick, I can answer that real quick. Like, I think this is a huge problem for old Earth creationists. Do you know what I mean by that?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Young Earth creationists, like Ken Ham, believe that the Earth is literally 6,000 years old, and that, so for a young Earth creationist, they would, wholeheartedly answer you and say, from the very beginning, God has been involved, because we can watch the beginning of history starting in the garden and then track the genealogy, and God never stepped away. For an old Earth creationist, someone who says 100,000 years of evolution has brought humanity to its state that it is today, I think this is a difficult question. I don't think it's not answerable, and I think the answer, at least I would give, is pretty emotionally unsatisfying, especially to a group of people like you guys that have this well-being standard for morality. I don't think that God's role, like a good God's role, is to play divine suffering preventer. I think that God's goal for humanity is one a lot closer to like a redemptive story than a prevent as much suffering as possible story.
Redeeming from what?
So redemption, or another word you could say, is reconciliation. It's the idea of humanity being estranged from God and being wooed back into relationship with Him.
And this is falling from the garden?
Yeah, so from the fall, right?
So from the garden. So I kind of have a problem with the garden in just like a general sense. Is it so God puts Adam and Eve in the garden, right?
Mm.
So there's obviously a lot of steps in between that. It's not just immediate, but yes, God puts Adam and Eve in the garden. And then He says, "Hey, don't eat from this tree. You'll die the day that you eat from this tree. And then they go, okay, sure, we won't. And they go around, and then, the serpent comes up to Eve and is like, eat this fucking thing. God's, lying to you. You won't die, and you'll gain the knowledge of good and evil, like him. And so she's like, okay, cool. And she takes a bite of it, and she eats it. Now, and that's where the fall happens to you, right? Like, that's the fall, man, when Eve takes the bite of the fruit.
That's correct.
Okay, so is this because it's a evil thing to disobey God?
It's deeper than that, but
no, but
at face value, yeah, I would agree with that. The
okay.
evilness comes from the disobedience.
Okay, cool. So without the knowledge of good or evil, how could they know whether or not what they were doing was good or evil?
Yeah, this
because
is a very...
all they had were two different authority figures, and they don't have the ability to tell who is right or wrong or good or bad. Only that one said one thing, the other said the other thing, and the choice was to do what one of them said versus the other. They don't have the ability to understand good and evil until they eat the fruit.
So I would I'll first push back on the idea, like, even if they had no idea what good or evil is, the conclusion wouldn't be they couldn't tell who was the true authority. Like, whether, like, I think they were.
No, it's not about true authority. They had two authority figures.
It doesn't
matter about true authority.
Hold on. No, because they understood, like, what were the commands that God gave them was to take dominion and authority over the earth. What is included in the earth is the animals of the earth, and what approaches them is an animal, a serpent, right? So they understood their priestly role in the garden was to take dominion over it. Their response should have been to kick this serpent out. That was their role. You don't need.
Why does taking dominion?
Sorry,
why does taking dominion not mean like not listening to it at some point? If I can have dominion over something, and like if I had dominion over a person, and then they told me something that I thought was valuable or interesting, like, do you think that I would not listen to it or give it a shot just because I have dominion over it?
This is a different claim, though, right? Now you're saying.
Well, you've brought this point up, and so I'm just continuing on with what you said.
So originally you were saying that they were presented with two authorities. The reason I brought up the dominion aspect is because this creature in the garden was clearly not an authority. It was something that they were explicitly given authority over. So to say that, like, oh, I have two authorities which to choose, I don't think that lines up with the narrative.
Did they have the ability to speak to animals in the garden?
That's a good question. They clearly spoke to the serpent.
So they clearly spoke to the serpent, and the serpent seems to be interpreted, not always said, and not exactly true to be Satan.
Yeah, they wouldn't have known that, though.
Of course, they wouldn't have known that, but they would have known that animals can't speak. So what they heard, well, I don't know that either. That's where they would. They've been spoken to. They've been spoken to in the story. They've been spoken to in the story by one person so far, and that's God. And they have been spoken to by one other thing, and that's the snake. Two things, and then they both gave them information. And one information was saying the first bit of information you were given is a lie. So when they went, okay, well, I have this thing, the only other thing I've ever talked to, as far as we know, and it's telling me the only other thing that I've ever talked to has lied to me, and I don't know the difference between good and evil. So, because I have two things telling me to do two things, one person of the two didn't do it, and one person of the two did.
Yeah, I reject. First of all, I reject the idea that they didn't understand good from evil, and I think
you have to eat the fruit first.
We can talk about that in a second. But even if that was the case, to say that they couldn't tell the difference between the creator and creation is absurd to me.
That's not what I said. I didn't say I didn't say they didn't understand the difference between the creator and the creation.
Well, you're
I
presenting.
I said they had. Essentially, they do because they don't know good from evil. All they know is that they were told one thing by one person, that the one person that they've ever talked to besides each other, and then the only other thing that they have ever talked to immediately tells them counter information to that. So
Yeah.
in their heads now, because they don't understand the difference between good and evil, there is equal value information in front of them, and one of them chose to take it.
No, the part I'm disagreeing with is this idea that they would have viewed this as equally valuable in information, that they wouldn't have been able to tell the difference between a command from the God and creator of themselves from a creature
Well, no, they
that
just
they've
didn't
been
know it
given
would be
dominion
evil to
over.
disobey it.
So okay, let's talk about that then, right?
Yeah, they wouldn't know. They wouldn't know it was evil to disobey. They would know that they would know that they were told, and that they said that they would die. But that's a choice they get to make because they were given free will.
Yeah, so do you think that they were unclear about their instructions that they received?
No, I feel like they were free to interpret them however they wanted and did so.
So you think that they just misinterpreted the instructions?
No, I don't. I don't think it misinterpreted. I said interpreted. They took what took what made sense to them from their
If
perspective. From that, they heard a figure, and even it comes. I'm God. I love you. You feel the love in your heart. It's all that good shit. I made you. What you're gonna do is name all these fucking animals and all that other good shit too. But he says, don't eat from the tree. Now, I understand that he's been given a command, but when he disobeys that command, or when she disobeys the command, she doesn't know that it is evil to do so. She just knows that she is not following orders. She doesn't know that that's evil. She doesn't know that that's bad. She just knows that she's not following orders. She's not doing what the one thing said and doing what the other thing said. It's not a good. It's not a bad thing or a good thing.
Okay, so we have to talk about what it means to know good and evil, right?
When you eat the fruit, and then God says, if like when He says, if you eat the fruit, then they will be like us, knowing good and evil.
Yeah. So if this is like you're describing, this is just some sort of like intellectual awareness of like, oh, I don't actually know what is right and what's wrong. I don't know what good and evil is. I would come to the same conclusion as you and say that this is an awfully jaded God who put them in a situation that they could not win. He asked them to discern good and evil, but
Well, I mean, he
withholds
knew they
the
wouldn't the whole
knowledge of good
time.
and evil, right?
I mean, he knew since like before he created everything that would happen anyway. But yeah.
Well, yeah, and that's another issue, right, that we can talk about. But if we look at what the word for know is in Hebrew, yada, this is the same word that's used in Genesis when it talks about Adam and Eve, consummating their relationship. Adam knew his wife, and she conceived. This word know is much more than just like an intellectual awareness. It's like an intimate, experiential.
Well, I would agree with you on that.
This is very important when you look at what the knowledge of good and evil is. It's not just that they gained some new definitions. It's that they have experience with evil for the first time when they eat this tree.
No. Yeah, they would also have experience with good for the first time and then recognize the difference between the two. You have to understand when it says they will become like us, knowing the difference between good and evil. I get that is beyond a physical, intellectual level. That's connected to a spiritual level. If this is all true and existing, and they ate the fruit, then they would be like them, knowing the difference between good and evil. Knowing, it says. It is that knowledge within themselves in their hearts that they would know. They weren't created in the same way apparently because sin didn't happen, and or the law on our hearts thing didn't happen until after sin, as far as I'm aware.
I think I might be missing the connection that you're making with being like us. When you say
it's because in being like us, the spiritual aspect of knowing what it like to be the angels and to be like God would be to be connected to be like in a spiritual way. They wouldn't just like manifest physically like God energy or something like that. They would, they're knowing good and evil as the, greater spirit does. As you have it, Jesus, I'm doing a really bad job explaining because I'm trying to take a hit. Excuse me
No,
one second.
you're doing fine. I think
Uh,
so like do you understand my point about knowing being experience and not just being knowledge?
yes, but what I'm saying is they are finally receiving that only after they eat the fruit, and they only receive the knowledge that it is evil and good to do or to disagree with or to disobey God. Then they wouldn't know it was evil until then.
Yeah, so if we look at this is actually a fun study you can do, okay? You can go through the Bible and you can follow this phrase, knowing good and evil or discerning good and evil. And every time that you find it, you're going to see it tied to authority. When you look at, I think it's Samuel 14, David is said that he is like an angel of God to discern good and evil. Solomon,
Correct.
right? It says.
No, I agree with this point. Like I've already agreed with this. That
Yeah.
what I'm saying is that it doesn't happen for them until they eat the fruit.
Well, the thing that doesn't
Very
happen
specific.
is not that they don't have knowledge. It's that
They
they don't
literally.
experience it yet, right? They
No,
don't
no,
have an intimate
no.
relationship
I would have to
with
say
evil.
no. It doesn't say. It doesn't say you do not have. You will gain. No.
Well, that's how yada
I
is used.
that
Where
yeah.
immediately come in.
Like I
Sorry, go
said in
ahead. What did you
Genesis
say,
4,
Luke?
when it says
Sorry.
Adam knew his wife, it's not that he had information about his wife. It's that he became intimately involved with his wife. Right? It's like this experience.
Yeah,
So
that's still a
that's
level.
what you're
That's still
not
a level.
dealing.
No, that's still a level of knowledge and awareness. I'm okay with them saying that they had the experience of good and evil when they ate the apple because it's also the first time that knowledge of it is happening at the same time. If it was if it was the apple of experience of good and evil, I might be able to give you that. But
Well, this is a different language. Of course, it's like when we talk about knowing good and
well, then
evil.
are we gonna? Well, then why are we or say we're gonna pick Hebrew and then we're gonna say that that's a better translation than the
It's not a
like Greek
translation. It's
Ortho
the
or the
original.
Greek Orthodox. Is it the Greek Orthodox text or anything like that?
The Septuagint? No, this is the original language. It's not a translation. That's my point. You have to dig a little bit beneath surface level. You can't just say, "Oh, it uses the word know, so it must be talking about some intellectual awareness." No, look at the way that the word.
No, it doesn't. Hold on a second. My point has been pushing back this whole time. Has not been like that. The intellectual awareness is the most important thing. It's that it's a part of it as a whole.
Well, I
It's a part
disagree.
of the. Well, then that's fine. We can disagree on that. It's a part of the spiritual experience part of it. The second that they get it, they receive all of that in that moment. The knowledge, the experience, the feelings, the understanding of what it's like to know the difference between knowledge of good and evil. And when they get that, the moment after they eat the apple, they realize, oh, well, God is good and I have done something bad in disobeying him. God is good and I've done something evil now. Not going, I know I'm going to do something evil by doing this. That is
So
not how.
there's no reason to believe they didn't know God's goodness. There's no reason to believe that
It doesn't say that because they didn't have the knowledge of good and evil first.
they didn't have the experience of evil yet because they hadn't eaten from the tree, but they clearly understood his commands enough to repeat them.
That doesn't make it good. That doesn't make them good. That just means that that they're following commands. If a voice from the sky came down and told you to do something, and you were like, and it said you were God, and you're like, well, I've got an internal understanding and intuition that says this guy's telling the truth, or you know what I mean? Then sure, you just go ahead and go, yeah, sure. Yeah, what do you want me to do? It's like name all the fucking animals. It's like, well, I got nothing other than do. You just made me, so let's
So
go.
you're saying that if I'm just understanding you correctly, what you're proposing is that they heard this voice in the sky.
No, they felt it internally and all that experience shit that
Well,
I already
and they
just said.
walked with him, right? They knew.
Yeah, yeah.
They knew.
Yeah, he
So,
was
okay.
there physically.
So, but you're saying to them, they didn't have a standard by which to judge God's voice to the serpent's voice. This is just two pieces of information, and we're gonna take a guess. We understand that there is a command, but we don't feel like any sort of moral compulsion to follow it. Because why should we?
Because you don't know the knowledge between good and evil. Yes, as soon as they eat the yes, that is my point. If that's where we just disagree, you don't like where that goes, that's fine.
Well, it's not that I don't like where it goes. I mean, I
Okay.
think if
The
and maybe
question in the chat.
one second.
is why
I'll land my plane here, and then I would love to hear your thoughts, Luke. I think that if we take no to mean experiential knowledge or experience, and not just like and I know you're not saying it's just intellectual. You're saying like the whole gamut, right? It's all of it.
Yes.
It's knowing intellectually, but it's also experiencing. Okay. If we take no to mean that they have become acquainted with evil for the first time, that's completely compatible with them having a understanding and an intuition of I ought to follow my creator who gave me instruction and purpose. They'd already followed their creator when, Adam named the animals, and when they received their priestly calling in the garden. For the first time, they're presented with a creature who, remember, they were explicitly given dominion over, who's questioning their creator, who they have no dominion over. Okay, so if moral commands are tied up with authority, I think it's a really big stretch to say they weren't able to identify who
Moral
the true
commands aren't tied up
authority
with
is.
authority. That's been what I've been separating. Because
What's
they're because they don't have the knowledge of good and evil yet. They couldn't
You don't
do a
need
moral.
the knowledge of good.
Yes, you do. To make a moral determination, you would need that. Yeah.
You don't have to be doing a moral calculus in order to determine this is somebody who has authority over me, giving me a command I ought to follow.
It is. You don't know if that's good or bad to follow it or not, though. You just follow it because it's somebody giving you a command.
Yeah, I would disagree with that, man.
That's okay.
I don't know. Maybe
I don't have a problem with us disagreeing on that.
Like I think that like for when you think about like a very young child, they're able to very easily recognize without having like a moral philosophy fleshed out, or even like a moral intuition fleshed out. They're able to recognize these are my parents. I ought to listen to them. You don't need to have a experiential knowledge with good and evil or a moral compass to identify this is somebody who has authority over me. I ought to listen to them, especially if I understand what they're telling me to do.
Oh, Jesus Christ, my dog started barking once.
Brody,
God damn it.
Adam wants to know if you have children. I guess it's important for his.
No, I do not. I do have to be going because it's pretty late for me. I'd love to pick this up another time, though.
That was
You can't go, Brody. We're gonna be.
I was just
3
saying,
man.
like, if you think kids are wired up to obey their parents implicitly, yeah.
If I think that kids like implicitly wired to obey. Oh no, well this is like a.
This is
I
a cheap
was
joke,
just
don't worry.
saying
This is not really a serious commentary.
No, you're. My whole point was just that they're wired to recognize authority, even if they don't have.
Well,
like,
it's not.
So, Burger, the question is, why did Eve said no to the serpent?
Because she'd already received information, and she hadn't been convinced that it was a decent idea until he explained that she wouldn't die.
Why did she said no? Because she received information.
She said no originally because there was already. Oh, shit! All right, later, Brody. Sorry that you can't hang out, man. That was a cool conversation, though.
Yeah, no, you're a good interlocutor, man. You're asking good questions. I'd love to talk to you more about this.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, see ya.
Have a good night. So essentially, no, she said no because she'd already received some information from somebody that she would die the day that she eats it. And then he gives her convincing information, at least to her, that she wouldn't die and that instead she would be like God, knowing the difference between good and evil.
How is receiving information a reason why you said no?
No, it's because, again, she had been commanded by someone.
Yeah.
Right. And so she had received the information that you you are not to eat from this tree or you will die. Right.
Yeah, that's what's happened.
So that happens. And then so when the serpent was like, eat the fruit, she says no,
she said no.
Because the last bit of information she got about that tree and its fruit was that if she ate it that day, she would die. And then after that,
happened.
The serpent explains.
Nevertheless, my question is still, why did she say no if there is no knowledge of good and evil?
Because because she said she would die.
Yes. If it's not evil to die, why did she say no?
Is it evil to die? I wouldn't say dying is good or bad. I wouldn't say dying is good or evil. No, why would dying be evil?
That's the consequence of the story,
So
man.
death, for me personally, as a well-beingness, is bad because you cease to be.
Is it?
Yeah, I mean, evil. Of course, I wouldn't like evil. I like save for very like specific things. I don't believe in like metaphysical evil, right? But like in a language game, I would save it for like real bad instances of immorality, not just death. Yeah.
Right. Okay,
Yeah.
so I can't find a way. I mean, if your interpretation is that death is evil, then I suppose that's fine. I don't find it to be evil.
So if it's not evil, it is good.
No, things can be
Can
neutral.
I clarify something? I have a question.
I disagree.
You don't think things can? Okay, sure, things can't be neutral.
Wasn't
Okay, that's
wasn't
wild.
death non-existent until there was the
Yes.
punishment? So how could he even threaten them with death, and if they had no idea what it was either?
There is no punishment.
Sorry, what?
In that case,
God doesn't punish.
In that case, God would totally. What God does all of the stuff? What are you talking about?
That's
If death didn't
a
exist,
misconception that many atheists have. That I am
if
correcting.
death didn't exist in heaven in the presence of God, and Adam and Eve never knew what death was, and he said, "Don't eat from that tree," which he put there, knowing that they will eat from it, and he threatened them with death.
I wonder if he made it just like. I wonder if he like said it real aggressive.
How would they know what death is?
That's true. I'm very.
Is a threat.
That's interesting. Okay, so there we go.
You cannot threat someone with something good.
God, is it?
That
No,
you see, look, would you
then God would
agree
be doing
that
the
there
first
are
instance of
problems
evil,
with
and they
this
wouldn't
thing?
understand it because they hadn't eaten from the tree of good or evil.
So why did she say no if she didn't understand good and evil?
Because the last bit of information
Because it
that
said
she
you
got
will
about
become like the gods, and they do have references of what the gods are like because they have one hanging out with them. So they wanted
pretty
to be
enticing
as
offer.
powerful as a god.
But she said no.
The first time, and then was convinced afterwards.
Nevertheless, she said no. Why did she say no? That's a question I keep
I've
referring to. If she doesn't know if he is evil to die, or if it isn't true that she is threatened by death, why did she say no?
What did you say no to?
Well, the serpent.
To the
well,
serpents, when the serpents suggested
I imagine a
said
serpent rolling.
no.
I imagine a strange serpent rolling up on you out of the blue, and then telling you to do something crazy, like eat from a tree that you told her not to eat from, and then you're like, no, and then they're like, whoa, hold on a minute, this guy's been lying to you. You won't die or whatever, from eating this. And even with no reference to the word, you won't die, even if they don't know what the concept is contrary to this guy saying you will die. So now there's still conflicting information. I would take I would honestly, and if it feels like a cop out, that's totally fine. I would say no. I would say the first no was probably out of surprise of a snake coming up and asking a question.
But
Really?
also, God, let's just
a reflex of that being probably really fucking creepy. Yeah.
Did God know? God knows everything, correct?
Kind of, yes.
Yes.
Kind of.
And
is there a cop?
He knew that if he were to put that tree in the garden, there's a really high chance that they might eat from it, even if he said no. In fact, he knew absolutely that they will because he knows everything, correct?
Again, kind of.
Kind of. Okay. Well, okay. Is he kind of omnipotent also?
Sorry about that.
Yes, I told you why. But ask your question, please.
I already asked.
Okay.
So you're saying
I actually
but the likelihood of them eating from the tree was high in his mind, right? Because he had to know more than less that they will eat the fruit. So he put it there because he could have. Here's a better idea of a god: a Garden of Eden without the tree.
Who made the choice of eating the forbidden fruit?
The god made the choice to put the tree in the garden. He knew
Listen to the
that
question.
he
Who
knew that
made the
if he
choice
told them, he
to
knew that
eat
if he,
the forbidden fruit?
Who made the choice to create a world where the forbidden fruit could be eaten?
Please don't dodge the question. Please answer the question.
Eve ate the fruit after not knowing the difference between good and evil before going and doing an action that she thought was spooky at first and then was convinced of being okay.
Do you
You
agree
know,
with that
I have to
answer?
say before you guys continue, Luke, I have to say before you guys continue, I'm enjoying the conversation. Why would you not put this story in the fictitious category?
It is
On this one, I
fictitious.
think I will get on board.
Then
It is
why?
fictitious.
Nevertheless,
Okay.
the question still stands. Who made the choice? Do you agree with the answer that was given to that
no,
question?
because if it's fictitious, then it breaks the complete cycle of the entire Bible, because then there is no sin. If there is
There is
no
sin.
Adam and Eve and no sin,
There is
then
an Adam
there
and
is no
Eve.
reason for Jesus to die on the cross.
There is an Adam and Eve, and there is sin.
But you said it's fictitious.
Please answer the question. Do you agree with his answer?
What answer?
Oh, you didn't hear. So let me ask the question again. Who made the choice
That's a
of
question?
eating the forbidden? Yeah. Who made the
Okay,
choice of
who
eating
made
the
the choice
forbidden
to
fruit? You
eat
forgot the
the
question.
fruit?
It's been a
Adam and
while.
Eve.
Yeah.
Adam and Eve made the choice to eat from it.
So your question about knowing the choice that they will make, does
Hey,
it
Luke.
make them less
May I interject for a
Who
second?
made the
responsible
choice of
Hold on a second.
putting the
Somebody wants to talk.
tree
Somebody wants to
in
talk
the
that hasn't
that they
talked.
in the
made?
Garden of Eden?
Can I interject just for a second?
Sure.
Just to ask a clarifying question. I mean, yes, granted they did eat the fruit, but did you eat the fruit, Luke?
They made in the story. They made the choice that they make.
Well,
That
yes, but
does this make them responsible of the choice they make?
Luke? Luke, I'm asking you a question. Did you eat the fruit yourself?
Yes.
Do you deserve the consequences then of what happens after Adam and Eve eat the fruit?
Yes.
If you did not eat the fruit,
I did eat the
then
fruit.
why
What
do
do
you
you
deserve?
mean? I answered yes to your question. Can you now
Wait.
answer my question,
You're
please?
telling me you're thousands of years old, or are you telling me in a metaphorical sense you ate the fruit?
Could you please stop dodging the question and answer the question I keep asking?
What question am I dodging?
He came in to ask clarifying questions. He wasn't
Yes,
answering
I
the
answered
question
his
you had.
question. Can you now answer mine so we can have a conversation,
I think he
not
had more than
just
one
a
about
one
your
way? Yes. So are they less responsible of the choice if no God knew about their choice?
Can you re-clarify? You're not making sense.
Because you interrupted the conversation with your question, you don't understand my question anymore. That's why.
Well, I've been
So right now,
listening
I
for some
asked who
time.
made the
You haven't
choice.
been making
The
sense.
answer.
question
But can you
is,
please finish? Let me finish explaining the conversation without you interrupting me. This is really getting on my nerves. Right now, I asked the question to the woman who I was talking with, who made the choice. She said Adam and Eve. Then I asked her, does the fact that Adam and Eve made the choice make them less responsible by the fact that God knew they would make the choice? And I'm waiting for the answer
Yes,
to
it
that
does
question.
make them less responsible, because the superpower being that knew what choice they're going to make, put that tree there, pointed to it, and said, "Don't touch it." To beings that are innocent and have no concept of death or good and evil, of course he's responsible. It's like if your parents were to put a jar of cookies
Again,
on the table
less
where you can reach
responsible or
them,
responsible?
point to them and say,
She already
"Don't
said
touch
less
them," and then
responsible.
leave the room. You
Less
of course
responsible or
you're setting them
responsible?
up for failure.
Less responsible or responsible?
God is more responsible than
Yeah,
Adam and Eve for what happened.
yeah, but the responsibility lies in Adam and Eve, but they are less responsible because God knew his answer, their choice.
I don't even know if they're necessarily responsible at all. He could have just created a
Exactly.
place where that choice.
I mean,
could
a very simplistic like
I don't
equivalent is leaving
understand
a glove in.
why. I'm asking if that's correct. If it is correct, please explain to me why are they less responsible because someone knew their choice?
Because they created the possibility for them to have that choice in the first place.
Nevertheless, why
That's
are you less responsible?
not nevertheless.
You
No,
made if
not
I know
nevertheless.
the
No,
choice that
you
you will make?
can't just nevertheless that. That's not how that works. No, they didn't. This person created the ability for them to be put in the
Could you
situation.
repeat the question I asked you, please?
Was it the one? This is the one are you just asking a question that I just now interrupted, or do you want the original one that you just asked?
The one you overtalked me.
Okay, well then I wouldn't know because I just overtalked you because you were in the middle of saying that question while I was trying to tell you what you said wasn't valid, but you didn't care. So go ahead.
So, knowing the answer of your choice, why does it make you less responsible of the choice that you made?
Oh,
my answer to this is knowledge of some normative sense is required for any sort of responsibility or obligation or duty to be had. It's like a prerequisite. If you don't have that, then you're not liable to be responsible for anything you do. You're basically like an amoral being. A rasa mind, David Hume called it like a blank slate. You have no knowledge. We know this isn't actually how humans work. We have a priori knowledge, but how it's described, if you have nothing, then necessarily you're not responsible. The way you view sort of responsibility and how it's used when you're given a task to do, you have some sort of knowledge as a prerequisite to it. If you don't have that knowledge, then you can't actually say that you're responsible for whatever choices you make.
Do you have a different answer to the question, who is responsible for eating the fruit?
Yeah, I mean, assuming that we're granting something like free will, which of course I'd give an external critique to, but just granting it, no one is responsible. Trying to like go from an internal critique because God gives us free will. But free
Your
will
answer is beside the question I asked. In the conversation I had, and the person I was asking the question to agreed that the person responsible for eating the fruit were Adam and Eve. The person also agreed that they were less responsible because God knew they were going to eat the fruit. Then I asked her, why the fact that you know what they will choose
You can
make
read
them
my
less
name, right?
responsible? And I no, sorry, I'm not in front of the computer.
Yeah, I was answering not from
And
Anka's perspective, but my answer to it. I heard Anka say that they have responsibility, but that's not my
No, that's not at
answer.
all
If you
what I
want to
said.
talk to
I said
Anka
that
about
God
it,
has
you can.
responsibility.
If I were to like say or put a word on it,
so
to me there is a
there is the
difference
recording
between
of this
responsibility for. Hang on,
that is
there's a
live
difference
on
between
YouTube.
responsibility.
You can
Can
go
I get a
back.
word in? Can I get a word in?
Go ahead, Tyson, and then Luke.
I was gonna say there's a difference between being responsible for an external action such as eating a fucking apple, and then being responsible for the moral contingency of a moral responsibility that would befall afterwards. There's a difference between an adult shooting an adult and a child that has no conception of what death is, shooting a person in the head with a gun left on the fucking table, right? So, with my logic in hand, is Adam and Eve actually responsible for generational punishment in this instance? No. The answer is no, they're not.
Yeah, they are not. It's Adam and Steve.
Exactly. Adam and Steve. Give it to our gay lovers.
Sounds like everyone might need a break.
It is getting a bit heavy-hearted in here, isn't it?
I was getting a little angry because because my question earlier got brushed off, and
yeah, that can be annoying. I'm sure Luke has his annoyances too, and Anka, and of course Perry, because Perry's always bitching
so
about
irritable.
everything. So
yeah, you have no idea how I'm. Nivik would say that I'm chimping out right now, but I'm just not showing it.
I'm high on positive utilitarianism right now, so I'm good.
Well, that's music to my ears.
Oh, you're just being a naive optimist.
My apologies for my verbal aggression.
Luke,
I do think ignorance is bliss a little bit. Because there are questions, and even as an atheist, there's questions about God that don't have a clear answer. And so why wouldn't we, in cases like this, subtly suggest that that it's sometimes better to claim a position of agnosticism or not knowing, even if one ultimately doesn't believe in God.
Well,
it's nice to hear from you, Doug.
People are agnostic atheists.
I think that we are kind of like analyzing a specific scenario, and we're assuming that it did happen. Now we're asking who's responsible in this scenario. I say that the one who is responsible is the one who set everything in motion, knowing the outcome.
Yeah. Go ahead, Luke. Or Nana.
You are aware that kids can do drugs.
Yes.
Yeah, of course.
Nevertheless, you let them go outside.
No, I understand your point, but I think what Anka was saying was a very good analogy.
For your kids drugging themselves?
Are you an all-knowing parent?
Yeah. Do you have all power, all knowledge?
Well, in a sense, I am responsible for my kids.
It's a clarifying question.
Are there different? But here's this: if you're talking about something morally consequential, I would think there's the evidences come from different modalities, right? So you could and this is clear that it doesn't have to be two people who say I use an economic sense of things or phenomenology. One person could say I'm using both these tools, and they reach different conclusions. And so I mean that to me is a good standard of whatever certainty or evidences might sort of ultimately mean.
Okay, I want to make sure that what Anka was saying earlier kind of gets heard, because I think she was making a. I will. I promise you. If you give me 2 minutes, I'll get to it. What Anka was saying, and I agree with Anka, was saying it seems to me that the genesis, the story of how humanity came to be, is a story of the birth of humanity. It's a story of us in our infancy as Homo sapiens, right? So if we accept that, we also realize that we were living in ignorance, but not because we are evil necessarily. We're just ignorant. We don't know shit. We're learning. Right? One of the reasons why I think that story is relevant is because it was the awakening of our notions of morality in a way. I think that's what that story is supposed to represent. Now, Anka's analogy, what she was trying to say, is that if you are a parent to a small child, which would be the analogous thing to the God being our parent when we are in our humanity's infancy, it would make the most sense to set up your child as God would for success and not for failure. So Anka's point, let's say we have a 3-year-old who, if you leave the chocolate cake on the counter, will eat it. Not out of evil, out of ignorance. It's still a child, doesn't know how to make good decisions just yet. So as a responsible parent, you would be keen to take note that the cake is too accessible and put it somewhere where they cannot eat it while you're not looking. So if the child were to eat the cake, I would say, who made the choice to eat the cake? Well, the kid, but he was 3. So I could have done better. That was the point that Anka was making. I think it's a valid way to express it.
No, Adam and Eve are not 3. They are more like 18, 25 years old in the story. So could you please answer the question with this in mind?
They don't have the knowledge of good and evil. Similar to a kid, you've missed the analogy.
That's what I was
They were
trying to
made adult, right? They were not made into kids and they grew up. They were made fully adult, no? And they could talk, but they didn't know, they were innocent. They didn't know anything about the world and about good and evil, about death. They were kind of like a grown-up child.
Imagine, yeah, is it a horrible thing to make the analogy or position this scene as Adam and Eve being effectively children? I don't mean that in a bad way. That's not coming from like a bad faith way of making an argument. It's just, as Berger was saying and other guys have pointed out, they still didn't even know the good from evil. They were learning the ropes, so they were children.
Mistaken. I am asking you, is it still the same answer if the kid was 18 to 25 years old?
If you're asking me with today's lens, of course, a 25-year-old is responsible for the choices they make. But just like you were asking me,
is the parent responsible of leaving the cake on the counter and the kid eating the cake? It's the child, sorry.
Not if they didn't have the knowledge that doing it was good or evil.
Yeah, you know how like earlier today you told me, Luke, that I have to try to use hermeneutics to think of the time and put it in context and all this stuff. So I'm trying to do that. I'm really trying. So
okay.
The point back, the story, what the story is trying to tell us is the beginning of humanity, our baby years, if you will. So I am taking that bit of information to heart. Humanity did not know much. Not as, today we can judge it and be like, of course, you're 25, you're supposed to obey your parent, and you're supposed to know not to do the wrong thing and eat a forbidden fruit that is going to kill you. But that's not hermeneutics, like you were saying. I have to transport it to back in the day, don't I?
Right now, my question isn't about Adam and Eve. My question is, are the parents responsible for the children choice, their children choice? He's 18 to 25. Are they still responsible for his choice?
No, of course not. If they're 18, 25, no, because they're formed.
Well,
Thank you very much for that answer. Based on that answer, I can now go back to the analogy. If you posit that Adam and Eve didn't know about right and wrong, I will ask you the question I asked the girl earlier. Why did Eve said no to the serpent?
I don't know. I'm very comfortable telling you I don't know why she said no.
That's okay. So, in the story of Adam and Eve were made as adults with the knowledge of adults. They knew words enough to name all the animals on Earth. They knew how to behave with each other.
No, they made
understood whatever God gave instruction God gave. They had conversation with God before eating the forbidden fruit. In that story, you have the behavior of people that are not 3 years old. They are using the behavior of people that are around 18 to 25 years old. It is more likely that in the mind of the author of that story, those people were adults or young adults, if you want.
I'm okay with their
Is your
biological
position
age being
then
whatever
that-
you want to say in this instance. The difference is they still didn't
Yeah.
have the knowledge of good or evil. It's okay that they could be 55. They still, in that instance, wouldn't know the difference between good and evil. They don't have the knowledge of it yet.
I did demonstrate that they did have the knowledge of good and evil.
You
When
did
I
not.
asked you the question, why did Eve said
No,
no?
that's convincing to you. That's not convincing to any of us. That's why we've been going at this for a little while.
If she didn't know it was a bad thing, why did she say no?
Because when a snake comes up and you've never talked to one before and it says, hey, you want to eat from this tree that this other guy you talked to, beside the only other person you've talked to besides your husband, said, don't eat this? No. Well, hold on a minute. He lied to you. He said you're going to die if you eat it, and you won't, actually. Really? I won't die? No, you'll become like God, actually. You'll have the knowledge of good and evil. Oh, well... Okay, that's it. Like, obviously, whatever it was in that was convincing, and then she did
Curiosity.
it. Not knowing the difference between good and evil, there, when they made the choice. It makes it
utilitarianism.
I wanna give Luke the I'm gonna grant him his point. Let's say they knew all along the difference between right and wrong. Then what did the actual fruit do?
Allow them to exercise their free will. A choice that doesn't have an action according to the choice that you made is not a sin. The first sin need to be made into an action. Eating the forbidden fruit is the action.
Oh wait, I'm confused. So before they ate the fruit, they didn't have free will, or only by making the
They
action?
have free will.
Yeah.
Can I
Exercise.
ask something to clarify and take a small step back? So if you were to say
I'm trying
something,
to understand.
if you were to say something like forbidden, like if there's so it means something to say there's a forbidden fruit. Obviously, that's not grammatical. But my question would be, if I was reading the Bible or taking theology, or how would I know what kind of being creates a forbidden fruit? And is this like a type of fruit that has some sort of divine property to it? Is it a piece of fruit on earth? Like, I don't think it's a small question. I think it's substantial. Just the main reason that you should care is that because we're talking about understanding and unpacking the essence of sin, right? So this is at the core of Christian theology. It could theoretically be part of almost any doctrinal or revealed teaching in Christianity. And so I think even saying something as simple in this case as forbidden fruit, either you could explore it or say, well, this smells like it doesn't pass the sniff test right away.
Adam and Eve are fictional character. It is a fictional story. Your question doesn't hold any sense to me when you take that into account.
No, but the analogy is not. Sorry, I didn't mean to talk over you. The analogy is not nowhere. Is kind of what I was saying, though. The analogy still has to be placed somewhere about knowing something. Otherwise, why would we talk about it?
I think when they say forbidden fruit is, at least to me, what I understand is it's forbidden by God. What made it forbidden is not by nature that it is forbidden, but God made it forbidden by saying don't eat from that tree. It became an object.
In Genesis, though, the only context in Genesis would be that this was ultimately this was it was meant to be the analogy, you still have to say, what did God mean when he said it's a forbidden fruit? There's no such thing as just a mandated forbidden fruit in the universe. That's not a real object, and it couldn't be.
If I can steal man Luke's point, I think what Luke is trying to say when he says, because he calls it fictitious, but I think what he's trying to say that the point of the story is to point out what happens when humanity defies God and disobeys. So not so much. In other words, the specifics, that being a fruit, that being a tree, being a stuff, it's not as important as the disobeying of God. I think. Am
That's
I doing
correct.
this right, Luke?
Yes.
Yeah.
But the
I mean,
disobeying
if
can't be
if that's
bad.
if that's a lesson of that story, then it kind of goes along all the other ones, because there's been a lot of situations when God gets disobeyed and then there's punishment. So it's not unique in any way.
Yeah, stories can be badly
I do
written.
have to say, yeah, I do have to say, like, this to me, if I accept all this, let's say I accept the story the way it is, and the lesson that it's trying to convey. I don't get rid of all my issues with theology right away, because I still have this notion in the back of my head that I can't scratch, that how this perfect being has all these tests that we keep on failing, and that somehow
It's not.
he knows that we're gonna mess up, but we keep on failing,
It's
and
not a
so
test.
yeah, we failed all these tests, we keep on failing,
It's not
and
a
so,
test.
oh,
It is
what
not a
would you call
test.
them then?
The purpose. If you have free will, you have to
Yeah,
have the choice, the ability to choose otherwise.
yeah, of course, yeah.
Yeah. So a test would be purposefully um, uh, um, triggering whatever situation for you to say, let's see if he's right or if he understood the lesson. But that's not a test. What
Well,
is it
this
is
is
needed for, you understand, nature.
lost in translation, my friend. I know what you mean
Okay.
because I speak Romance languages too. So, but test
Okay.
and is used in different context.
Okay.
The, mhm. But I know what you mean.
So it is a test, but yeah, those tests are needed for natural reason, logic reason. You need something to make the choice of not God or not following God's will.
Yeah, yeah. No, but can you try to maybe a steel man or maybe try to understand our position where we go, like, doesn't that seem kind of like a broken little system that we keep on failing we're faced with these choices and we keep on making the wrong one, and yet
We
also the God is perfect and he knew everything that was going to happen, like.
we don't. I disagree that we fail. We are
Oh,
doing
okay.
great. We do fail from time to time, but
You know
that's
what?
not the majority of events. Most of the time, we do good
Because
things.
you're looking at it as a zoom out
Yeah.
kind of way. It's like, in all of the things that have happened, even if at the time felt bad, led us to now. Therefore, it was good. Is that kind of more or less where you are?
And most of our choices, at least mine, are good choices. I mean, they are going with the will of God. Whenever I exercise my free will, I do make the choice that God wants me to do. Most of the time. Sometimes I don't, but most of the time
Yeah,
I do.
when you see me in traffic, right?
Yeah, like this example, for example. Well, I do use in traffic. I do use the God a lot. Like the
Yeah,
knee-jerk reaction is anger, but then quickly after I do
dude, I do
thank you
too.
God.
Like, I think that God is, like, I say this to myself, like, okay, God's probably real because he'll always give me a red light. Like, or he'll just always give me the most inconvenient way of, like, getting to where I need to go, or like there's a grandma in front of me and I'm like, God is literally trolling me right now. It's a common
Well,
thing that I say.
the grandma in front of you, in front of your vehicle, is the apple.
Yes.
You shouldn't eat the apple.
But yes, but I know.
To me,
But
it ranges
you will
from
not
red
die the
light.
day you eat it.
But I know not to
From red light
disobey
to
God.
orgasm. It's like,
Do you?
I do know not to disobey God, but I still do it anyway.
Well, is it a good or
I
an evil?
do.
Is it an evil thing to disobey God, or is it a good thing to disobey God?
I think that we should not be so dehumanizing to God to not allow him to sin. I think that God should be able to sin as to have empathy for his creations.
No, it's a good thing because
That
the
his
God of the
repentance
Bible
should
is.
be, we call it even, and then he leaves us the fuck alone and gives us back mortality.
But the God of the Bible is an asshole, right? The God of the Bible, in reality, the God of the Bible wants what's worst for you. If you actually read the
Well, I do
story,
have.
he he doesn't tell you anything, and so why would you obey any God that's anything, any being that's anything like that?
Well, I even have a pertinent question to this. How do we even know what a divine being, such as an all-knowing, all-loving God, or one of Abrahamic tradition, would even want? Right? What is a will of a God? How does one come to know it? That's a
Revelation.
pertinent question, no? Religion?
Revelation.
Revelation. Okay. Well, how do we know our divine revelations or such?
You know a conversion experience when it happens. I can tell you this firsthand. I've had one. You will know when it happens. So you just need to keep meditating to God, and the truth will reveal itself to you.
Okay.
In a Big Mac.
Yes, through
Will
McDonald's.
God reveal himself in the smoke?
Well, I just wanted to say I am going to be
Through the
stopping
fire and the flame.
the live stream Pangburn radio at this point for today. It was close to 7 hours, I think. Special thanks to everybody who contributed today. All of you, feel free to clip out anything from this video for your own content. It is the live hangout, so everyone has access to the content if they want to use it. I'm probably going to post a couple segments on the main channel because I think there was some really good discussion today, and a lot of it included you, Luke. So thanks for hanging in there for 10 rounds today.
Yeah,
I really
thanks, Luke.
appreciate it.
Yeah, seriously, that was a really good conversation.
No, I guess it's tab time.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
Have a good day. It's 2 a.m. for me,
Yeah.
almost.
Oh, sure.
So talk to you guys later.
Yeah, later, Luke.
Tomorrow. Bye.
I think it's tab time.
Good night, man. Yeah.
What a David.
What a David. Oh my goodness.